Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, welcome to Marquette University Law School and our annual Restorative Justice Conference, Restoring Faith in Government, Encouraging Civil Public Discourse. Important details for those of you who've not been in our building before. The restrooms are behind the elevators on the other side, so you just go straight out and you turn to the right and you will find the restrooms. I would ask people to quiet their cell phones and any other noise-making devices you have on you for today. My name is Janine Geske, and I'm on the faculty here at Marquette Law School, and I also direct the Restorative Justice Initiative. As many of you know, because I've seen you at other conferences, this is our annual event looking at some topic through a restorative justice lens. And I thought I would just begin my remarks with talking about restorative justice for a few minutes for those of you that are not acquainted with the concept. Restorative justice is both a philosophical and process approach to dealing with issues of crime, violence, and harm. And although it's often looked at in terms of dealing with criminal behavior, what you're really looking at is when something harmful is going on, there's sort of an analytical framework that you use to look at it. And our annual conferences have looked at issues of international issues of violence in Palestine and Israel and Northern Ireland and South Africa. We've looked at violence in neighborhoods and working with gangs one year. We did a conference, some of you were there, at bullying in the schools. Last year we did a large conference, international conference, looking at the clergy sex abuse issue. And so each year we take a topic to look at in this lens. When you're looking at something through a restorative justice lens, there are Howard Zier, who's one of the sort of grandfathers of the field, will describe there are three fundamental questions they're asking. The first is, if there's been harm, who and what has been harmed? And we often look at, for example, in crime, we look at the direct victim. But those of us that work in the field know that there is this ripple effect that goes out. So if you have a victim of a crime, there are people around that victim, neighbors, friends, colleagues, and it can increase. There's also a community that's harmed. And there are people in institutions that are harmed. And there's harm around the offender or the perpetrator of the crime, children, family, friends. And so when you're asking the question, who's been harmed by certain conduct, there's a broad lens rather than a narrow lens. The second question is, what is that harm? And again, if you look at the criminal context, you can say, well, the television was stolen from the home. But we know that the harm is much deeper than that. The sense of entry into a home, the safety, the feeling that you're not safe in your neighborhood, not trusting people around the community, affecting property values, it can go on and on. And so it can be psychological harm, and it's ripple effect again of harm. And the third fundamental question is, what do we need to do to help repair that harm, work towards repairing, work towards healing? And as I've indicated, we look at it in all different contexts. Our Restorative Justice Initiative here at the law school, our clinical program and our outreach programs, have work in prisons, both men and women's prisons. We work with juvenile offenders. We work on bullying and suspensions in the public schools. We've worked on domestic violence. We've worked on issues of sexual assault on campus. We've worked with student discipline cases. We've worked on unsportsmanlike behavior in high schools with athletes, and it goes on and on and on. But last year, the committee, we meet annually. We have a very active committee. Many of them are here, and I will thank them again later, but they play a principal role in sort of designing the conference. So it was a year ago when we started talking about what would be a very topical issue. That was before the recall was envisioned, and lots of things happened. But there certainly was political discord in the state and in the country, and there was a very strong feeling among all the people we talked to that talking about public discourse and the level of animosity and discussion in politics was an appropriate topic to look at. Now, I have to tell you, it's an unusual topic for restorative justice. I have a lot of colleagues around the country that work in this field, and people said, oh, gee, we've never looked at it in the political way. Well, it certainly lends itself, particularly where we find ourselves this week, after having been through, as you know, a pretty acrimonious recall, and frankly, a couple of elections in a few years. So I think that the topic is a good one, and I'm glad we're talking about it. Now, I have to tell you there's a lot of disagreement on what the problem is, and we're not going to say what specifically is the conduct, because people can disagree. Some people, Mike Boucher and I were laughing, he had a call on public radio the other day that said, the person says no to civility, and then actually if you go put no to civility, there's all sorts of stuff on the internet of why you shouldn't say yes to civility. And, you know, this sense of compromise or negotiation is a bad thing because you're compromising your principles. And we're going to try to stay above that, because I think if you ask people of all persuasions, they don't like what's going on. Whatever the conduct is and whose fault it is, they don't like the level of us, the way we're talking to each other, the way we're treating each other is not helpful. And so what we're looking at, what is the harm of what's been happening? Now, in that, we will wind up talking about some of the causes of it. But the focus is not who's doing what. The focus is what is that harm and how do we move forward? And so we tried to keep and you will see in the program, we tried to do as much bipartisan representation on the panels and things, because this isn't about blaming one party or the other or one individual or the other, but just sort of the level of civil discourse we have or don't have in our political world. The timing of this, of the week of the recall, was just pure chance. I'm glad it wasn't last Friday and it's this Friday, so hopefully everybody's ready to move on. And even our governor is talking about moving on. And so, you know, hopefully this is new hope in that we can find ways to discuss this respectfully with each other. You know, we're at a Jesuit university, and we stay away from pure religious sort of context, but this week I was reading a reflection on reverence by a professor at Loyola in New Orleans on reverence, and it struck me that maybe it was a good sort of reflection to begin this morning with. So bear with me for a minute. I just want to read you this paragraph he wrote. I remember standing on the top of a mesa 10,000 feet high, overlooking what seemed to be hundreds of miles of fertile land. I had an experience of amazement, of silence, of vastness, of expansiveness, of gift. I felt a sense of wonder that God had almost done too much and thus created out of the sheer joy of creating and sharing goodness. We feel such things often in the countless number of stars on a clear night, before a work of art, at the birth of a child, at the moment of dying of a loved one. These contemplative experiences draw us closer to God even when we feel small and unworthy. They are sacred moments that expand the landscapes of our hearts. Ignatius, for those of you who don't know, St. Ignatius was the founder of the Jesuits, knew reverence when he prayed at night under the stars, but he knew it as well in the busyness of each day. He hoped to elicit that experience throughout the exercises, which was a series of prayers and retreat work that he designed. Ignatius believed that anyone who prayerfully considers the basic truth that we are created out of love by a transcendent God of holiness will grow in a sense of reverence. We will have a deepened sense of the sacredness of all things if we think of everything as continually being called and sustained in being by God. We will stand in awe not just before sunsets and mountains, flowers and trees, but also especially before each person we meet. And really the tone of this is a chance for us to reflect on the importance of listening as opposed to talking so much, respectfully listening to those we disagree with and finding new ways to to be able to listen and to treat people with that sense of awe and respect, even if they philosophically disagree with us. The one thing I've learned through the storytelling on the violent crimes and other work that I've done is that if you take the time to listen to people's stories and why they believe the way they do, why they form their life the way, you come to a deeper understanding, and you're much better able to sort of talk about your story and get to a place where you can find common values, common interests, and common dreams. So that is the thrust of what we're going to do today. Our first panel is going to be moderated by Mike Goucher. And Mike, for almost everybody, if not everybody in this room, really doesn't need an introduction. Mike serves as a distinguished fellow in law and public policy here at Marquette University Law School. He joined Marquette in January of 2007 after a 25-year career at WTMJ in Milwaukee. In his role at Marquette, Mike organizes conferences, debates, and other important public policy events. He also brings newsmakers and political debates to campus, acts in the role of interviewer, moderator, and facilitator. We indeed at Marquette are very, very fortunate to have Mike with us, and he's also a very good friend of mine, so he's my sounding board when I come in the morning after watching the news. In addition, Mike continues to work as a contributing anchor and reporter for WISN TV in Milwaukee. He's the host of the weekly Sunday morning program Up Front with Mike Goucher, which airs statewide. He also offers political analysis and does long-form reporting for the ABC affiliate. Mike played an instrumental part, along with Alan Borzak, who is not on the program today, and along with the rest of the committee in designing today's date, so I'm very grateful to them. I do want to take a moment before Mike comes up to acknowledge Dean Kearney, who's over here somewhere. Dean Joseph Kearney, who is the Dean of the Marquette Law School, is really the champion not only of this wonderful building that we're in, but of the programs and the offerings that we're able to do. And I have to tell you, I tell a lot of people that I'm proud of our Restorative Justice Initiative. I think we have the most vibrant program in an accredited law school in the country, but it's because of Joe's support. He has been supportive of all our initiatives and our work in these conferences, and I'd like to have a round of applause for Joe, because I don't know, he wouldn't want that. But so with that, I think I'll turn the microphone over to Mike, who will introduce the first panel to you. As I said, really the context we're looking at today, and it's in different orders, and we'll try to emphasize as we go through, who's being harmed by the conduct, what is that conduct, and what is the nature of that harm, how is it affecting all of us, and the way we govern and the way we elect, and then ultimately, what's our hope for the future. So, Mike.
I'm going to have the panelists come up here and have a seat while we say a couple of introductory remarks. Thanks, Janine, very much. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today, and delighted you could attend. This is certainly a timely discussion, given all that has happened in the state of Wisconsin over the last year or so. We entitled this discussion, Political Discourse 101. Why do campaigns look and sound the way they do? And let me preface this discussion with this. We often talk about the state of our political discourse. We often complain about what we view as negative ads that we see on a regular basis. We think there are too many personal attacks in our political world. But the people who are next to me will tell you, and I think very certain terms, that there are strategic reasons for why we see and hear what we do in political campaigns. Our panelists today include both political insiders. They also include someone who is near and dear to our heart, Charles Franklin, who works here at the law school. And they're going to offer their perspectives on how campaigns are waged today, their consequences, and whether change is in order. So that'll be the framework for the discussion. We'll spend a number of minutes talking about these issues. And then what I'd like to do is leave a little time to open it up for questions from you. because I know many of you have feelings about this issue. But we're good enough to be joined today by three of the four panelists we expected to be here today, and let me introduce each of them to you. First of all, I'm looking down at the far end there. That's Mark Grawl. Mark is the founder of Arena Strategy Group. I would say in simple terms, Mark is a Republican Party strategist. He's run a number of campaigns in the state of Wisconsin, whether they've been presidential campaigns, gubernatorial campaigns, judicial campaigns, congressional campaigns. Mark is a highly regarded strategist in Republican circles, and we're delighted that you could be with us today. Thanks very much, Mark. Next to Mark is Charles Franklin. Charles, as you know, is a visiting professor of law and public policy here at Marquette University Law School. He's a professor of political science at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Charles is a nationally known expert in polling and public opinion. He co-founded pollster.com, also founded pollsandvotes.com. He was co-director of the Big Ten poll at the University of Wisconsin back in 2008, and he is a member of the ABC News election night analysis team. In fact, Charles was working on Tuesday night for ABC News. Also seated next to Charles, we have with us Joe Winnicke. Joe comes at this as a guy who's been a candidate and also the chairman of the state Democratic Party. Joe was a member of the state Senate for 6 years, I believe, and then in the Assembly before that for 10 years. And among other things, he was Governor Doyle's chief labor negotiator, but he was the chairman of the state Democratic Party for 4 years. He preceded Mike Tate as chairman of the party. Yes, so, Joe, we're glad to have you with us today, too. That's what we're going to talk about. We'll talk about the state of our political discourse, why campaigns look and sound the way they do. And I want to begin with this question. Perhaps we'll start with Joe and Mark first, because you guys work inside the arena, as we say. There is this belief that campaigns today are somehow harsher, that the messages are more negative. But I want to open this up and say, do you agree with that? Or is it just our perception of the way politics is practiced? I'll begin with Joe and then have Mark weigh in. Joe?
The answer is yes.
You believe that?
I do. And the reason for it is the significant change in the cost of elections. When I first ran for the Assembly, I ran an 11-way race in 1982. I spent $3,000. 15 years later, when I left the state Senate, John Erpenbach, some of you might know his name, he's a state senator from Middleton, ran. $2 million were spent in that race. And he finished fourth in spending behind the Republican counterpart and two independent groups, the Manufacturers Association and the teachers. Is the actual message harsher? No. It's just that there's so much more of it.
I largely agree with what Joe said. I think that it's not a simple yes. I think actually that campaigns are very similar to what they've always been. Yeah. It's just that there's a lot more money involved in them. And an analogy that I was going to throw out is that in 1998 I ran a congressional race up in northeast Wisconsin, the 8th Congressional District, and we spent about $800,000 to win.
Which was a lot at that time.
Which was a lot. But 8 years later, both candidates spent over $3 million. So just in that brief period of time, you saw the massive expansion. So that means a lot more ads. So it feels a lot more negative. I don't think the messaging is all that different, but it feels a lot more negative because there's so much more of it. And I think the other big change that we've seen over the last decade is that there's so many more information sources, whether it's cable news and you've got Fox and MSNBC on each of the end of the political spectrum, talk radio, and then, of course, the Internet, which is where really the bottom feeders like to live, is on the Internet and put out a lot of crap. So, you know, that really, I think, is why it feels a little bit more negative. But the basic messaging of my guy is bad and I'm good, that hasn't been all that much different since campaigns in this country began being waged.
Charles, as someone who looks at these things from your vantage point, what do you think? Have things changed, or is it just the sheer volume of the messaging?
To save the unanimity of the panel, I'll agree. For the most part, I think that if you listen to any of the or read about the congressional debates of the 1800s or campaigns in that period, We are a little naive. We've not had anyone assaulted and sent to the hospital on the floor of the House, or of the Senate, rather, in a while. So in that sense, things are not unique in this particular era. But the mass media enhances that, the kind of spending we're talking about. If any of you watched your local news at 5 or 6, you probably saw half a dozen at least political commercials in a half hour and maybe more, sometimes whole blocks, back-to-back ads from different candidates. So I think the megaphone is a lot louder. And finally, the imagery that goes with modern commercials as opposed to the text. If you read the written transcript of ads, you might not be quite as struck by how negative they are as when you see the menacing black and white pictures, and that there must be like 5 voices in Hollywood that tape all of these, but you know, they sound like they're right out of an Alfred Hitchcock film.
Yeah. And Mike, if I just a quick touch on, because I agree with what Charles said. You know, Baby Ruth was not just a candy bar. Baby Ruth was the illegitimate daughter, supposedly, of Grover Cleveland when he was running for president. This stuff's been going on forever. You should see the stuff that they said about Lincoln. So the message can be negative. It's just how we do it. And television is such a wildly dominating medium. I mean, you see the dark clouds and the racist stuff and everything else that gets in there. And it's not that they say it's racist. Just look at the picture.
Let's talk a little bit about that issue. And this is this discussion of what is a negative ad. And there are differing opinions about what is a negative ad. Mark Grahl, let me begin with you. As someone who works on campaigns, how do you describe that when somebody says, I'm sick of these negative ads? What's your response? What do you consider a negative ad?
Well, I've never worked
Run one.
I've never worked on a campaign that ever ran a negative ad. So I'm not. No, it's very subjective. I mean, we always in the business we refer to it as contrast, and I think every time you mention your opponent's name, it's somehow negative. I disagree with that. I think elections are always about choices, and it's always about here's where I stand and here's where the other guy stands. And I think this is a good question to get into. One of the other reasons I think that campaigns feel a little bit more nasty than they used to is that, frankly, and no offense to our esteemed moderator, because I think he is actually an exception to this, the media, that whether it's the print media or television news, I mean, look at what they cover. Do they cover policy positions? Do they cover, I've got this great plan to create jobs? No, that's not what they cover. They cover the personal stuff, the John Doe, what's the latest leak there. They cover the latest rumor and innuendo, and they spend very little time actually covering policy. And, in a campaign, as somebody who has run several of them, I mean, you can put out as many press releases as you want talking about an issue and here's my plan for that issue, and that gets ignored, but they find, hey, this guy gave you $500 out of the $8 million you raised, and somehow you are now beholden to that person. They own you. So that's what the media has really covered. And I think the media is got some, and I know you've got some media folks who will be up here today, so you can talk to them about that, but also these so-called watchdog groups who every contribution is somehow sinister and laden with some sort of nasty connotation. And I think that's really why you got to the point here where advertising is starting to reflect what the media covers, because you look at those ads, a lot of them, these negative ads, are just pulling things straight out of the news media and putting them up on the screen, and because that's what the news media is covering, rather than here's this person's plan on jobs or education. They're covering that kind of stuff.
Joe?
This is scary because, once again, Mark and I largely agree. The worst thing that's happened in political structures, if you will, is the death of the Fourth Estate. Where is objective, independent news anymore? Is it MSNBC, my guys? Is it Fox? I can tell you, hell no. But there's also there's so many different things. News organizations now tend to like to do PolitiFacts, where they analyze an ad. Have you ever seen one yet that said it was true? They always find a nuance somewhere. They always find something to tear it apart. Now, Mark mentioned something about press releases. Mark, when's the last time we got one printed?
Yeah.
The stuff a campaign sends out isn't printed. I think a negative ad, to get to the end of it, is an ad that's false. But a contrast ad, Mark's pro-life, I don't know if you are or not, I'm pro-choice, I am, is fair. That says, I stand up, I believe in a woman's right to choose, and I'm not saying Mark does, I'm just using him as a candidate, if he was, and he's pro-life. And since every single member of the legislature in Wisconsin is pro-life, it's a fairly safe statement. But I don't think most people even know that anymore. I don't think they pay attention to those gut issues that used to matter to people. And that's wrong. And that's why the rise of social media has become so important, and that those ill-fated blogs, which you don't even have to have your name on and the like, is where people get their news. And boy, is that a shame.
And the media, the mainstream media, felt so threatened by that they started to reflect it in their coverage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Charles, would you like to add to this part of the discussion? I don't want to leave you out there.
I'll put on my academic hat a little bit
Sure.
on this and come in literally the middle, I guess. But the point I want to make is that positive ads are not necessarily informative. If you think of most positive ads in a campaign, they consist of the candidate, the spouse, some attractive children, and a golden retriever.
I got all of them.
Exactly.
And you're
I didn't say it wasn't true.
Okay. Check out. Spouse, nice kids,
Good-looking
golden
kids.
retriever. Perfect. It's true.
It's totally true.
In the interest of full disclosure, Joe Winnicke is running for office again. So
I don't know.
that's true. Yes.
Okay, case proven by one telling anecdote. Thank you, Joe.
It's not my fault. My wife and
Perfect.
kids are cute, and I got a nice golden retriever, you know?
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Thanks.
Okay? But it doesn't tell you much about the things Joe was just talking
Right.
about pro-choice or pro-life, right? And so a lot of early advertising in campaigns is the get-to-know-you ad, the candidate bio, that features this. And it tells you something about the candidate, but precious little of substance. In comparison, the contrast ads that are a debate about policy, often framed in stark terms with dramatic voices, are for the most part actually informative about differences between the candidates. Now, they are hardly fair and even-handed about the opponent, and they might not be completely truthful about the sponsor of the ad, but voters actually do get exposed to valuable information about differences in candidates far more from those contrast ads than they ever will get from the purely positive ad of the candidate talking about themselves. After all, no candidate will tell you something bad about themselves in a purely positive ad. So that's one thing, and I think that's important to not confound the contrast ad, which is often thought of as negative or uncomfortable, with the kind of scorched earth negative ad that's entirely about character assassination, which is something of a different critter altogether, I think.
How do you determine the messaging that we see, that we hear? I'll ask Mark and Joe to get into this part of the discussion. You've got 30 seconds to get your message across.
80 words.
That's 80 words.
Tops.
Yeah.
Tops. If you use big words, you're really in trouble. So, so you have very limited time. How do you determine it? Is it based on internal polling? Is it based on the candidate's strong philosophy of government? What's it based on? What are we seeing and why?
Well,
Based on focus groups.
In a competitive, big, gubernatorial, presidential, congressional election, yes, it's going to be based largely on polling. It's going to be tested data. You go in and test messages, polling, focus groups, things like that. So what Charles was saying about positive ads don't really aren't very informative, as Joe and I would say. They don't move numbers. Positive ads don't move numbers, whereas contrast ads move numbers. So when you're in a competitive, tough race, you're going to test messages that move people from supporting your opponent to your guy. So you figure out what those messages are, and then you figure out what 75 to 80 words gets that message across as well as you can. And as Charles said, the images are what matter the most, frankly, in TV ads, and then you put that out. So yes, in today's campaigns, especially at the higher level. Now, on the Assembly and Senate level, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit more gut instinct and things like that. And a lot of it depends on the district you're running in. If you're running in a district that's overwhelmingly Democrat, of course, you're going to have a lot different message than you're running in a district that's,
But you'll always have a golden retriever.
But you'll always have a golden retriever. And cute kids or grandkids.
Right.
But that explains why, for example, in the governor's race, you see the governor being very critical of the mayor's record, because that moves numbers, I assume. And you'll see the mayor raise the John Doe because they believe that moves numbers. Is that pretty much what we're talking about?
Yep. And also, although, just to pick on the governor for a second, I can't resist. Former party chair must. When he was attacking Tom Barrett about Milwaukee, he lives about 3 blocks from here. Wasn't he the county exec representing the city of Milwaukee? It's the pot calling the kettle black. And it worked.
And
That's
there we
the
have,
scariest part.
and there we
worked.
have moving on, ladies and gentlemen.
No, but largely, when you look at the ads, Mark's totally right. 65, 70 words, 80 tops. I think in the governor's case, it was forward and moving forward and the like. Are we down to 3-word campaigns? I guess we are.
But it is interesting if you look at the word forward, for instance.
Yeah,
that was the governor's
flag.
word. It was the word that President Obama used to describe his new
Quit
campaign.
cheating on stealing each other's stuff, don't you think? It's on our flag. Who's against it? Who's against golden retrievers? But it is. What Mark said is basically how you do it. The sad part of it is that by the end of the campaign, the pollster usually hates the candidate usually hates the campaign manager, and nobody likes each other unless they win, and then they all hug each other. Because the candidate, which I've been 15 times or something like that, by the end of the day, hates the message that he's been given and wants to talk about the big issues. And you never get to. Well, I'm good at my race, but what the heck? None of you can vote for me anyway.
Why don't you get to the big issues? Because now you've blamed the Fourth Estate and
Well, that there isn't one.
Okay, well, what you think is left of the Fourth Estate,
Right.
if anything. But you blame the Fourth Estate, but the response would be that if you went forth with a detailed plan of economic development,
Nobody will read it.
No one would read it. No one would pay attention.
Yep.
And so the campaigns reflect the attention level of the public.
If it's a general election. I think there are differences. I bet Mark would agree with me on this, that in a primary election campaign, you can be much more issue detailed because you're dealing with a much smaller universe.
I think the same goes for the spring elections,
Yes.
too, frankly, because it's a much more engaged electorate.
So you're saying, help me understand, people want detailed information, or is it just like, I have a busy life, this is too much?
Active voters like detail. I think the ones that really get into these things, the ones who open up their checkbook, the ones that go to campaign forums, they want detail. The problem is 90% don't.
Yeah, I think I think the two sides of each, so the partisan Democrats, partisan Republicans, when they're making a choice in a primary, they're going to spend some time to get to know these guys, or the candidates, know where they stand. And I think the same is often true in those spring elections as well, where you've got, instead of 60% of the voting population, you've got 25%. Those are much more engaged voters who actually take a look at issues a little bit more closely. But then when you get to a 60-70% turnout election, you're going to have most of those folks are voting on very limited information.
And to prove Mark's point, the brochure I've got, it's a rough brochure, but it's at the printer. I know that there's not going to be more than 15, 18% voting on August 14th. You know we're voting on August 14th? On the back panel, it lists the first 10 issues I'm going to introduce. What candidate does that?
Yeah.
But in a heavily Democratic race, where I don't care what the Republican thinks about it, truth, I do, of course, except I don't, is that they're not going to win. So I'm running against two Democrats, and I have to prove to them that my bona fides are better than their bona fides.
Here's a question that I think a lot of people sitting out there will probably ask. What about the notion of winning at all costs? Is winning the only thing in political campaigns?
And football.
Well, I'd just like to get how far is a campaign willing to go to win? Do you have those discussions, or is it just sort of, it evolves and you find yourself, I'm at point A, now we're at point B, this is where we are, we just keep adjusting? Mark, I'll let you begin the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, winning is everything. I mean, it's, and I've won and I've lost, and so has Joe, and losing sucks. So, whatever it takes to win, you do. I mean, obviously there are, you don't want to commit crimes to win or things of that nature, but yeah, you do whatever message works, you use it. And like Joe said, I completely agree with what he said. By the end of a campaign, oftentimes you can look back and say, I don't even like what the heck I'm talking about, right. But your pollster tells you that's what people want to hear. And so I think that's actually, if I run a campaign again someday, I'll rely less on polling, because I think it's become an inaccurate science, frankly. But and you kind of lose your way a little bit.
And you pick your
worse.
issues.
Yeah, you feel worse about. I mean, you feel worse about a loss when you get to that situation. But yeah, I mean, you do what it takes to win. You do not get into this thing to lose.
Joe, I'll have you offer a couple words, and I'll bounce this off Charles.
I wish we got rid of pollsters. Sorry. No, I'm fine with independent pollsters. I'm talking about but even there, how many of you spent your whole time in the last several weeks looking at the horse race versus the issues? Who's ahead? Who's behind? And there's a lot of truth in that. But I'm talking about you decide the issues based on what a pollster decides is important, and then they test it. And then they find out how far does it move people. And then you go to a focus group and you test it again. And
you pretend that 20 people can decide how you're supposed to talk.
What if they were all mad that day because they got yelled at by their spouse? I mean, it happens. And politics needs to get back down to a more grassroots level. I will say honestly that there are things that I've been asked to do as both party chair and as candidate that I won't do. I was asked to basically destroy Dan Kapanke a couple years ago in La Crosse. I wouldn't do it. But contrast ads aren't always negative, are they, Mark?
Nope.
I think contrast ads make sense. But I think these ads where they destroy your character and your decency and your honesty are evil.
One quick follow-up on this. There are candidates, though, who will draw the line, are there not? I mean, I think back about John McCain in the 2008 presidential election, and there were people who were urging him, you need to run an ad on the Obama-Jeremiah Wright linkage. And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. So there are occasions where a candidate will say, no, I just can't go there. But you're saying, Mark, that's pretty rare.
I think that was a pretty calculated move by the McCain team.
Okay, you don't think that was just, you think that's a way to improve your standing?
Correct.
Because you were the adult in the room?
You publicly say, I am not going to run an ad on Jeremiah Wright, but, they keep running all this footage of Jeremiah Wright on TV. So, that was a calculate, and most of them are. But, yeah, sure, there are sometimes you look at ads and you say, you don't say I'm not going to do that because it's because it maybe it does offend you and you don't want to do that, but you don't do things because sometimes if you go too far, it can backlash on you. So, I mean, I think that's when you get to the point where you don't run a ad because you think, boy, people are going to see that. I don't care what my pollster says that people don't like this. People are going to see that and be uncomfortable with that, especially when you're talking about television. Now, if you move to different mediums like direct mail, man, that's Katie bar the door. You do whatever you want to do in direct mail because it's a less emotional medium. People can look at a piece of mail and they don't have such a reaction to it like they do a 30-second TV ad.
Or
So-
the infamous robocalls.
or the infamous robocalls. Exactly. If you think TV ads are ugly, just go look at direct mail for campaigns. It is far nastier than television, and frankly, usually so are radio ads. I mean, radio ads are usually, because again, you don't have that visual with it that really sparks the that can cause a backlash if you go a little too far.
Charles, I'll give you a chance to defend pollsters.
No, that's an
We
indefensible.
moved from the fourth estate to pollsters now, so.
I will in this sense that, you guys are talking a little bit about pollsters as marketing, testing the message, finding what works. And that's done for tactical reasons. You obviously don't want to go talk about, sunny days if voters are not motivated by sunny days.
By the way.
Yeah, is that on there too?
No, that was what I meant when I talked about it.
Yeah. But here's the point where I do think there's actually a serious defense of polling. We think of candidates as only saying what the people say they want to hear, and that is the negative side of it. But are you really advocating for a world in which candidates completely ignore what the public thinks? That no matter what the public opinion on an issue is, I'm going to say what I know is right, and I'm going to stick to it, and that's it. That's a strange notion of a representative democracy, a Republican form of government in which we elect representatives because we want them to represent us. Now, there's, of course, an old philosophical debate about whether a elected representative should reflect the public's wishes or whether they should use their own best judgment and stand for re-election and either be re-elected or not. And that's a legitimate argument. But I think it's a strange notion to believe that it's somehow wrong for campaigns or candidates to try to seek out what the public feels about issues and thinks about them. So I think that's the strongest defense I would give for polling, as a profession, but more for its function in the world. And I'm not all that sure that I completely agree that it dominates the message. It modifies the message, but I don't think if you found you were losing on an issue that you would suddenly reverse course and take the Republican side on that issue just because it tested well. There actually are differences between the parties especially, but among candidates even within a party, that probably are not as malleable as
I think where Mark and I were coming from is that it tends to dominate too much how you craft your message, I think is what I'm saying.
But I will say on the public polling, again, this gets to Joe and my point about what the media covers. I mean, there are more, no offense to John, there were more articles on what the Marquette poll said than there were on what Walker or Barrett were going to do about jobs in the economy.
Yeah, you're a lot better known than Mark and I now.
I mean, it's remarkable. Again, it's just that's what
You're saying we love the horse race.
The horse race.
I have Shelties. I don't have a golden retriever is the problem.
My Sheltie got run over.
I want to ask each of you to look into the future a little bit on what campaigns look and sound like as we move forward. There's a lot of talk about the impact of social media, and yet I think to probably most of the people in this room, the overriding impression of a campaign comes from the 30-second TV spot. Are we likely to see the dominance of the 30-second TV spot diminish over time? Will social media begin to drive campaigns more and more? What does the future look like in terms of the information that we're exposed to as members of the public? Joe, I'll begin with you.
Social media is going to be more and more dominant. Television will always be a dominant force, but I think less. But what's happening now is with YouTube and everything else. And how many people have a Facebook account here? Fewer than I thought, but most of you. Your Facebook account is your circle of friends. Right. Yeah, well, yes. But my point is simply that you tend to be talking to people that think a lot like you. And if that's where you get your information source. I mean, all I know is I saw about 8 million people defriend each other in the last 2 months over Walker Barrett. So, I mean, it happened. And they all feel they have to tell all of us that they defriended them too, which I've never quite figured out. But social media is, unless there becomes a robust fourth estate with independent looking at the news, you're going to continue to go to twits and tweets and Facebooks, and there's probably going to be 10 new generations in the next 10 years of this stuff, and we're going to get more and more of that. And that's just the way people get their information. I mean, my lefty friends all watch MSNBC. My righty friends all watch Fox. That's where they get their news. And then one other thing. Newspapers, and I know the editor of the Journal-Sentinel's on next.
George Stanley just walked in the room,
Yes.
so
But
lucky him.
Newspapers, I believe, are starting to lose their independence as a news source. And I just mean it, George. I read the Journal-Sentinel. I read the Wisconsin State Journal, which was much worse than the Journal-Sentinel. They're the two largest papers in the state. They have by far the largest circulation. I don't see the news that I used to see in those papers that I do today, that I used to see.
Just so you know, George, this began earlier, so it's okay. We'll give you a chance. Charles, I'll let you address this. What do the campaigns in the future look like for us?
Well, I want to pick up actually on something that Joe began on, but again with a little more of an academic take on it, and that's the role of partisanship and partisan filters in that we see what we want to see. We see things from a partisan perspective, and how that plays into the negativity of campaigns. So I want to use two somewhat old examples. Hopefully they're a little old enough that we have some removed from them. But so the first is how Republicans responded to Richard Nixon and the Watergate scandal, and how long it took for Republicans to begin to agree that Watergate was something serious and worrisome and eventually a cancer growing on the presidency. It took a long time. By the end, majorities of Republicans thought this was time for the president to go. But the rate of time that it took to get there was very slow. Flash forward to Bill Clinton and the Lewinsky scandal. And how many Democrats defended Bill Clinton vociferously right up until the point and even beyond when it became clear that indeed he had lied about what his conduct had been. And how did Democrats react to that? Now, years later, an awful lot of folks that would say, yeah, Nixon got in trouble, but he wasn't that bad a president in a lot of ways. A lot of people that would think of Bill Clinton and not even think about the Lewinsky scandal anymore. My point is simply that the partisan filters we bring to defend our heroes often extend beyond the point when they've been honorable to the point when they've been very dishonorable. And events eventually show that. But most of the time, events don't reach that point. And we never get past the point of defending our heroes rather than accepting that maybe they actually are flawed human beings, and sometimes fatally flawed. But it also exists in smaller ways that are also really important. So right now, today, if you ask Republicans in this state whether the state has added jobs or lost jobs over the last year, far more Republicans say we've gained jobs than lost jobs. Far more Democrats say we've lost rather than gained. It's the same economy. It's a dramatically different perception. And those very same people, when we ask about the national economy, Republicans say it's going pretty badly. Democrats say it's going pretty well. Isn't that odd that we could have such opposite views of something that we supposedly all live with and experience? And that, again, is partisan filtering. We're seeing what we want to see. Where that ties into the advertising point is that Joe can say the most horrible things, and Mark can say the most horrible things, and Republicans are pretty good with that. Those are right things that Mark say. Those are right things Democrats say that Joe's saying. And so that powerful perception, for the most part, it's not unbreakable, but for the most part, it holds your supporters even when you go right up to the edge and beyond. And that's not a fault of anyone. It's the nature of human beings, human perception and emotions but it drives us to tolerate things from our friends that we would never come close to tolerating from our enemies.
Mark, I'll have you address this future question. Is the 30-second spot still supreme in political campaigns, or will it be replaced by something else?
No, a 30-second television spot will always be king. The way you get the most effect, or not maybe not the most effective, but certainly the way to reach the most people with your message. That, I mean, I think in our lifetimes is not going to change. I think that to pick up on, I disagree a little bit with what Joe was saying about the importance of social media, because I view social media as the people who look at your Twitter and your Facebook accounts are your friends and your enemies. They're not persuadable people. Your persuadable person doesn't go on to Twitter necessarily and learn more about candidates. Same thing with some of the other social media. Now, that doesn't mean that social media doesn't have a dramatic impact, because it does. Because as we saw in this recall election, as we've seen in past presidential elections going back to 2004, I mean, they really do become about mobilization of base voters and getting as many of your guys and gals to the polls as you possibly can. And it becomes less about persuading people, because people have already got pretty hard, fast opinions. So in that capacity, social media, I think, has some value. And certainly, you know, the YouTube moment, that is still amazing. But you know, there are times, you know, there was I thought an incredibly damning YouTube moment in one of these state Senate recalls, and the subject of that got 60% of the vote almost. So it's just one of those things where when you have an electorate that is so getting to what Charles was saying, you have an electorate that's so entrenched, it doesn't really matter what your guy does. You're just going to, I don't care. That's my guy. I don't care what they do. And it's the same thing on the other side. So I do think that TV will always be king. And what you're going to see actually is more money on TV, because the answer will be not to do less TV and do more social media. You're going to be, well, instead of 1,000 points being the baseline, we got to go to 1,500 points as the baseline. And that's really what you're going to see.
So to bring this back to sort of the theme of the conference, and get a quick response from each of you. I just got 2 questions left. We'll take some questions from the audience. The way we do it today, the way campaigns look and sound today, are we doing damage to not just candidates, but to our faith in government? Are we harming the Democratic system in some way, the way we do it today? Maybe a quick response from each of you. I'll go with Joe, and then we'll go down the line.
Well, all you got to do is look at today's headline, and I'm sure it was in the Journal-Sentinel, just in case I don't want to say anything bad, is that support for the United States Supreme Court justices is down to 44%. These are supposed to be the pillars, the arbitrators. Support for Congress is what, Mark, 15 to 20?
As low as it gets.
If you looked at the last week of this historic recall election, all you heard about was turning out the base on both sides. There's a reason why people don't like their government anymore. It's what we're giving them.
Charles, quick thought on that?
I think this is one of the classic effects of negative advertising as well, that a sort of surprising result from virtually all of the studies is that in campaigns with a lot of negative advertising, and again, by that I mostly mean contrast and comparison ads rather than scorched earth, the voters do come away from that with a somewhat higher level of information, in the sense that they're better able to say which candidate is on this side and which candidate is on that side, which, you know, isn't reading those white papers, but at least it's getting left and right properly lined up. So that's the upside to it. And often, despite the myth, turnout is a bit higher, partly because those vigorous campaigns are also close campaigns, and they tend to bring out more voter turnout. But the downside is the more moderate, the more independent, and often the somewhat less interested citizen who is turned off by the negativity and tends to withdraw and drop out. The irony of that is that what you get then is a more polarized electorate that's also better informed. but is not as likely to have been moved by the campaign because you really are preaching to your base. And that smaller group in the middle that's maybe persuadable gets turned off. If I could just throw out one number from our poll with the Marquette Law School poll that was also virtually identical in the exit poll, is that of Barack Obama supporters, 18% crossed over to vote for Scott Walker. But there's also, of Romney supporters, 6% crossed over to vote for Tom Barrett. Those are voters who are potentially persuadable by either side. And I don't know that either of the campaigns this year was particularly speaking to those folks. And I think that's where the highly polarized campaigns, frankly, miss an electoral opportunity. I would think that the Barrett campaign would have been happy to get some of those 18% back, and I would actually think the Walker campaign would be happy to get some of that 6% back.
Mark, do you think we're the way we do things today, is it doing permanent damage to our faith in government?
No. I think that you see that by the voter participation that we have. I mean, in 2004, we had a historic turn. We had, as rough and tumble and difficult of a presidential election. You've seen Wisconsin had its highest turnout ever. This recall election, again, obviously a very rough and tumble race. You had the most people cast vote for in a governor's race. That wasn't back to the days when we used to do it every 2 years and it would coincide with the presidential. So I think you've seen in the voter participation levels that it's not damaging our democracy. I do think, though, that it's not without its imperfections, and I think one of the things that is harmed by this, and Joe can speak to this better than me because he served in the legislature for so long, but I worked in the state capitol in the early 90s, and it was very, very common for Republicans and Democrats to work together on issues. And because of and I would say it's to what Charles spoke about each side kind of landing in media outlets that do not encourage, in fact, disdain the idea of the enemy is somebody I can work with on an issue. Even though we're going to disagree on all these other issues, I mean, I think that's a real shame because I think you lose something there. And I'm not saying we should be to this area where compromise is always what happens, because sometimes compromise ought not happen. But I think that the ability for the two sides to work together, particularly in the state legislature, is it's unfortunate that is becoming difficult and rare.
In 2 seconds on that. But later today, you've got two panelists, and Tim Cullen and Dale Schultz, a Democrat and a Republican, that are going to be on. They're about the only two that do get along. That's sad. We used to, and Mark's so right, we used to fight like cats and dogs in the day, and then we'd go to the end of the park and have a beer.
But you'd also find issues to work together
Yep,
on.
absolutely.
So it wasn't just the
one of my
camaraderie,
biggest
it was
losses, well, successes or losses, was working with Joe Leon, a Republican chair of the Finance Committee, to pass a school aid formula. We got it through the Finance Committee, very bipartisan. That does not happen today.
Not often.
So here's the final question then. What would you change? And keep your answers brief if you would, and then we'll take audience questions. So what would you change about the process, the campaign process?
Mine's 2 words. Citizens United. It's killing our democracy.
Charles, any thoughts?
I'm actually the pessimist here. I think that the electoral system disciplines those who sin, and that unless sinners get defeated, there's not any incentive for change.
Mark?
That's a good point.
What would I change? I think it's more of an internal thing. I just think that campaigns themselves should be more unafraid to say what they think and what they think a solution should be, rather than what they think is going to get them the most votes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's take a few questions from the audience members who are here. We'll start here and we'll kind of work our way through. Yes, sir. If you could just say who you are, press down on this little button right there. No, the ring right around the button. Yeah, just hold that down. You have to hold it.
Pretty fancy.
And go ahead.
Wayne Kudik from Door County, participated in the Democratic campaign side of things up there. I heard a brief reference to Citizens United, but I didn't hear a lot of comments on the whole influence of PACs and corporations. And my fundamental question is, do the campaigns even have any control over those? they certainly have an impact on the message and the volume and the money. And the other word I would use is the elitist, the very rich in this country. Are they circumventing the whole process and therefore dismantling democracy?
Maybe Joe and Mark can have a quick response to that.
Well, I think PACs are the most overstated thing in the world. I mean, PACs, at least you know who your enemy is or your friend, and so does the public because there's disclosure. I think the biggest problem we have in society today is in American jurisprudence, you are always supposed to know who is your accuser. We don't know that today. People can put in, I mean, who's this guy, this gambling guy in Vegas, Sheldon Adelson? How much money can a guy give to a campaign? I mean, my God, I still like it when some little old lady gives me $10 because I know it comes from her heart.
Mark?
Well, I don't like that George Soros puts as much money
Well,
in
that's
as
true,
he does
too.
either. So, but you know, obviously, I think as a guy who's never worked on the independent side of things, always on campaigns, I mean, those ads would drive me nuts. And, you know, the gubernatorial race I ran, we got outspent dramatically and just got destroyed by negative advertising from a third-party group. Yeah. But I also then I'm conflicted with, you know, some of the most important political documents in this country were written anonymously. I mean, I don't like it, but I also think that it's kind of what our country is based upon, is that people have the right to political speech.
Let's take another question, then we'll move up there.
Name is Bill Stoudenmeyer, retired trial lawyer. Nonpartisan officially. This has to do with candidate deniability. Mark mentioned before John McCain talked up 4 years ago and said, we're not going to go after the Barack Obama, Jeremiah Wright thing. About 2 weeks ago, New York Times broke a story about, I've forgotten the guy's name, but he owns the Chicago Cubs now.
Rick.
And he and some friends were coming up with millions of dollars for an ad hoc campaign, not connected to the Republican Party, that would bring out the worst racist tendencies in those who subscribe to them, or at least have them somewhere in their system, and would try to beat Obama in this fashion. And the thing that caught my attention was either the same day or the next day, Romney came out publicly and said, no, we're not going to do this, sort of like McCain 4 years earlier. And they listened. The guy in Chicago and the others, as far as I know, that campaign went away, and they'll put their $50 million to something else. My question is, why isn't that done more commonly? Why did I get so many robocalls and see so many ads in the last month or so about that wound up by saying not tied to any candidate, completely independent, when you know darn well that they're either really down on Barrett or really down on Walker? We used to have, or for a while we had this idea that I'm Scott Walker and I approve this message. You still have that for their own campaigns, but there is far more money out there, at least there was here in Wisconsin recently, so-called independent money. Why can't we have a system where the candidate is indeed tied to the nastiest of these nasty ads? I think we'd see a lot fewer of them.
Well, just two things on that. Number one, obviously, again, as we said before, I mean, the Supreme Court has ruled the Constitution allows that political speech, so that's why. But those ads are tied directly to the candidates. If a nasty third-party ad is run against, your opponent, you're going to get questioned about that. So, I mean, those ads, in the public's mind, they often don't distinguish who is the third-party actor and who is the campaign itself. I mean, that is often. Now, the candidate can say, well, that's not my ad, that's some third-party group, and walk away with it. But if there is a residual backlash of some kind, it's going to stick to the candidate as well. And I actually have seen that. I've seen, it's not as coordinated as you think it is. I've sat there on campaigns, and then a third-party group who's supposed to be helping my side puts up an ad, and I'm like, what the heck are these morons thinking? So it's not as coordinated as people think that it is.
It's allowed to be much more coordinated than it used to be, though. And, you know, the Supreme Court's done some real doozies in recent times, but they also created a bright line test for what is political advocacy, is to make you an independent or 501c4, which is really getting a little technical, group. And as long as you don't say vote for or against, you can call that person the biggest dirt ball that ever existed, but you didn't say vote against them. And, I mean, that's just too cute by half for me. And you know why everybody uses robocalls? They're cheap. They don't cost much. I just did an invitation to a fundraiser last night. It cost me $50.
Let me take a couple questions up here. I'll go. There's a woman there, and then Don, and we'll take them in that order. So go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I'd like to ask Dr. Franklin, if you have any models. Oh, I have to push it. Thank you.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, there. All right. Who would know? Dr. Franklin, do you know of any other models of other cultures that do democratic elections in a different, I'm sure you do. Can you tell us about any that we might learn something from?
There are plenty of examples with short election spans or limited advertising to what we would call public service announcements, things like that. But they lack one thing we have called the First Amendment. And seriously, you know, the point about speech and also the point about how the court has construed that in a way that is upholding speech but also confers advantage to groups or organizations or individuals with money. That's a good debate to have. But that First Amendment that says you have the right to this speech is the fundamental reason why we will never have constitutionally a notion that restricts it the way the British do, for example, or other countries do. You know, and I think this is, you know, the blessing and the curse of the First Amendment. You're going to hear speech you don't like. You're going to hear unrestrained speech. You're going to hear, you know, individuals who can buy time and they have the right to that platform. So I wish there were a simple institutional answer that if we just adopted what the Dutch do or something, all of our problems would go away. It won't. And then the last thing I'd say is that, you know, campaigns have messages to get out. They find ways to get those messages out. I think the history of reforms in this area is a history of a change which then finds a loophole, which is closed, which finds a new loophole.
PACs were a reform.
PACs were a reform, right? Mm-hmm. You know, it's not without its drawbacks.
Don?
Thanks, Mike. Don Layden from Milwaukee. I guess if we're identifying ourselves, large political donor, affectionately known as a bundler, as a member of Obama's National Finance Committee. Could we go back to Mike's question about changes that could take place? And could you talk about whether there are ways to change the electoral process itself? You know, looking, for example, at the California model of top two primary vote getters move on as a way to change some of the discussion that takes place in these races.
Anybody want to take a shot at it?
Well, I will jump in with one, but I don't know that I have a perfect policy proposal. But there was a nice report from the Pew Center for the People in the Press, which you can find online if you look for it, on the growing partisan polarization in the country. That over the last 30 years, not only has Congress polarized far more sharply, but that the public has as well. So Democrats are now much more likely to call themselves liberals than they were 30 or 40 years ago. Republicans much more likely to identify as conservatives. That separation is greater. The relevance of that is because of the primary system we have. That is, primaries are within party. They more and more reflect that greater homogeneity within the party. So at one level, it doesn't matter what happens when you come to the general election if your two candidates have been picked by primary electorates that are, relatively speaking, homogeneously to the left or homogeneously to the right. Then your November choice is between two relatively far apart candidates, right? I think that contributes a lot to the kind of campaign rhetoric, which brings it back, that if you're selected by a base of strong believers, it's going to be much harder to move to the middle. Historically, after the primary, candidates have moved to the middle. The Romney campaign got in trouble with the famous Etch-a-Sketch line, but like all Washington gaffes, it's when you tell the truth by accident. That campaigns have always looked to moderate a bit as they come to face a general electorate. I think the primary system is one thing that holds it apart. I'm not as convinced that the California system is really the solution, because strange things can happen in multi-way contests. You could imagine two candidates of a smaller party, the minority party in a district, in a primary with four candidates from the majority party. The four majority candidates divide the majority vote. You end up with two minority candidates as the two nominees in November. So I don't see why that isn't a fairly serious concern, and why I do think it's clear that that doesn't solve our problems. But
I think actually the state of Wisconsin, I think our system is fine. It's not the system that, if you have issues with the electoral system, I don't think it's the system itself. It's the money and the candidates and things like that. But on a national level, I actually think the way that both parties select their presidential candidate is crazy. I mean, it's just insane that that a couple thousand people in Iowa who have to show up at 10 o'clock at night in 30 below zero weather have that much influence over who the next president of the United States is absolutely nuts. So I think that if we want, especially on the more national level, when you get to those presidential campaigns, I get you want to vet your candidates, and maybe you could do regional primaries or things like that. But I think the current system of these caucuses and early primaries in states like Iowa and New Hampshire and South Carolina on the Republican side, having just that much influence over who the next president of the United States is nuts.
Joe, you get the final word.
Redistricting reform. How every 10 years, and when the Democrats are in control, they do this too. But you should see the village of Oregon in this district I'm running in, and see what you see, they didn't even follow ward lines anymore. It's cut out 8 different ways. Nobody knows what district they're in. That would be a big deal, because you wouldn't be able to pack seats like they're doing down in Racine. And they're already talking today in the Journal-Sentinel about recalling John Lehman. He hasn't been sworn in yet. I mean, come on. The other thing we could try to do, Don, I think there's still a sliver.
A Democrat complaining about recalls?
I'm going to tell you a secret. I don't like recalls. Except for malfeasance, which we'll see in a few weeks, and now we can't recall him for that. But the other point is, I just thought I'd throw it in because time's up.
Moving on again.
We're healing the great divide. Healing the great divide here.
The other point is, I still think there's an avenue for public financing of elections that the court would agree to. I mean, wouldn't it be worth it if you could take all this goofy money out of here, if you had to pay $20 a year and you had clean elections, and politicians then could just do what they want instead of worrying about who they offend?
Two things before we wrap this up and give you a little break here. First, Ken Goldstein, a friend of ours, UW political science professor, who's now running the campaign media analysis group for Kantar Media in Washington, sends his regrets. I got an email from Ken late last night. Something had come up in his office. I think he would have offered some great insight on the ads that are run, what kinds of ads, why they work. So Ken sends his regrets. We do want to acknowledge him. But having said that, I would like to thank the folks who were here today: Mark Grohl, Charles Franklin, Joe Winnicke, and one other point. When we return, and again, we will return in about 14 minutes. The next topic: civic participation or recreational hostility. Policing the blogosphere. You read the comment sections, you know what we're talking about. Anyhow, thanks for your attention. Thanks to our guests.
The next panel presentation actually, I think for many of us, has my most favorite title, which is Civic Participation or Recreational Hostility, Policing the Blogosphere. And when we were talking about developing the program, there are a lot of topics we could have chosen, and some people mentioned, talk radio or the television, and we decided that focusing on sort of what's happening in terms of blogging and responding to news articles. And Stephen Goldswig, who is the professor and chair of the Department of Communications at Marquette, was very involved in our planning and helping put together this panel along with Alan Borzek. Professor Goldswig's current research interests include contemporary presidential rhetoric, which we'll probably hear a lot more of in the next few months, and ethics and political communications. He's the author of An Imperialist Hour, the public address of John F. Kennedy, and Truman's Whistle Stop Campaign, among others. He's written a number of articles and books on the issue of communications, and he has graciously agreed to be the moderator of this next panel, and Steve will introduce his panelists. So please welcome Stephen Goldswig.
Thanks, Janine. I'm delighted to be here today. I think coming together on this topic at this particular time is both fortuitous and also a little bit daunting. So we'll kind of go and move forward as best we can. I want to tell you that this panel will be set up just a little bit differently than the last panel. We have different experiences at the table, and I want them to have the chance to talk from their perspectives. And so, yes, we're going to talk about social media. We're going to talk about responses on the internet to newspaper articles. But we're also going to talk about personal experiences and perhaps some problems with controlling some of the kind of discourse we've talked about already today. That is the fact that folks are highly partisan. They can get angry. They can express that anger. And the new social media and the internet in particular gives us all kinds of opportunities to express our feelings, some of which can be quite unrestrained. So in order to get things started today, I think the best thing to do is just introduce our panelists. And I'm going to start from my extreme left over here with no political implications. Our first presenter will be Steve Johnson, who's been a Chicago Tribune writer and critic for more than 25 years. Although he now reports on the full spectrum of popular culture, he spent several years last decade covering the web as a full-time person for the paper's first and probably last kind of critic. He served as an internet critic. He's also been a blogger for the Tribune and an avid consumer of occasional contributor to online comment forums. His vision of hell, he tells us, includes a dinner party with randomly selected YouTube commentators. So we'll let him start, but I want to introduce the rest of the panelists as well. Next to him, we have George Stanley, who's been managing editor of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel since 1997. He's led a professional staff to great achievements through a period of tumultuous change by fostering a culture that encourages innovation and excellence while focusing on providing news of greatest value, especially to our Wisconsin readers. Next to him is Mr. Greg Helding. He currently serves as the alderman of the 11th District and chair of the Public Safety and Licensing Committee on the Racine Common Council. First elected to office in 2005, he's also served as chair of the Public Works and Services Committee, a member of the City Plan Commission, and president of the Common Council. His public service sparked his interest in law, and that led him to Marquette University Law School, where he's just finished his first year of legal education. Greg grew up in Racine and still lives there with his wife, Julie. last but certainly not least, and I'm glad to see Lynn Turner here, my colleague from the Department of Communication Studies. I'm especially glad to see her here because she had hip surgery earlier this spring, and this may be one of her first outings in public, so welcome, Lynn. Lynn is also a professor of communication studies, and she's the director of the interdisciplinary minor in family studies at Marquette University. She earned her PhD at Northwestern. She's a past president of the Organization for the Study of Communication, Language, and Gender. She served as executive director of Central States Communication Association, and most recently, a past president of the National Communication Association. She's currently here today, and she will talk to us a little bit about her experiences with our National Association's online newsletter and comment base called CritNet. So without further ado, let's turn to Mr. Steve Johnson. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks, everybody. I'd like to thank the Brewers this week for continuing to demonstrate to Cubs fans that this is, in fact, a rebuilding year. And probably will be many more to come. And I'd make another topical remark touching on the Walker recall vote. But my experience with online comments teaches me that introducing politics almost always leads to ill will and impasse, so I will just begin. It's very easy to bash online commenting. I've experienced its problems as a blogger, getting called all kinds of stupid by hundreds and hundreds of commenters for daring to write about the maddening time I had trying to set up one time an iPod Nano. I've experienced it as a journalist, frustrated and occasionally enlightened by the remarks that people post beneath the stories that I write. And I've experienced it as a user, posting periodic comments on product review sites and the like, or adding the occasional comment, always under my own name, to online discussions of Chicago media. And from such experience, I have to say that I agree with the criticisms. Online comment areas are, generally speaking, hotbeds of uncivil behavior. Name-calling is rampant. Grammar is atrocious. Ability to stay on point is almost non-existent. I do not often believe people when they claim that my 10-year-old can do something better than whatever the person in front of them is doing. But in this case, yes, my 10-year-old could do much, much better. Alicia Shepard, an astute observer of media for many years now, last year concluded a 3-year stint as NPR ombudsman. This was her summary take on the online community that NPR worked hard and spent a lot of money to nurture. Shepard said, "The goal is dialogue, but it's pretty clear that the debate between dialogue and diatribe is still being waged. From the view I've had for the last 3 years, I'd say diatribe is winning, hands down." And that is at NPR, where the superstars talk about automotive problems and the low-grade quirkiness of Lutherans. If you cannot find civil dialogue at NPR, I submit, then civil dialogue in an online community may be unobtainable. It may be harder to find, in fact, than a noisy week in Lake Wobegon. Personal attacks and the like in online comments aren't just an affront to decency. They've sparked lawsuits, and they are a threat to the good journalism that is a backbone of the country. I've seen many stories or story subjects on news websites, story sources or story subjects on news websites bashed in the comments below those stories for their political views, for the way they are raising their kids, for example, and far too often in the case of female sources for their physical appearance. If somebody knows that speaking to a reporter is the first step to being publicly abused, won't people just find it wiser to stop speaking to reporters? This problem is a big part of the reason that the commenting function is often turned off on potentially controversial stories, and why many, if not most, news websites now at least require people to register and sign in before posting a comment. The days of easy anonymity, I think, may be dwindling. Politics, of course, are the third rail of online comments, and almost any discussion can be turned political. An example, I came across the other day a YouTube video of Mark Knopfler, the Dire Straits guitarist, joined by Eric Clapton, playing the Dire Straits hit Sultans of Swing. And the comments followed a predictable path. Debates about which guitar god plays better, invocations of other guitar god names. By the standards of YouTube, it was pretty high-toned stuff. And then somebody noticed that the song was recorded at a birthday celebration for Nelson Mandela. And wasn't Mandela a communist? End of civil discussion, beginning of dialogue or diatribe about global politics. I'm sure everyone has encountered similar situations. People will find almost any excuse to start a venomous political debate. The operative theory in these situations seems to be that one more exclamation point is all it will take to finally convince the world of the rightness of my side. Reading such comment threads, I am reminded of a concept from when my sons were toddlers. Parallel play. Little kids on a play date don't really play together. They're too narcissistic for that, but they do play alongside one another, just like people who argue politics online. It's adult parallel play. But all that being understood, I think it's also important to say a few good things about online comments because there are some good things. Number one for me is that they can be an amazing source of information. I don't fully understand why smart and informed people continue to want to jump into this messy fray, but they often do. And if you are researching a subject, sifting through the comments posted on other stories about related topics is often one of the best places to find unreported information or fresh perspectives. Number two is that there are some genuinely first-rate comment areas. The comments on Woot.com, that's W-O-O-T, a deal-a-day shopping site now owned by Amazon, are hugely informative and often very funny. Ditto for the ones at the online AV Club, the fact-based arts and entertainment adjunct to The Onion. AV Club comment areas play like an online version of the conversation you might have after a concert or a good book club meeting. I don't have research on this, but on both of those sites, I would bet that the ratio of signal to noise in the comments that people post is very high. And that's because those two websites do the single most effective thing, I think, that somebody wanting to generate good comments can do. They foster a deep and abiding sense of community. People feel invested in the place and don't want to spoil it by acting like trolls. Other sites succeed at suggesting civility by policing their comment areas relentlessly or by paying an outside firm to do it, but these are expensive solutions. A third good thing about online comments is that they can, in fact, help people get and stay engaged in civic life if they encounter a reasonable environment for engagement. Here's Alicia Shepard, the former NPR ombudsman again. This is a quote. The 99-1 principle convinced me that many, not all, comment sections are an exercise in faux democracy. This theory goes that 90% of us will read something online and move on. 9% occasionally take time to comment. That leaves roughly 1% who dominate the online conversation, and among this smaller number is found the digital equivalent of the loudest drunk at the bar. Their messages are often rude and accusatory. They indicate little interest in joining a conversation, yet they succeed in scaring off those who truly want to engage. Thank you for your time. I look forward to the conversation that follows, and I urge everyone here to do your part to start making things better. Go home tonight and please, please post a coherent and properly spelled comment beneath a YouTube video.
Thanks, Steve. George?
We have a debate in our newsroom that's been continuing ever since comments started with online stories. In fact, we're going to talk about this again next week because, this, even though this has been going on for years now, it's still something that we've had to learn about and experience to go along with. And as Steve said, we've learned a number of things along the way, including certain stories that we just can't allow commenting on. And one of those is obituaries. We can't allow any obituary to have comments. If Nelson Mandela dies, we will not allow commenting on that story. If Archbishop Tutu, if Mother Teresa were still alive and died, we would not be able to allow comments on that story because some people just can't control themselves. And our producers, online producers, the last person to turn the lights out at night pays attention to that sort of thing and tries to keep an eye on things and has the authority actually to turn commenting off. Because as one of our editors said, the people showing up in our comments section at 1 a.m. are not happy, well-adjusted people. But for the most part, we're pretty loose on what we allow in our comments. We don't have a limit like the New York Times does. They shut them off after 2000, and they have 14 staffers patrolling those comments, trying to keep things clean. We can't afford that, and most people can't. So we rely on our readers to flag bad commenters, but it's a flawed system. The debate in our newsroom, interestingly, to make a generalization, breaks along generational lines. So basically, the under 35 group is pretty okay with commenting being wild and free, and they're kind of like our founding fathers. They just don't care, and they've learned to ignore haters. And I don't know if that's because they grew up so familiar with it that they learned to let it flow off their back like water off a duck, but they just don't let the haters and the hateful comments bother them, and they think that the worthwhile comments are worth it, engaging that discussion. The over 35 crowd, and I'm a member of that, obviously, feels a lot more hesitant about where we've gone with comments and what they add to the public debate. And that was true until last summer. Every summer we bring in a new crop of interns to work for us, and I ask them what they think about our commenting and what they think we should do about it. And up until last summer, the interns were always 100%, just let it go. It's okay, just free speech. But last summer it was interesting. There started to be there were several interns, still a minority of the group, that started to think differently and thought maybe it's time to start controlling these things. And I don't know if that's another generational shift starting to occur because of what Lisa Shepard and others have been noticing and saying about that Steve quoted, or whether it's the heat of the arguments here in Wisconsin over the past year contributing to that. I'm not really sure what that is, but it was interesting to me to see the first shift in that just this past year. I'd like to quote from a very thoughtful letter I received from a reader last March at the height of the madness in Madison. He called his email "Wither Comments," and it was just it's probably the most thoughtful one I've ever received on this issue. And I'll just quote some excerpts. The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel sends trained reporters to collect data, sift the information, and piece together a story that, as accurately as possible, reflects some version of reality. It is then edited and printed. There is obviously no such process at work with commentators. They have free access to deliver what Gene Weingarten referred to as little spit-flecked rants. These are published online and, in a way, become a part of the story you are presenting to the public. In the highly charged environment that is Wisconsin today, these rants range from the thoughtful to the totally off point. I would suggest that you as editors responsible for the product that is delivered to the public might consider closing down this uncontrolled torrent of misinformation and opinion, as it seems to be a source of increasing public frenzy at a time when there's already enough stimulus available. My concern is that in the spirit of fostering discussion and providing a public space for it, you may be inadvertently creating a space for the fire of public opinion to be fueled to a point where it becomes a mob scene and goes out of control. The MJS is providing a megaphone to everyone, and that detracts from its role as a presenter of solid information. And I responded to him that he really saw the nut of our problem, which is how do we foster public discussion and let responsible readers interact when we don't have the staff to enforce accurate registration by name. At that time, we are forcing that now, or weed out the nonsense. We do require registration, but we allow anonymity. That was a concession to folks who thought there are whistleblowers out there and others who need protection and won't talk about what's really going on in their agency or something like that, unless they can be anonymous. But anonymity is what causes a lot of these problems, I think. Anyway, after I responded to him, he replied again and said something else that I thought was very thoughtful. My basic observation about comments, whether they be the MJS, the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, or any publication, is that I don't think they foster dialogue at all. They simply provide worldwide megaphones to those moved to express their opinions. I cannot think of a single instance where I read a comment that indicated that the writer had been swayed by a posting by another reader. The critical element from my point of view is that once one wades into the comments following a story, the essence of the story that provoked them, however well researched and written, becomes at parity with the opinions. And I think we lose something in the process. So I'm going to just end it on that note because I think that'll help fuel some discussion later. And I'd be interested in knowing the opinions of people in this room about our comments.
Thank you, George.
Thank you. I agree with your letter writer. I was asked to talk a little bit about maybe how these internet attacks can shape local politics sometimes. And I thought there were a few ways that I noticed from my experience. One is that this can happen when local officials respond to these attacks in some way, and by respond I mean in their official capacity. Another would be there have been local officials who then use this tool to further their own agendas or attacks. It's very tempting because it's this sort of unbridled beast, but it's very powerful, and sometimes they try to tame it to their own ends, and that doesn't always work out too well. I've also seen public discourse at the official level be stifled by internet attacks and the commenting and blogging. And I've also talked personally to people who have considered public service at the local level, which is certainly something everybody should consider, but they don't want to do it because they don't want to be the subject of these attacks, and they don't want to see themselves or their families mentioned online in a negative way. Obviously, being mentioned online comes with the territory when you're in public office. With regarding to responding to attacks, just a couple of weeks ago I was at a Common Council meeting, and one of our members asked a question that was basically fueled by an internet blog site that said, regarding a contract and an allegation that a subcontract went somewhere it shouldn't. Of course, by the time we've gotten to the meeting, that had all been sorted through, but the question was still asked, and it was basically a verbatim repeat of a blog attack. I know, and what my worry with that is that lends credibility to what otherwise is an uncredible source. There was an article I had to read for a class this year that talked about how sometimes, and I think the previous two presenters got to that a little bit, just the form of something makes it, if it sounds right, it must be credible. If it sounds kind of journalistic, or if it sounds like the person writing the comment must know something, if they use the right buzzwords or the right combination, throw in a little grammar here and there, it's more believable. And so if you read something that sounds right, it must be true. So you see these comments and things, you think, oh boy, maybe there's something to that, even though there is nothing to that, or there might be nothing to that. And I think that causes a great deal of problems at the local level, because then you have, it's bad enough with folks not understanding things, but then they're reading these usually it's newspaper website comments, but that sort of make them question even more. The second area I talked about was if local officials who maybe, or officials or activists, but particularly officials who sort of use the internet commenting and blog sites, particularly the attacking angle of it, as a tool to fuel their own ends. Over the last couple of years, we had an alderman who was no longer with us. He was voted off. He didn't die. But who his budget speeches one year, I knew how to refute them because all I had to do was read the Racine Uncovered blog, which, just the name of that, by the way, it's like there's something to uncover. At any rate, all I would have to do is read that and see what she or her commenters were griping about, research the opposition to that, and then come prepared to the meeting to listen to exactly what I'd read on the blog be repeated back to me, and then be prepared to respond. It actually was sort of nice to have his punches telegraphed like that, but at the same time, it's out there sort of in the the ether of local discussion, even though maybe it's not necessarily something that's founded. That actually led, that particular alderman and internet led to a really weird and interesting thing over the past year or so. Some of you may have read about it if you follow Racine at all, but our mayor was sued for defamation. It was settled, and I can't talk about it, but what I will say is that it initially started with an internet site that was talking about a program we had in one of our departments, and the person who was running that program was terminated for cause, that I can talk about. But when the mayor discussed why, suddenly the blogs came alive with all sorts of things saying, well, he shouldn't have been talking about that, and the sort of bubbling and percolating on these websites ended up with enough people hearing it and talking about it that a lawyer from Kenosha decided it was a good case and contacted the guy, and the next thing you know, we had to pay $100,000 in legal fees to settle a case that probably wouldn't have won. So that was a way that internet attacks and the local officials sort of merged together and directly caused problems. I will say on a kind of a sour note for me and other elected officials, we read these blogs and it's constant attacks, and it's whether it's physical appearance or your, what did you call it, many shades of stupid, I think. All these different things that come at you, and it is virtually impossible for us to be, as elected or as public officials, to be defamed. It's just sort of the way life is. But they can turn around and through this internet machine create a situation where a response to those defaming attacks is itself defamation, which is odd, to say the least. Sorry, the lawyers were very clear. I couldn't say much. Discourse, I think, is sometimes stifled at the local level. I've seen it at meetings where and I know I do it myself, because what you worry about is that the local blogger who's sitting, in the audience ready to write down everything and put it on the internet, you say really the bare minimum you need to say to get your point across, and you don't have as rich of debate or discussion as you might normally have because of the fear of these attacks. And it's not that we can't take it. We all have pretty thick skins, but it just, after some point, it just tires you out. And so you figure, well, let's just deal with what we have to deal with in the bare minimum way. And it's unfortunate because in Wisconsin, we have a rich history of open records and open meetings and sunshine laws. And, we do everything out in the open and in public, but at the same time, this internet magnifying glass or megaphone or both, and the ability to take an opinion that would otherwise be relegated to the end of the bar and put it around the world, it kind of stifles conversation, I think. And in an attempt to increase discourse, internet dialogue, I think, has actually limited it in some ways. And then this last spring election cycle, prior to that, which would have been last fall when you have to start taking out papers, I spoke to several people who were interested in running for alderman, and one of them came to me with this concern. One of his children is autistic, and he didn't want to worry about that being mentioned in public on the internet, on the Racine Journal-Times website comments or on this Racine Uncovered or wherever, and he knew it probably would be. And I told him, I said, well, it probably will be. And I don't know why anybody would think to bring that up, but they could, and they probably would. And he said, that's just, I don't want to deal with that. And it's a shame, because he'd been a good alderman. He was very dedicated, he's smart, he would have done a good job, but he just didn't want to deal with all of the nonsense. And then, like I said, candidates ask me all the time about that, how do you deal with that? Or people just come and say, well, how do you deal with people yelling at you or screaming at you or, bringing your spouse or whatever into the discussion? And it's difficult to deal with, and I'm sort of used to it. But it does scare a lot of people off. And I think there's people who would otherwise be good candidates for office who don't run because they're concerned about the ramifications sort of the online world. I just have a couple of general issues with regard to this. I kind of question how widespread really is like the problem. The internet is moving so fast, and whether it's Twitter or Facebook or whatever, there's always something new. And really, even newspapers are still struggling to get a handle of how do we integrate internet in our newspaper and comments and all these things. I had written down a note about an 80-20 rule, but I'm since replacing it with the 99-1 because that's really absolutely correct, and it's really how it works. So it's like this echo chamber. And sometimes I wonder if, I mean, we're all here talking about it, but if the internet comments really are creating something, or if they only, are they kind of the tree falling in the forest and we only hear them when we hear about them on the news or things like this. And just a real quick example, I don't read tweets unless I see them on TV. So, you know, Mitt Romney tweeted about something today. Great. Why? I don't, I mean, how many followers are there, and is there really a way to measure sort of the consciousness of who reads all these tweets and if it has an effect? Or the same with the blogs. Most normal people that I talk to, they treat the comments section of our newspaper website the same way you might treat, gladiatorial combat. They go and, ooh, this is exciting, I'll go read it and watch it. But they don't take it seriously, and they all sort of wonder who these people are, especially the 1 in the morning crowd. The barrier to entry on it is so low that I question how much value there is to it at all. It's like anything. If you can purchase it too cheaply, you esteem it too little. And I think they don't put the effort into the kind of comments. And I think you really need to question just how valid it is, sort of based on that. As a teacher of mine in high school always used to tell me when I would whine about something, she'd say, "Gregory, just consider the source." And I would, and then I would be fine. And that's actually how I get through a lot of the withering internet attacks. And then I just have a concern sort of specific to newspaper commenting. Sorry. But Racine's local paper in particular, which I know is not the Journal-Sentinel, is not affiliated with them, so it's a separate beast. But the comments on the blog site, on their comment section there, and on the other newspapers that I've looked at, sometimes are routinely, vile or racist or, filled with lies or whatever. And you can just tell from someone, or they're just attacks either on each other, or the ones that bother me the most, they're essentially the equivalent of, a venom-filled anonymous attack. And if they wrote it down on a letter and they sent it to the editor and said, publish it in your letters to the editor section anonymously, they would say, one, this material is inappropriate for our editorial page, and two, we don't post anonymous letters to the editor. But on their website, which has a bigger audience probably than their editorial page print edition in some cases, it's fine. And that I don't really understand. And there seems to be, I understand the industry is changing and there's revenue issues, and website is one way to bring in revenue. And how do you bring in revenue? You sell ads. How do you sell ads? You show people that people come to your website. How do you bring people there? You let them talk. So there's an issue there, and obviously you don't want to stifle free speech, but at the same time, I think they need to consider applying editorial policies that they have on their main page and their print edition to their online editions. The internet is only one mode of discourse. In the end, I think it's important as we make it. The people have been making ignorant attacks as long as civilization has been around. And I think it's only with the rise of the internet, does that now suddenly make it legitimate public discourse? I don't think that it does. And I think we should try not to give as much credibility to them and to it as maybe we do. It's sort of, you've got this megaphone effect, it's a lot of little voices, but they're on this big, on the internet, they're worldwide, even though maybe nobody outside of southeastern Wisconsin reads a particular website or whatever. It's out there for everybody to see, and it may be, the sort of instant worldwide publishing perhaps gives it a level of credibility that maybe it shouldn't be attached to it. And I'll just say, I'll close on this from an elected official standpoint. We might be in an internet age, but nothing gets the attention of a public official like a good old-fashioned letter or showing up to a meeting and actually talking to us. Anonymous commenting is just that. It's anonymous, and it rarely, I don't believe it should have an impact. What I've done in my own career as an elected official is I really don't, I started to read them and I obsessed, and I got over the temptation to sort of wade in there with my name and say, oh, no, you guys you don't understand, here's the correct issue here or whatever. That was, you don't want to do that. I did that a few times, and I kept coming back, figuring, well, maybe this time they won't hit me, or maybe this time Lucy will really hold the football for me, but it never works out. So I've learned to sort of, I guess, ignore it to an extent and turn myself more toward traditional means of discourse and expression, and those have a bigger effect on me and my decision making and on my colleagues' decision making than any of the anonymous venom on the internet. So, thank you.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I appreciate being on this panel. I know I'm the token academic, and so I feel compelled to make some academic kind of comments. So first I'm going to preview for you what I'm planning to say. That's academic. And I'm going to do some defining. So the first thing I plan to do is try to define civility. And then I'm going to discuss, as Steve Goldswig mentioned, a case study that sort of piqued my interest in this area, civility on the internet. And then I'm going to use some past research to try to speculate about why we are seeing an influx of incivility online. And let me first also do something that might be traditionally academic, and that is say a few caveats to what I'm going to say. And that is that this is a very new area, as we know, and there isn't extensive research in the area of communication on this particular specific topic that we're talking about today. So I'm going to conflate a few things, and I'm going to talk about the internet in general, not just the blogosphere as our topic specified. So first of all, what is civility? And I'm going to borrow from a colleague at Duquesne University, Janie Harden-Fritz, who noted that civility has long been considered a civic virtue, and this is now quoting her, it encompasses public behaviors of consideration and tact in social interaction that prevent the fabric of social life from unraveling. And it is inherently a communicative function. And from a communication perspective, practicing civility involves editing your verbal and nonverbal behaviors so that they are thoughtful, tactful, and constructive. And so I think that's a good working definition of civility that we can proceed with. And so now about this case study. As Steve Goldswig mentioned, I first became interested in this because I am a member of the National Communication Association, NCA, and NCA sort of sponsors an unmoderated and unmonitored listserv called CritNet. And CritNet is used mainly by NCA members, but it's not restricted to them. Occasionally other people post things on it. And there have been many examples of uncivil comments that have been posted on CritNet over the years. But I'm going to just give you an example of one thread that surfaced last August. And I'm omitting the real names that were mentioned on this in the interest of civility. But this thread began with one of our NCA members announcing a new book that he'd just published, which is titled The Only Authentic Book of Persuasion. And that is a pretty audacious title, but it is a common thing to do on CritNet, is to talk about a book that you've recently published or some of your research activities. This particular member, the author of this book, is well known to CritNet readers and NCA members because he posts a lot, and he's a politically conservative person who regularly criticizes NCA and the rest of its members for being too liberal and being inhospitable and not civil to conservative perspectives. So after he posted that he'd published this book, he attracted several comments. One of which stated in part, and I'm quoting this post now, first, an authentic book on persuasion is one that is authoritative, pretty clearly entitled to considerable respect, valid at least to some significant extent, qualified to be labeled a book on persuasion, entitled to be to the presumptive belief as stating or according with facts relating to the subject as we now know them, i.e. credible in respect to the current state of research in the field. And I don't have to read this author's book or his flyer to know that that book title is not just audacious, but it is ridiculous, as is he. Okay, so, not nice, but maybe not like, some of the comments that other people have talked about. Or I'm actually doing a research project right now looking at comments in response to TV shows that purport to be real, like The Real Housewife and the Kardashians and stuff. Not nearly of Kardashian quality there, but still not the nicest thing that you could have posted. So that post stimulated several other comments, and the most egregious comment that followed that one that I read, I will now read you. I request that poster offer evidence that his newest inane comment posted to CritNet on August 8th and directed toward the author of the book, I request that he offer evidence that it has any merit. And then he addresses the poster. I've changed his name to Smith, and he says, "Mr. Smith, you nincompoop." Not, crude language, but kind of rude. You have asked a question which is predated by a book-length answer from the author of the book. Inquiring minds don't want to know why you insist on regularly polluting CritNet with your obtuse tautological drivel. Your commentary is sillier than Rod Blagojevich playing puck. Perhaps you will one day have an epiphany of sorts and quit this bizarre game you play, but until then, expect in response to your posts the occasional appearance of my kind of rhetorical fly swatter. So comments like this were exchanged for a while, and a few people spoke up about the fact that these kinds of exchanges might be unworthy of communication scholars, and we need more examples of civility online. So that led me to question, why have the National Communication Association members seen fit to write to one another in a public forum in ways that they presumably would not tolerate in their students, and ways that they presumably would lecture against in their classrooms? So for the rest of the short time I have with you, I'll just suggest a couple possible answers from previous research. And I'm going to start with Sherry Turkle's concept of being alone together. You might be familiar with Turkle's work. She's an MIT professor who has been in the news a lot lately because she talks about this kind of thing and has recently published a book titled Alone Together. And this is a quote from her. "We've become accustomed to a new way of being alone together. Technologically enabled, we are able to be with one another and also elsewhere, connected to wherever we want to be. We want to customize our lives. We want to move in and out of where we are because the thing we value the most is control over where we focus our attention. And we've gotten used to the idea of being in a tribe of one, loyal to our own party." And then she goes on to say that face-to-face communication unfolds slowly, and it teaches you patience, as contrasted with when we communicate on digital devices, where we learn different habits. We ramp up the volume, we ramp up the velocity of our online communications, and we start to expect faster answers. And in order to get this, kind of as you were suggesting, we ask one another simpler questions, we dumb down our communications and our answers, even when we are talking about important matters. And she concludes, we are coming to expect more from technology in terms of its speed and efficacy, but less from one another. And so from Turkle's perspective, perhaps we are enabled to forget the other, forget that we're actually talking to at least one other person, but in some cases multitudes of others. We are able to forget habits of civility because technology is teaching us different habits. So it's actually the technology itself that's starting to shape us to think and expect different things out of communication. Another answer might come from the notion of uncertainty, which has long been of interest to communication scholars. And a scholar named Nancy Byam has applied the concept of uncertainty to technological communications. And she notes that all technologies create a point in history where the familiar becomes unfamiliar, and this creates a sense of anxiety in us. In particular, digital communication creates uncertainty around what is public and what is private. And Byam uses another scholar, Sandra Petronio, who talks about the notion of boundary ambiguity, when you don't know if this is supposed to be your public life and this is supposed to be your private life, and here's the division between them, then you have this boundary ambiguity or turbulence. And given this sense of uncertainty, anxiety, turbulence, it's very angst-producing, and incivility can result from that. And then a final possibility that I'll mention is using Goffman's notions of face saving, the idea that when you're in a potentially embarrassing situation, you make efforts to protect your own sense of phase, and sometimes you do that for other people as well. When you see that they are going to step into something potentially embarrassing, you may do something to try to save their face. And so another scholar, John Feaster, used that notion to talk about the fact that different media give people varying senses of control over their self-presentations. He was talking about whether you would choose to talk on the telephone or face-to-face or over email or something like that if you felt you were going to be potentially embarrassed. And then he went on to say a few more things about how different media give people a better sense of control over themselves. And when they get this sense of control, they also start to feel that they have control over others. And so again, kind of going back to what Turkel was saying, Feaster's kind of arguing that as we elevate our sense of self-importance, we may turn that into incivility over other people. Now, I realize I'm only scratching the surface here. Certainly, incivility is rampant in venues beyond the blogosphere, and certainly there are some examples of mediated communication that are not uncivil. But yet, I can't help agree with P.M. Forney, who is a professor at Johns Hopkins University, and he directs the Civility Initiative at Hopkins, which is kind of a community university consortium. And Forney comments that informality may be part of the problem of incivility. And he notes that one of the characteristics of the civil person is his or her being skillful at being formal. And perhaps the internet encourages informality to such a degree that civility is discouraged in the process. Food for thought. So let me conclude with another very academic saying, and that is, this is fertile ground for future research. And I look forward to researching it myself and reading my colleagues' work on it, because I think we are going to see some very interesting findings coming out of this. So thanks.
Thanks, Lynn. I'm conscious of our time. I did want to raise one question that came up this morning when Joe Winnicky talked about newspapers shifting in such a way that they're losing their independence as a news source. So with George Stanley here, I thought I might just direct that question, and then I'll open it up to the audience.
Oh, thanks, Steve. We get that accusation from both right and left in every election season. It's been a little more heated and intense the past year, but it's been exactly the same exact volume on both sides. And it's been that way as long as I've been in journalism, and that's 33 years now. So I think that the standards of independence have not changed a bit as long as I've been in journalism. 4 metropolitan newspapers like ours that value independence and say we're. The one thing that has changed, though, is I think there's been a change in public perception about things like editorial pages. I don't think as many people know and understand that the editorial page is separate from the news department, and that the people making endorsements have nothing to do with the people covering the news. That used to be widely understood when every family read newspapers, and there was really good civics education in high schools and things like that, and the newspaper was kind of the source. I think now with MSNBC and Fox and all this bleeding of opinion into cable news and radio and things like that, that there's been this general confusion. And so when the paper's editorial page endorses somebody, people think that that slants the news coverage. When nothing has changed in that regard, I think that the folks on the editorial page, which I have nothing to do with, are going to bear that in mind in the future. And I think other newspapers have. That's why you see fewer newspapers making endorsements nowadays than used to.
Okay, thank you. Audience members, questions or comments for our panelists? Yes, sir. On the end.
Why do you think it's so difficult for people that are bothered by those comments to quit reading them? You know, in other words, what you don't know won't hurt you.
Yeah, I wish we were all that strong. It's, you know, somebody whispers to you, someone's talking about you in one way or another, and it's just, I think it's just human nature to be unable to resist the pull. It's like the actors you interview that say, "Oh, I never read the reviews," and then they meet you, you know, then you interview them 5 years later, and like, you didn't like that show I was in, did you? I mean, it's people just have a very hard time tuning it out. I don't know if you have anything.
Yes, sir.
Of the age that I remember cities having more than one newspaper, I find myself today saying that with only one newspaper, it seems as though you feel compelled to almost give both sides of every topic, and for it to appear to be balanced. And I think of Bill Moyer's quote that a free press is one where it's okay to state the conclusion you're led to by the evidence. And I often feel today that you almost feel like you get to what that evidence is, what you really think, and then, but I got to balance it, so you get the other side of it. And I wonder if that's connected to being one paper, or.
I think I don't think anything has changed. I worked when Milwaukee was a 2-newspaper town. I worked for one of the newspapers. And I don't think anything has changed as far as the reporters' assignments being to independently go out and find the truth as best as they can find it. Go where the evidence takes you and tell the story that's there. There's always been a need to balance certain things like photographs. So you don't want to have one candidate have bigger photographs than the other candidate, stuff like that. But other than that, I think we've always gone wherever the story's taken us, and that leads to a lot of criticism on the day a story comes out. For example, a story might come out about the John Doe investigation, and the Republicans will hammer the paper, see, they're trying to get Barrett elected, they're biased. Then the next day a story comes out about the police playing with crime statistics, and bam, you know, we're trying to get Walker elected, and we're reflecting our editorial bias. So, but I really don't think being one newspaper has changed the way reporters and editors approach the news. I haven't seen that. And there's so many other competing forms now because of the internet. The barriers are so low to people being out there presenting opinions and things that that there's an awful lot of competition. That's actually a good point. I've never been involved in the editorial page, but there used to be in most towns a liberal paper and a conservative paper, and they were not afraid to be abashedly one way or the other on the editorial pages. And you might have a point with that.
Can I just add, that problem of balancing things out or perceived balance to different sides, I see that problem being a little more prevalent in television news, just because of the brevity of what they do. So you get, a quick 20-second quote from one side and a 20-second quote from the other side, and they appear to be, the 99% of scientists who believe in climate change, global warming, get the same time as the 1% who don't. I hope still in newspapers, in most good newspapers, that there's enough detail of information in there that even if the other side is presented, it can be shown in the fuller context.
Yes, in the back.
I have a question about revenue generation in the comment section. Is keeping the comment section open related to driving and generating revenue? And I also sort of thought that when the Journal Sentinel went to a pay model to get the web version, I thought it actually might improve the comment section, but I didn't really see that link. So I was just wondering if I could get more information about the revenue consideration.
That's a very astute observation. The commenters are not required to pay, and the comments are not part of their 20 page views on the model. That might change. As I said before, we're having a constant debate within the newsroom. I personally think all commenters should be subscribers, and I think that would help a lot. I really do. And I hope we go that way, but I'm not sure if we'll go that way or not. As far as revenue goes, I think that even when we get 3,000 comments on a story or something, I think that it's such a drop in the bucket as far as overall page views that I doubt it has any impact on revenue. And digital sales for that incremental type of advertising is such a cheap form of advertising that I don't think that has a significant impact.
Yes, sir.
I read the comment pages sort of out of curiosity and looking at the train wreck. That's the way I approach it. But have you ever given any thought to requiring a delay before allowing comments? For instance, if somebody writes a letter to the editor, someone's going to read it. They have to send it either by email or by mail. Someone's going to vet it and then publish it, not anonymously. So if you delay comment on an article for a day or two to allow maybe more thought, maybe more review internally, I know you can't afford to hire people just to monitor that all the time, but have you ever given any thought to that so that maybe the quality of comment would be better, and those that went back to that comment page might have more reason to look at it then?
It's a good rule in life. Write the angry letter, table it, and then decide the next day what you want to do with it. Do you just feel good because you've written the letter and you got it out of your system? But the problem with that is that you get to day 2 of something online and it's dead. Nobody's going to it, nobody's going back to it. So.
I wish I'd followed that rule more often.
Yeah.
But the one thing, too, that Greg mentioned that I think is a serious concern about comments is we have no idea how many people commenting, especially on political stories, are paid campaign workers. We have no idea, or like Greg said, the opposition posing under another name in local community politics. We don't have a clue who those people are, and I think a large number of them probably are.
You tied for one more? Yes.
I'm just wondering if the problem is unfortunately essentially with the American people ultimately and societally, that we haven't evolved as much as we'd like to think we have from the days of the Coliseum, and we still like a good bloody fight. You see the politicians that try to avoid getting into the muddy battle be viewed as weak, and ultimately they're going to lose the election if they don't jump in, and then they do jump in usually. So historically, with civil rights and hate crimes and bullying that end up having students commit suicide, societally we react and say, no, that's too far, free speech or otherwise. And so my question is there Should there be, how can we create for those citizens of us that look like we don't have a collective voice, that don't want this level of uncivil discourse? Is there some organization, online or otherwise, or should we create one? How do we do that? That can start showing the pollsters and the newspapers and whomever that we are out here with a voice and we can collect and make a statement.
I don't know of anything. I mean, it would be lovely. I don't know if any of the other panelists has any thoughts on that. It's the 90% problem again, right? The moderate people don't organize and don't, yeah, right, and should.
Well, I do think that Forney that I quoted toward the end, he runs that project. It's in Baltimore, but I think that might be a good model for something like what you're talking about. He would argue, I think, that part of our problem is that sort of because of the American ethos, we value informality, and as a result, we've sort of sacrificed civility along with it. You know, it's not, and he sort of said something similar to what was mentioned up here. It's not that we couldn't be informal and also be civil. It's just that it's too hard. We're not disciplined enough. It's kind of his argument. But that's just a small point he's making. He does have this whole organization, which is sort of like what you're talking about.
There's the Gawker website, which I'm sure people know. It has its own set of problems, but they have an interesting way of handling commenters, and they essentially rank them, and you have to be a kind of member of the club and have proven yourself as a somewhat intelligent, thoughtful person to be able to post comments. And then also outside people are allowed in, but only after editors moderate it. And the problem there, of course, is it gets expensive to run that. Gawker.com. It's Gawker. It's sort of New York media gossip, arts entertainment. It leans a little too heavily to the snarky, but there is some intelligent stuff there too.
Unfortunately, we do have to bring this session to a close. I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank you for your patience and your questions.
Oh, thank you.
See what's out there.
That was very interesting. I could have talked to her a lot more than that.
Yeah, everybody had good.
Yeah.
I like you wrote down several things you said, including together.
Yeah, that's a great book.
I read a while ago. Maybe this is from it, but it's called The After. It's like you're there, but 5 people are
Right.
sitting around a table, but they're all staring at their phone.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
Well, that's good. Well, no, it's good, and they're ready for it.
You know, I don't know of a particular study that's done that. A while back, people did look at the gender breakdown in just internet use in general. And for a while, there was a big disparity that was way more. But now they seem distorted.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank Steve and the panel again for an interesting discussion. If I could get people's attention, because I want to stay focused to make sure we have time before lunch for our next two presentations. In addition to the problem with uncivil rhetoric on the web, it's obviously a much larger problem. And as I told you this morning, one of the purposes of the conference is to look forward, to use a phrase from Wisconsin, and to look about ways that we can address, the people and entities and institutions and individuals can address some of these issues, and so that we can have a more respectful dialogue. And I am particularly excited about this panel because these are three individuals who are friends of mine and also really well-known, well-respected in the national field of conflict management and dispute resolution and public policy. We titled this particular session "From Demonizing Rhetoric to Respectful Difference: Suggestions from Public Policy Mediators," and we're very fortunate to have these three individuals. The first person I'm going to introduce is on the far left. Howard Bellman is one of Wisconsin's own and one of the pillars of the dispute resolution field in Wisconsin and also nationally. He's been a mediator and arbitrator since 1965 when he joined the staff of the Wisconsin Employment Commission from 73 to 76. He was a commissioner of that agency by appointment of Governor Lucey. From 1976 to 1983, Howard maintained a national dispute resolution practice located in Madison and helped to found the Wisconsin Center for Public Policy. During those years, he was among the nation's pioneers in the application of mediation beyond collective bargaining, mainly working in environmental and public policy disputes. From 1983 through 1986, Howard served as secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Industry, Labor, and Human Relations, appointed by Governor Earl in 1987, and then he returned to his practice. Howard has served as a mediator in a very broad variety of disputes throughout the United States and around the world. Examples of his public policy cases include disputes over national student loan programs, state school funding formulas, redistricting, school district desegregation, tribal treaty rights and land claims, river cleanup and restoration, high-level nuclear waste disposal, the protection of captive marine mammals, and the Milwaukee sewer wars. He has lectured at many leading American universities as well in England, so from sewers to mountains, that's Howard. Japan, the Netherlands, South Africa, and a number of Eastern European states. He's been an adjunct professor at the Marquette University Center for Dispute Resolution since the founding of that program in 1983. He holds a law degree from the University of Cincinnati and NYU and is a member of the Wisconsin-Ohio bars. Seated to Howard's right is Susan Carpenter. Susan is a mediator, trainer, and writer in private practice. She has spent the last 35 years developing and managing programs to reach consensus and resolve controversies at the local, state, and national level. She was the founding director of the Program for Community Problem Solving in Washington, D.C. Prior to that, she spent 10 years as the associate director of Accord Associates in Boulder, Colorado, mediating complex public disputes and training others to handle conflict productively. Susan holds a doctorate in future studies from the University of Massachusetts. She was the first visiting fellow at the program on negotiation at the Harvard Law School. She's taught 2 years in Ethiopia as a Peace Corps volunteer, and she has authored numerous materials, including the book Managing Public Disputes, A Practical Guide to Handling Conflict and Reaching Agreements, which is really the book in the area, and I signed it long before I ever met her to my students. It's a wonderful book. She currently works with diverse stakeholder groups to reach agreements on complex public issues and to build capacity for collaborative leadership. She resides in Southern California. She was telling me last night one of her new big projects is working on water issues for Los Angeles, so she has got her work cut out for her. And to the Susan's right is Susan Faziba, who has been a public policy mediator for 25 years and is author of the forthcoming book, Civic Fusion, Mediating Polarized Public Disputes. She's listed on the UN mediation roster and recently provided mediation training for the UN's mediation standby unit. She's designed and mediated scores of cases across the policy spectrum, including international relations, governance, environmental work, land use and development, transportation, security, labor standards, public health, and education. Her clients have included the U.S. Departments of Commerce, Defense, Education, Energy, Health and Human Services, Housing and Urban Development, Interior, Labor and Transportation, the U.S. EPA, and U.S. Institute of Peace. Susan served as a Fulbright Senior Specialist in Peace and Conflict Resolution at the Amsterdam Center for Conflict Studies at the University of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, and has taught graduate courses in mediation negotiation at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and the program on negotiation at Harvard Law School. What I love about all three of these people, although they're incredibly accomplished and well respected in their field, they have a lot of very practical experience and have worked really at bringing people of very diverse views, philosophical, religious, ethnic, diverse views together, and to be able to respectfully talk to each other and to be able to move towards some common ground. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Howard, I think, who's going to tell us a little bit perspective on what's been happening in Wisconsin and his views on it. And one of the things we talked about last night that I was going to mention, I mentioned it earlier, you know, that Governor Walker, now that he has won the recall, really is starting to talk about the importance of bringing people together, bipartisan discussions, and moving forward. So I think this is a perfect place to listen to these three experts and talk about their experience a little bit in ways that they've been able to be effective in doing that work. So Howard.
Thanks, Janine. I do want to say preliminarily that I know that the three of us prepared our presentations such as they are before Tuesday. So these are not reactions to what happened on Tuesday. And I also, of course, listen to Janine all the time, and I heard her carefully indicate early on today that we're not to refer to deteriorating civic discourse. But I did want to say that whatever it is that's going on, the three of us are aware of it, whatever you want to call it. And more than that, that we are particularly aware that as the episodes reveal themselves and occur, and I'm thinking of what's happened here in our state, that there are these recurrent references to mediation. They appear in editorials, they appear in opinion pieces of one kind or another, and in the general discussion. And so we would like to believe that there is an undeveloped but welcoming attitude towards what we do, towards mediation, in the context now of whatever it is that's going on here. I want to just sort of identify three very recent occurrences that we're all familiar with here in Wisconsin that got these references to mediation publicly and privately, both from the opinion pieces and, might I say, from participants who were asking for mediation. And I'm going to just identify them. One of them was the exodus of the Democratic senators. Another was the demonstrations in the Capitol. And the third one was the altercation in the Supreme Court chambers. Those are three notorious episodes here in our state, recent vintage, all of which elicited from someone in the media or elsewhere, or the participants, some reference to mediation. We think of those, the three of us think of those as cases, and we think of those participants as parties. And we would like to think that there is a growing and, if underdeveloped, interest in the sort of peacemaking method that we practice, and that we are indeed somewhere near the third tenet of Janine's description of the doctrine of restorative justice, the one that goes what to do to repair harm, as opposed to identifying what the harm might be or who it is that's harmed. So our purpose here is to try to contribute to your understanding, particularly because you are opinion leaders, of what public policy, what we mean by public policy mediation, and what we think that public policy mediation offers. We think that it can serve us, the communities, all of our communities, particularly especially in particular, not every, but in particular conflict episodes, and in policymaking, where conflict among stakeholders brings impasse or some other unfortunate outcome. I can tell you from personal experience that that's been the case here in Wisconsin in our recent past, and we do seem to be bathing in nostalgia lately about across the aisle kind of efforts that as I look at us here in the audience, I think lots of us remember those. It's not ancient history, but mediation has worked here in public policy issues in the fairly recent past. It's worked successfully in many other states and continues to work in many other states where the three of us and others work, and on the national level with the national government as well. Looking at the not too distant past, mediation was used by Governor Earl to resolve a fairly significant solvency crisis in the unemployment insurance fund when he first came into office. It was a crisis of the first magnitude. The mediation was among the four leaders of the legislature, one of whom was Tim Cullen, who I think is going to be with us later today. Mediation was used by Governor Thompson, both in the Milwaukee sewer wars that you probably remember, and in the Lac de Flambeau Indian treaty rights violence on the landing episodes that surely some of you remember. There was another notorious period in our history not that long ago, at least for someone like me, not that long ago where we were in the national press because the violence up north that had, to say it had racial undertones is not to capture what was going on there. So those are three episodes in our not too distant past. I know that they were mediated, and I know that the mediation succeeded because I was the mediator. And I don't mean they succeeded because I was the mediator. I know that they succeeded. I have the knowledge because I was the mediator. And those are not in the distant past. I know that in the three cases of the most recent past, the three that I named, mediation was referred to in all three. I know that in one of them there was a mediator, not me. In one of them there was a mediator, and it succeeded. Okay, so it has a track record of some considerable success for us, even in current events, what I think of as current events. Historically, the mediation has been an element of the often invoked Wisconsin style of policymaking. The across the aisle kind of reaching that we refer to so much now. It's manifested for decades in our unemployment compensation and workers' compensation councils where labor and management confer and negotiate the policies as they develop in those two very, very important programs. If you look back even further in our history, and this is as far as I'm going to go, you find the genius economist John R. Commons, turn of the 20th century at the University of Wisconsin, inventing so many things and including rulemaking by a process that he referred to, interestingly enough, as collective bargaining. That's not what we use the phrase for anymore, but he used the term collective bargaining to refer to a process for making regulations for workplace and worker safety and building safety, whereby the regulator, in those days was called the Industrial Commission, the regulated community, probably industry, and the protected community, these days that would be advocacy groups, were invited to meet and to negotiate out the rules. The assumption was that a rule that was determined and formulated by the regulators and by the protected community was probably well informed and certainly easily administered because those about whom it was administered, those to whom it was relevant, were the authors of the law. Okay, so it's not news what we're talking about, but something, it seems to me, is forgotten about what we've done here over the years. I've been doing this kind of work in Wisconsin now since the late 1970s. Early in our cases, we were doing environmental cases. It was fashioned as environmental cases. We got grants to do environmental cases those days. That's when I met Susan Carpenter. She came here to work on Public Service Commission cases. She came from Colorado. I was working on Department of Natural Resources cases here. Mostly we did land use cases, and I did land use cases in Indian treaty disputes. And if you would have observed me working back in the 70s on those cases, what you would have seen is familiar mediation technique. You would not have seen anything exotic. You would have seen me working with the parties in meetings together, meeting with them separately, what the media often refer to as shuttling. And you would have seen us eliciting data, probing the parties to determine what they hoped to accomplish or avoid, and how they imagined that the matter would end if no agreement was reached. All of that would have looked familiar to anyone in those days who was a labor negotiator, or now it would look familiar to anyone who's a litigator who works with mediators to resolve disputes before they get tried in court. But what became clear in those cases, in those early environmental cases, and, for example, in my experience in school desegregation, was that while they may have been initiated as efforts to resolve something that was already in litigation, that had begun in court, the resolution of the cases was embodied in rules for going forward. That is to say, to be sort of lawyer-like about it, it went from litigation settlement to transactional negotiations. It went from enforcement of contracts and other law to legislation, because it was determining what the rules were going to be for the development of a landfill, for the desegregation of a school system, for fishing in the lakes up north in the future. It was not just remedial, it was future rulemaking. And so we began to see that there was a potential in public policy for this sort of informed civil, if I can use that word now, we've used it so much, sort of moderate behavior, I'll put it, in discourse with regard to the solving of problems with the assistance of a mediator who might be able to elicit candor, in a sense, that would not be elicited across the table. I'll give you a brief example. Am I doing okay on the time? I'll give you a brief example from the most mundane of cases, and the most common, and the most American, the so-called NIMBY, the not in my backyard land use case. They're everywhere all the time. And in this instance, it's a landfill. In fact, it was a landfill in Eau Claire. It was in litigation at the DNR, administrative litigation. The neighbors of the proposed site were opposed to the site. And at the DNR, they were arguing about engineering details and whether or not the Department of Natural Resources had properly followed all the processes that are necessary for citing such a project in terms of environmental law. In mediation, in an effort ostensibly to resolve that litigation in some sort of consensual way, what surfaced, no surprise, is that the interest, that's our jargon, that the interest of the objectors was not necessarily expressed by the points of view that they were expressing in the litigation. They were concerned about the quality of their neighborhood. It was now about to have a dump in it. They were worried about the style that they were going to live in. They were worried about the value of their property. There's no forum for that. So they went into environmental law to express whatever they could in the legal forum to object to what was going on, but it wasn't the main problem that they had. They were expressing legitimate issues, but it wasn't the main problem. In mediation, in the process of shuttling, of meeting with them jointly, with bringing out the data, of meeting with them separately, it became clear what the real interests of the objectors were. And as it turns out, and this is not unusual, those are more easily resolved than some of the technical issues. There are things that can be done in the operation and maintenance of a landfill that can give considerable comfort to the people who are going to live around it. Where the trucks are going to be routed, how often the landfill is going to be covered, what is it going to be when the landfill is full? Is it going to be a park in their neighborhood? So on. So the lessons of mediation are twofold, I think, at least to the extent that they're relevant here. One of them is that often there is a dispute in which the real interests that are giving rise to the dispute and which most need to be resolved are not on the surface and not in the rhetoric. And that mediation has a capacity for eliciting those and bringing them to the surface and then helping to have them resolved. But the other and the more important one for public policy, and frankly I think that citing landfills is an element of public policy, is that the result of the negotiations is not simply determining who was right or wrong on the points being litigated, but what will be done in the future with regard to the matter at hand. It's transactional, it's legislative, it's not litigation. And that is promising for so many other things. In fact, it was recognized nationally and by lots of our colleagues that those transactional negotiations could be aided by mediation. They could address many issues that require rules for going forward. School desegregation, from my experience, is one of them. Another one that Susan Podziba and I worked on together, and which I think hasn't gotten enough attention even today, is redistricting. Citizens United is an important point. Redistricting maybe is interesting and is profound and is fundamental to some of the nature of what is going on in the political process. We had a project together as mediators that was focused on Ohio and Illinois, a couple of difficult places. I think we found that there is a potential with enough work and enough patience, even in those difficult places, for some consensus building around redistricting. Redistricting has been plaguing us since our founding. The man after whom gerrymandering is named, I think, signed either the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence. And so I think there's lots of potential for that, and that the next iteration of credentialing for voters is another essential issue that is contributing to where we are at that can also be addressed in that way. So that's the end of my remarks. I hope to provide some background and that my colleagues will be able to speak to some instances that are more focused on current and recent actual public policy matters of considerable magnitude. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What Janine did not mention was that I had the privilege of spending 4 years undergraduate education up the road in Appleton, Wisconsin. So I spent 4 years at Lawrence University, where I cut my teeth in politics out of Outagamie County. So I have a deep love, affection. I also met my husband there. So Wisconsin politics will always be very special to me, and I'm honored to be asked to come today. As Janine presented this problem of restorative justice and perhaps what could be done about it, I began reflecting on a career that spanned over 35 years now. That's a long time to be in things. Most people retire at that age, right? And I thought about the bumper stickers 35 years ago were things around jobs versus the economy. They were all over the United States. That was a big polarizing issue. And what prompted people to get into and explore the application of alternatives to polarized disputes back then around environmental issues were people who felt that, were people who cared about both jobs and environment. And among other reasons, I got into it when a group of business people in Denver wanted to start an organization that would experiment with alternatives. Howard got in through a different door. 35 years ago, there was an effort to begin applying the principles of mediation that had been used on labor management. I want to give some historical context because when I went to my first professional association meeting, which was then called SPIDER, it has morphed into another organization, the Society for Professionals in Dispute Resolution, there were 95% of the membership were labor management. 5% were called other. Today, there are over 20 different sectors of mediators, including the church, education, international, we can go on, healthcare, et cetera, people who specialize in these areas to bring people together on polarized issues to help productively reach agreements. And what's interesting about the work that I've been able to do is to see this evolution. When Toffler wrote about the future, and this is my interest in the future and positive normative futures, he talked about the advancement of high tech being accompanied by high touch. And what we do as mediators is high touch. It's an evolution now over 35 years of working carefully with people to apply the best knowledge, skills around communication and process. And those are the two things that enable people to work productively together. I was asked to talk about a couple cases. My most recent large one was around alluvial fans. I don't know if any of you know about alluvial fans. Oh, I see a hand here. I live in Southern California now after Colorado and Washington, D.C. stints. Alluvial fans are these wonderful geological formations that come out of mountains, out of mountain passes and fill in the space below the pass until they hit the valley floor. And they literally form these beautiful fans. For a long time, they were beautiful to look at. Well, now they are the prime source of real estate development in a few of the counties in Southern California. The 10 counties in Southern California have built on fans in some areas, but in a few of these 10 Southern California counties, they're projecting 50% of the new growth is going to be on fans. Well, fans don't behave like other landforms. They've been formed over years. They have unique, they are unique corridors for wildlife between the mountains and the valley floor. They are home to many of the endangered threatened species. I can go on and on with a description of why they are unique. They also happen to be major sources of wildfire corridors, and they are major sources of flooding and debris flow. So you can just see all the issues that are associated with building on this, and nobody 4 years ago had come up with special design guidelines or a model ordinance for new construction on alluvial fans. They behave very differently. Many of them are porous. They're subject to these floods. FEMA decided it was in its interest to fund a large project bringing together all the stakeholders. Now, this is a perfect example to me of restorative justice. Southern California is known for its litigation around land use issues, just like many other places. As land becomes more precious, the stakes get higher. And so rather than spending the millions of dollars in litigation, which would have been the cost, parties were convened to develop alternative land use design guidelines and a model ordinance for each of those 10 counties based on best science and the interests of the different parties. These are not small efforts. This took 3 years. We had 6 of the 10 county supervisors coming to our meeting. To get a county supervisor from Los Angeles to attend a full-day meeting is something short of an act of God. But it happened. And it happened because people didn't want this polarization. This was just such a thorn. Every time these issues came up, it would become highly visible in the press. And so what FEMA and the California Department of Water Resources did was fund a major project that brought together the environmental community, the administrators, county supervisors, elected officials, the builders. We had the large builders, the small builders, and the flood control managers for each of the counties, along with the wonderful category of other, the retired fire chief, the retired a historian who was familiar with flood behavior in the past. We had insurance vice president who understood the implications of increased flooding that was projected to occur because of increased microbursts, all this technical new changing in weather because of climate change that we're seeing in Southern California. The result after 3 years was a set of design guidelines and a model ordinance. It was an extraordinary effort because we had a forum where 30 parties, representatives of these stakeholders, 10 representatives of federal and state agencies, all of whom had jurisdictions on fans, plus 8 technical scientists. We had the hydrologist, the hydrologist, the geologist, the biologist, coming together at each of our meetings. These weren't brought in for technical advice. These were people who were part of the discussion for, I'm trying to think, 18, 20, over 24 months. Came together just once a month, but to go through a careful listening of issues, interests. We were briefed by scientists. The state climatologist came down, explained. FEMA came in. The geologists were explaining where you could and couldn't develop. The result was a series of lessons from that, which I'd like to share with you. But this avoided millions of dollars of lawsuits because of the ability now for people to understand and for insurance companies to have a little more certainty, predictability, and figure out adjust some of their rates according to how homes will be developed. A few lessons from this. Why did these succeed? One was, it was a very constructive framing of a discrete issue. I don't think you can talk about world peace, or how do we reduce civility without creating a context. There needs to be some issues that you're working on. Bring people together over issues they care about. Everyone cared about fans who was involved in it. They were affected by it. Bring them together and frame the issue in a way that people can support. As a facilitator, one of my jobs is framing issues. Many cases have been brought to me. My first major case I cut teeth on was should we build Two Forks Dam in Colorado? It's a huge facility, 4 times larger than the previous dam. Everyone to a person said, don't frame it that way. Frame it as, how can Denver best meet its water needs? Gave everyone a chance to talk about interests. In the case of the alluvial fans, people were saying, well, should we permit new building on alluvial fans? Well, that would have polarized, yes and no. But this was, what should design guidelines and model ordinance look like, allowed everyone to talk about the issues in a way that engaged their interests and where everyone else could understand what the concerns were. Another one was supportive leadership. We had gone in our assessment, and that's something I think that distinguishes us from some of the other applications of mediation. Because there's no formed arena, it's the job of the mediator both to assess by listening to parties before we convene them to what the issues are and what would be a best way to move forward. I personally was involved with a colleague in interviewing over 70 individuals before we brought people to the table. The purpose of those interviews was to determine what issues would we need to discuss and what would be the best process. We sought advice, and we went to those county supervisors and said, you tell us what issues need to be on the table, help us understand that, and what is it going to take for you to participate. So they were the ones who were discussing what it would take. In one case, we needed a helicopter. We didn't need it, but he needed it to get from meetings. If anyone spent any time in Los Angeles traffic, that was actually a condition, but it got the leadership involved. And because they supported it, it allowed implementation, which is critical for this process. Howard mentioned, so I won't go into detail, the focusing on interests is critical. We can all name the issues involved. We could talk about wildlife, we could talk about porosity, which some people were concerned about, recharging water tables, blah, blah, blah. But to get underneath, why is wildlife an interest? You can say wildlife's a concern, but why is it a concern? Well, is it breeding ground for certain species? Is it this? Is it that? Once you know what the specifics are, you can work out tangible solutions. We're about tangible solutions that are effective, that can be implemented. The other issue I wanted to mention was a fair process. I cannot emphasize the fair process enough. It doesn't take much for people to reflect on your own experience. So many times when you're upset about a case, it's not the substantive outcome as much as the way the process was conducted. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten in a case where people are so angry, and it's because, well, the government didn't give us enough time. It was process. Or somebody did that without talking to us. They did it unilaterally without consulting us. Can be the source of more conflict than the actual outcome or if it's promulgating a rule, if people aren't engaged. And so why this one succeeded was the process, people felt the process was fair. We consulted with them prior to the process, and every time we needed to make an adjustment, we informed people about what we were doing and why we were doing. We call that transparency in our field. So everyone knew why we were doing something and what we were doing, why we were doing it. And at the end of each plenary session, we talked about the next step to make sure that people were comfortable with where we were going. So, Janine, to answer your question, I'm a Pollyanna. I am optimistic because there are now 35 years. Howard and I are the sort of gray-haired people in this field. Susan's almost there. She's the younger. Transition. But we have learned so much, I think, about how to bring people together and how to work constructively to reach agreements on some of the toughest issues. I worked 3 Mile Island. I've worked on water disputes, air, all of these things, and some of the toughest circumstances. It can be done with the right process. And I think that's something I challenge you to learn more about process. I now spend almost half of my time training people in agencies to use constructive processes, to be aware of them and use them. And now, if you look at federal agencies in the environmental arena, the Bureau of Land Management, Corps of Engineers, they all have manuals on collaborative processes, encouraging their staff to use them explaining how to do it. They're giving training programs. So I'm hopeful. I know the technology, the soft technology is there, and I encourage you, if any state in the union can do it, Wisconsin can.
Thank you. And Janine, thank you for inviting me to join the panel and the conference in general. I find myself in the unenviable position of standing between you all and lunch. So I will do my best to rise to the challenge to distract you from any rumblings you may have in your stomach. I'm going to speak about public policy mediation and how it can be used and has been used to break the cycle of polarization. I'm going to describe two cases and then describe some of the lessons that I think they offer on a broader sense. One case deals with abortion and the other with worker safety standards. I think both of these cases, as you'll find, represent the antithesis of the political rhetoric we've come to expect in discussions around abortion or government regulation of industry. After two fatal shootings at two women's health clinics in my town of Brookline, Massachusetts, then Governor William Weld and Cardinal Law of the Archdiocese of Boston called for common ground talks. Nobody knew what that meant, but it did signal that something had to happen. The status quo, the violence that Massachusetts had experienced could not stand. In response to that call, a colleague of mine from the Public Conversations Project and I began interviewing activists on both sides, as well as organizations that were related to the issue of abortion. We call that an assessment, as Susan was describing. We ran the assessment to determine first and foremost if it was feasible to bring people from both sides together, and we operated under the principle of do no harm. We didn't want to create these talks if people were going to get hurt by them. We also went to find out if the talks were feasible, what goals might be achievable that people would be willing to try to reach, and who might participate, as well as what conditions they would require in order to participate. Eventually, we convened a group of 6 women, leaders from the state chapters of organizations like Planned Parenthood, Citizens for Life, NARAL, and the Pro-Life Office of the Archdiocese of Boston. Their identified goal was to reduce the violent nature of the rhetoric being used in the abortion debate. That was a period where people were talking about justifiable homicide. We knew that a consensus on abortion policy was not plausible, so we didn't go there. But the women did share a common public goal of protecting born people from violence. And you can see even in that statement that it's a quite nuanced statement. Among the conditions they required to participate was a commitment to absolute confidentiality. No one was to know that the talks were even happening. We literally met in a windowless basement room. We did this because there was a palpable fear that threats being made by people against those who would talk with the devil might be carried out. That was the do no harm. That was why we took that so seriously, because there were people being publicly quoted in the newspaper and in the media saying that anyone who would sit with the devil should be harmed themselves. When we first brought them together, you can imagine that they were quite nervous. The 3 women from the pro-life side told us that they actually prayed together before they came into the room. We knew we had to do something to connect them, to quickly break the polarization that they had. These are women who had run into each other at the State House when they were testifying on opposite sides of bills, but had never actually communicated together, though they may have debated on TV. One of my favorite exercises that we used was called the hot button exercise. The hot buttons were any words that caused people to shut down in discussions. So, you know, some people use words that you just shut down. You can't say another word. And so they came up with words like, for some, fetus, unborn child, male-dominated woman, feminazi, anti-choice, anti-life. We listed out all of these words on flip chart sheets, and we covered the walls of the room with these flip chart sheets. And then we asked them to do something that was quite difficult. We said, okay, now we would like you to have a discussion on the issue of abortion without using any of these words. Well, that was pretty tough. They were stumbling over each other. There was a lot of laughter because everyone violated the rule, but it was very unifying of the 6 women. But mostly what they discovered was that the words they were using were not only charged, they were code. Within each word contained lots of moral judgments, lots of policy judgments, and the exercise forced them to think through, without use of code, how they actually described what they felt and believed about abortion, and it made for a much richer discussion among them at the outset. The meetings were originally scheduled as 4 meetings in a period of 1 month. At the end of that month, they asked us if they could continue meeting, and we actually went on for over 6 years. We talked about partial birth abortion, or otherwise referred to as late-term abortions. We talked about leadership challenges for running activist organizations. So they shared challenges, even though they sat on the other side. And some of them commented how shocking it would be to their members to know that they were strategizing on organizational issues with the other side. We talked about teenage pregnancy. And at some point, one of the women from the pro-choice side said, well, if you all believe that abortion is really mortal sin, then you must be all over the issue of contraception. And someone said, no, we oppose contraception. And at that point, the pro-life woman just dropped her jaw and she said, I don't get it. I'm sorry, I just don't get it. And it was that moment where we stopped and we said, okay, this is a worldview issue. They're discussing abortion with different words now, but the worldviews that they come from are just passing each other like ships in the night. So we moved from what our planned agenda was, and we said we'd like both sides to work in caucus and develop worldviews so that you can describe them to each other. It actually took a couple of months of offline discussions among them to do that. But once they did, it became very clear where they were coming from, and it led to another level of deep understanding. What happened is people began to understand that the other side was operating from a moral basis. That moral basis may have been very different from their own. And some said, I get that you've got a different moral system from me. I can't respect it and I can't even tolerate it. But what's new to me is that I can no longer believe that you are operating from purposeful immorality. You're not the devil. In addition to the discussions, they were also taking acts individually and as a group to change the rhetoric used in the abortion debate and to protect each other and Massachusetts citizens from potential violence. Some of them called the FBI to report a credible threat against one of the pro-choice participants. Some of them wrote to the mentor of the shooter, who was a supporter of justifiable homicide, and said, do not come to the state during the trial. We will not host you. At the memorial on the first anniversary of the shootings, from the podium, a pro-choice leader stood up and she said, I know that the women who we lost are in the prayers and thoughts of those who agree with us and those who disagree. That was the clip that was on all the TV stations that night. It was an absolutely incredibly healing moment. Eventually, the six published a consensus article in the Boston Globe describing these experiences. They talked about the power of being intellectually and spiritually stretched, and how important it is to meet with people who have different beliefs than you, because it helps you clarify your understandings of your own positions. After 6 years of talks, they continue to vehemently disagree about when life begins and a woman's right to choose to terminate her pregnancy. But they understood that each side was rooted in a strong sense of morality. As a result, the abortion debate continued to be about life and death for both sides, but the demons were replaced instead with a warm personal connection and a sadness for the gap that they could not fill. Moving to the second project now. This is about worker safety standards for construction cranes. When crane accidents accounted for the greatest number of fatalities in construction, unions and the crane industry went to the federal government, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and asked them to update the worker safety regulations to better align with modern machinery and operations. They asked for a negotiated rulemaking. That's what Howard was describing before, where you bring together all of those who will be impacted by regulation with government, and you actually negotiate the draft text of a regulation. In contrast to the public anti-regulatory chant of "get government off my back," the crane industry sought benefits from regulations. 23 people from various industries, manufacturers and crane owners, home builders and billboard installers, and representatives of 4 separate unions sat together and engaged in respectful discussions to develop rules to protect workers. The industry saw this as good business because the new regulations would clarify their, in addition to protecting their workers, would clarify their liabilities, create certainty, and level the playing field for them, those that would seek to protect their workers, with those who would not take such actions. They shared the goal of developing clear, enforceable, and sensible regulations so that any increased cost to industry under the regulations would have a direct impact on increasing worker safety. The unions came to realize they could trust industry representatives at the table, and they began to offer up solutions rooted in their experiences on the ground and in the cabs of their cranes. Over a period of 1 year, the negotiators identified hazards such as electrocutions caused when cranes hit power lines and built regulations to protect workers. Again, as Susan said, we had all the necessary expertise in the room sitting as negotiators, and they worked through and clarified hundreds of points on scores of issues. We use something called integrated negotiations. Again, the term negotiations has become connected to compromise, as though that's something negative. But in integrated negotiations, and when you're working with 25 parties on 50 issues that contain hundreds of sub-issues, it's not like bargaining to buy your new car. It's not about compromising. It's about working your way through all sorts of complexity to come up with well-reasoned solutions to problems that we never get to when we sit in polarized debate. The negotiations were complex and required a very structured and well-defined process. And Susan talked about how we do that, so I'll pass on that. All the meetings were open to the public. This was not behind closed doors. Everything was available to the public, and time was set aside at every meeting for public comments. Ultimately, they reached consensus on all issues. And when their product, when their consensus text got stuck in a bureaucratic maze, they worked together to force it out of that bottleneck. They wrote letters to senators. They held press conferences. They demanded that the regulation be made law quickly. Imagine that. Industry demanding government regulate them. But cranes could still be falling from the sky. In this case, government and stakeholders chose to reach across their differences and build trust among people and groups who usually oppose each other. And as a result, fewer people will be crushed by cranes this year and next, and hopefully for all of them that come after that. As you can see from the cases we describe, public policy mediators often work on highly specific, even obscure policy questions. But I'd like to suggest a few lessons I think we can learn from them to apply to the larger policy conflicts and trends. First of all, I would say we can learn that we need political will to solve problems when the status quo is no longer sustainable. Pro-life and pro-choice activists decided that killing born people over abortion policy disputes had to be addressed. The construction industry decided that high fatality rates from crane accidents could not stand. In policy mediation, we describe these situations as ripe for resolution. So we need to ask, what will it take to create political will to break through the polarization? How much pain will we need to suffer before people are moved to act? Secondly, we can see the power of a shared common public goal that embraces differing values and interests of all sides. We need to create what I call civic fusion, bringing people close enough together that they see each other up front and personal and they can bond around common public goals without sacrificing their different values. Finally, to sustain civic fusion long enough to resolve a policy conflict requires carefully designed processes. We need to identify who needs to be at the table, what issues they'll discuss, in what kind of sequence, who they need to coordinate with, who they need to check in with. We need to break issues down to component parts to reveal real conflicts as separated from confusions. And we need to understand the peculiar dynamics of situations and design processes to match the challenges and potential barriers that they offer. I'll close by saying conflict is integral to representative democracy. The democratic system suggests that from a crush of interests, beneficial solutions will emerge to many of our public problems. But in today's public climate, when actual conflict has been replaced by personal attack, we risk falling behind because of inaction. We can do better, and we have done better. Thank you.
We have a couple minutes for questions before lunch. Just, I think, a couple questions. Yes.
I'm Mike Gillick. I work in the workers' compensation system in Wisconsin. And therein is contained a great example of what Mr. Bellman was talking about. In fact, he was intimately involved with the process as secretary of the division. We have in Wisconsin what is referred to as the Labor Management Advisory Council, which has existed, at least informally, almost for the length of our law, which has existed now for over 100 years. And we have successfully, with almost no rancor, changed, amended, improved our law through a process of mediation. I think it's fair to say, would it not? I point out only one thing. I can't resist the philosophical attempts here, but I think that the foremost reason why it succeeds is because you have to have face-to-face encounters. Face-to-face is a moral event. It is primarily a moral event. The key to evil is invisibility. And when you have to face someone, you don't say the things that one says on blogs and hiding behind doors. I would subsequently ask Mr. Bellman if he thinks that model, the Labor Management Advisory Council model, is transferable to other areas of legislation and politics that may result in more civility.
Absolutely. And I come to my next presentation and I'll list them. I mean, I think, for example, it has wonderful potential for public education. I think something like that could go on in every school district. I would love to see parents and teachers and taxpayers, however they're represented, around a table from time to time in school districts as they determine their budgets and their policies. I think it's a promising model for so many things. It concerns me, frankly, that in order to have that kind of a model, you need to have forces to sit at the table, not just opinions. You need to have political forces around the table to the extent that we become a society where there's only one force. That won't work. People will not negotiate with themselves. We'll just get mandates. But I think that it's a wonderful model. I want to say one other thing about the face-to-face. I think the three of us, I'm guessing the three of us, would absolutely agree with you that there's something in the chemistry of meeting with people and actually meeting with people that is irreplaceable even on the telephone, let alone other ways. But I have a sense that there is a correlation between that belief and the grayness of your hair. And
One more,
I have some sense of a losing battle on that one.
I'll just take one question, and they'll be available during lunch if you want to grab people and ask questions, but I want to make sure we stand. Go ahead, sir. Yes.
legislators back so they can talk to each other?
Let me just repeat the question. So how would you mediate to get legislators back so they would talk to each other?
I wanted to address that. One of the most memorable experiences I had was when I was living in Colorado. I was approached by a freshman legislator and asked if I could take the freshman class, newly elected freshman legislators to the state assembly and senate, off on a 3-day weekend. And with the permission of the leadership, which was necessary, the organization I work for, and including myself, had the pleasure of spending 3 days with state legislators, but they were freshman legislators. So they hadn't been quite acculturated yet. And we talked a lot about process. We talked a lot about interest in how to talk to one another, how to solve problems was the focus. But it was also getting to know you. The culminating activity on that Saturday, after they'd been up playing cards all night and just really bonding socially, as well as going through some exercises, was to draw a picture of what they would like to see the state look like in 25 years, assuming the legislature was able to solve all the problems: transportation, air, education, judicial issues. And we had very extremely polarized interests in this retreat. And this was, it sounds like kindergarten, each legislator got a tablet that was this size. Fortunately, Colorado lends itself, the shape of Colorado lends itself well to a, whatever it was, 30 by 24 sheet of paper. They had magic markers. Each legislator drew a picture, and there were probably 15, 20 legislators at the retreat. Their pictures were almost identical. Almost identical. They had drawn pictures of the north-south corridor. They had environmental preservation. They had education, quality education. It was such a powerful moment because each legislator described his or her picture. And from that moment on, the context changed for them. So I think there are ways, again, it goes back to process, but it's face-to-face and it's looking at the future. As a futurist, some of my mediations have involved imagining what it would look like if it was solved to everyone's satisfaction, taking account the interests. But this moment was so magical, and they, to this day, are friends even in a highly polarized situation.
I'd like to thank Howard and Susan for the great panel and for all of you. Thank you. All right, we're going to take half hour for lunch, and I'm going to ask you, there are box lunches out there. I'd like you to stay in the area. Please be back at 12:35, and then we have John Avalon, who's here somewhere, who will have a chance to talk to us about how we're going to solve all these problems. So thank you. Have a good lunch. I'm very pleased to be able to introduce our next speaker to you. I have to tell you that I'm a great fan of John Avalon's, and when I last semester, so this was early in the fall, I think, I was teaching in Belgium, and I was able to find an email somewhere for John, and I couldn't believe how quickly he responded because I know how busy he is. And so we were very excited that he consented some time ago to come and keynote our event. John is a senior columnist for Newsweek and the Daily Beast. He's an author. He's written some very relevant books to our topic. One is Independent Nation. I can't read my writing here. How centrism, that's what it is, sorry, can change American politics. But the one I liked was The Wingnuts, How the Lunatic Fringe is Hijacking America. But if you watch CNN, John is a frequent commentator and contributor on the election and things that are happening in the election, and he truly does give some balance to looking, particularly I watched some of the primaries, and he was very, very active on CNN during that time. So I was just thrilled that he consented to come talk to us, and he's going to tell us how to solve all these problems in Wisconsin. So with that, I introduce to you John Ivan.
Thank you, and I'm not sure I can promise to do that, but it has been a quiet time in Wisconsin, hasn't it? Not much going on here. It's typical media, national media ignoring Wisconsin politics, and it really has been extraordinary. When this conference was scheduled, perhaps no one knew how prescient the topic would be. Not just, of course, nationally, but locally. I mean, the issue of restoring faith in government, trust in government, trust between members of government is, of course, declining. And then, of course, civility. Well, you don't need me to tell you that we're a long way from that ideal. But it's not hopeless. But it's amazing. I mean, you all have really gotten a front row seat, and in some case, a preview of coming attractions for what's going to be happening nationally. I'm sorry. I mean, you have gotten to see the cycle of overreach and backlash, which is one of the things really driving the divisions in our politics to date. People misinterpret election results as ideological mandates. They overreach. Immediately there's a pushback. And they end up not being able to govern as effectively as they might because the opposition is completely incensed. We've seen the avalanche of negative ads, what you guys just suffered through in Wisconsin, and will probably again in the fall, is a sign of things to come with super PACs. We're going to see a tsunami of sleazy negative ads dominating our airwaves. It's the power of big money. You saw it. Vast majority coming from out of state in this case, and the vast majority of it being negative. Big business and big labor playing out their fights. It's the biggest struggle right now in our politics, the disproportionate influence of special interests. And that's what's making it so difficult for us to focus on the national interest at a time when we have serious national issues to deal with. We cannot seem to reason together. Now, my grandfather was a doctor in Ohio. He was an amazing guy. He came here at the age of 3 through Ellis Island, classic American story. And it's probably one of the reasons that I'm so patriotic. And some of my colleagues in the political press would maybe say naively so. I'm an independent. I don't believe you have to be a Democrat or Republican to care about our politics. Some people think that's naive. I believe that we can have civility and reasoned debate, that we don't need to demonize people who disagree with us. That's not a real popular attitude right now. But all doctors, my grandfather not being unique, pretty simple philosophy of problem solving that works in all areas, including politics. You diagnose a problem based on the symptoms, and then you offer a prescription. Well, the symptoms of the problems we're facing right now are certainly all around us. The two parties are more polarized than at any time in our recent history. That's data-driven. It's not your imagination. It's actually true. So are hard partisans, Republicans and Democrats, further apart than at any point in our recent history. So it's not just the political elites, it's the bases of the two parties. And of course, Congress has a historically low approval rating, single digits, which prompted a great joke I like from John McCain, who said, that pretty much brings us down to paid staffers and blood relatives. He's right. What's shocking is that those low approval ratings, given the highly honed self-interest of people in politics, haven't really focused politicians' minds on the need to reform, on the need to improve their performance. Instead, they all seem to have Stockholm Syndrome. They're captive to their political base and their special interests, and they think those folks are their friends. They don't realize that's the problem. So let's talk about the problem. Hyperpartisanship. Hyperpartisanship is hurting our country because it is stopping us from being able to solve the serious problems we face. Hyperpartisanship is that pervasive teamism that's pervading American politics right now, that divides Americans into us against them, my team versus your team. It always pretends to be about principle. But if we're honest, it's really about the pursuit of power. And hyperpartisanship is turning our politics into something like a cult, where dissent is seen as disloyalty and punished. People who question some aspect of the party or the other are tried to be purged from their ranks in these closed partisan primaries. And it's having an enormous impact on our governments. It's not simply a process problem. It is not simply cosmetic. It is real. Don't take my word for it. Here's what S&P said when they gave America our first ever credit downgrading last summer, and we're heading on to the one-year anniversary of pretty soon. They said, the political brinksmanship of recent months highlights what we see as America's governance and policy making becoming less stable, less effective, and less predictable than we previously believed. We got downgraded for the dysfunction in Washington. And that's as clear a sign as any that we're in danger of self-sabotaging ourselves right now. It could become a crisis of self-governance if we don't rediscover the ability to reason together across the aisle. Principled compromise is the basis of a functioning democracy. And yet now, I was talking to a gentleman earlier, look at the dynamic that drove Dick Lugar out of the Republican Party over in Indiana. He lost to a gentleman who said the time for collegiality is over. Now is the time for confrontation. His words, his philosophy. That is the problem. And people are running right now trying to promise more of it. And let me tell you, all this negativity, it's not just about right now, it's about the future as well. I covered a lot of the Occupy protests in New York. I covered the Tea Party and Occupy. It gives you a pretty balanced sense of that thing. But it's very striking that the millennial generation, who in many ways are remarkable and hopeful, they are alienated by hyperpartisanship overwhelmingly. But they were so engaged in the 2008 election in a way that was really inspiring. And right now, they are on a precipice between apathy and engagement because they've seen what happens when a new president gets elected, imbued with their hopes, the hope of generational change, and runs into a buzzsaw of hyperpartisanship in Washington. They see the relentless negativity, the lack of progress, the lack of an ability to reason together, and they look at our politics and they say, why would I want to be part of that? They're starting to question whether or not politics is an appropriate way to achieve change, is an effective way to achieve change. Many of them instead are actually opting to be, a great term, slacktivists. It's an online activist. It's much easier. I mean, you know, all cynicism aside, they feel, with some degree of rationality, that it might be easier to achieve change through culture and technology than the democratic process. That is a real problem. That is a real problem rooted in hyperpartisanship and polarization. And I said it was data-driven. There was a brand new Pew survey poll. I've got a column up right now about it. They just quantified that politics, partisan politics right now, is more divisive in America than race, religion, age, or class. I guess in some ways this is progress. Who knew that the original sin of slavery and the fights over civil rights would seem small in comparison to whether you were Democrat or Republican? But that's also a little scary, folks. And like all kinds of prejudice, it is learned behavior. It is being drummed into folks' heads, in large part because of the rise of partisan media. Right? The rise of partisan media is a fundamental problem. And I'll get into the dynamics of that, but just consider the fact that conservatives are led to believe that liberals are essentially less patriotic. That's one of the messages of partisan media. And perhaps secretly socialist. And some liberals believe that conservatives are all bigoted Bible thumpers. And you laugh, but you know it's secretly true. That's a real problem. That's a real problem. It's a function of the decline of the center in Congress. It's a function of the fact, in part, that there are not as many conservative Democrats and liberal Republicans as there used to be. In fact, very few. But partisan differences didn't always seem like an unbridgeable divide. Divided government didn't always mean dysfunctional government. The Marshall Plan. Harry Truman, working with Republicans in Congress, helped save Europe after World War II. Divided government. The interstate highway system. I see it right outside. President Eisenhower, working with Lyndon Johnson, Senate Majority Leader, to build the highways. An ambitious project, done with divided government. Civil rights legislation, Passed with broad bipartisan margins, in part because a Southern Democrat who had credentials with Southern conservatives was able to pass the legislation, Lyndon Johnson. Divided government. All the achievements of the Reagan administration accomplished with the liberal Democrat Speaker of the House, Tip O'Neill. Even the 1990s, when there was no love lost between Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich, a lot of personal poison there, they found a way to work together to reform welfare, to turn deficits into surpluses. Divided government. Not that long ago. One thing the Pew survey showed is that in the last 2 presidencies in particular, things have gotten demonstrably worse. We start to see a concentrated effort with the rise of partisan media, beginning with talk radio and then echoing out through the internet, attempts to delegitimize duly elected figures, especially the president. You know, I wrote Wingnuts, as you mentioned, which is sort of a fun book if you like horror films. It's sort of it's a tragicomedy about the rise of extremism in the first year of the Obama administration. But one of the points I make is definitely there is a dynamic of what I call Obama derangement syndrome by some folks on the far right. You know, calling the president a tyrant, a traitor, a terrorist. But before Obama derangement syndrome, there was Bush derangement syndrome on the far left, using many of the same terms. Now, not Marxist and Muslim, but almost everything else. There's a high degree of commonality. When I would interview someone at a rally and say, why are you holding up a sign comparing the president to Hitler? Because I genuinely try to figure out where these folks are coming from. Invariably, they would say this. Well, they did it to our guy. They compared President Bush to Hitler, and no one complained, so I figured it was fair game. And that's the cycle of incitement. In politics, as in physics, every action creates an equal and opposite reaction. And so these ideas start to worm their way into our politics. And this cycle of incitement is hurting us. It is polarizing us. You can see it in policy as well. 25 years ago when the brand new survey, so I was fascinated by it and I want to talk about it a little bit. 25 years ago, end of the Reagan era, on the issue of whether we needed reasonable government regulation to help preserve the environment, Democrats and Republicans were not that far apart. 90% of Democrats said it was a good idea, and I believe it was 86% of Republicans. Today, that number of Republicans who support reasonable regulation to preserve the environment down to 40%. The basic idea of a social safety net. Again, broad consensus in the past. 79% of Democrats, 65% of Republicans support that idea in the past, that government should help people who cannot help themselves. It's an idea that certainly Lincoln, but even Eisenhower articulated as a core responsibility of government. Well, now that's down to 40% as well among Republicans. There's asymmetric polarization. Both parties are more polarized, but Republican policy views have moved further to the right. And it's in large part because of partisan media. Lest you all forget, this is a business strategy. It's every bit as cynical as you might imagine. It's called cocooning. Basically, since we've had the fragmentation of American media with the rise of the internet, everyone's ratings have gone down because they're competing with more outlets. So the smartest business strategy, it is currently believed, is to go for a narrow but intense niche audience. That's the best way to keep a high baseline. And so the more specialized you are, the more dedicated your viewers will be, and the best way to keep them dedicated if you're in politics is to be hyper-partisan, to feed them a steady diet of anxiety and anger towards the other side. It works. But what's good for ratings isn't always good for the country. And we've had a very ironic reaction as a democracy, as a free people, to the proliferation of information online. In particular, we started to self-segregate ourselves into separate political realities. We only choose news sources that end up confirming our own biases. Look, I work at CNN. I'm very proud to be there. I believe that we're fighting the good fight with regard to trying to be nonpartisan. And nonpartisan doesn't mean neutral. But Roger Ailes' positive polarization strategy, which he took from the Nixon campaigns to Fox News, has proven effective in terms of sheer dollars in the short run. Now, maybe it's a long-term demographic loser, and I believe it is, but I'll get to that later. But this is what is prevalent now. And these stories that polarize us end up sort of coming up from the internet to talk radio to cable news. And it's having a demonstrably negative effect on our civic debates because it's undercutting a basic idea. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, one of my favorites, used to say that everybody is entitled to their own facts. Sorry, I screwed that up. My apologies. He said that everybody is entitled to their own opinion, but not their own facts. Well, of course, the problem in our politics now is that everyone's coming to debates armed with their own facts. That is also a fundamental civic problem for a democracy based on civil debate. If we can't agree on what the facts are. And in fact, when we have a conversation where any sources that don't come from news organizations, quote unquote, that are explicitly partisan, are dismissed as being liberal. So the whole idea of objectivity in journalism comes under attack. If you're not conservative in this worldview, you're liberal. As a centrist, I love it. You know, conservatives always think I'm liberal, liberals always think I'm conservative. But the status quo in political journalism right now is actually people, and certainly in columns, which is what I do, which is opinion, but the status quo is that you choose a side. And it is relentless, and frankly, a lot of it is boring because it's predictable. Why bother reading a column if you know the outcome? So the only way to keep people's interest is to keep dialing up the volume. Look, democracy is supposed to have competing political parties, but what's different now is it's becoming, and it's taking the place of tribal identity. If the significance of race and religion and ethnicity declines as something divisive, which is a good thing, but political partisan identity ends up taking its place, that's a bad thing. That's a big problem. And there is a better way to conduct civic debates, but we've got to create a strong alternative. There is a demand out there, but you can't beat something with nothing. So first, as we go from symptoms to diagnosis to prescription, I want to create the sense that there is a strong alternative. Some people will tell you that politics in America has always been an ideological blood sport. That this is American as apple pie to hate the other guy. I've had debates on air where people say, oh, but Jefferson and Adams really had it out, in 1800, just politics ain't beanbag. Deal with the fact that, someone just called someone Hitler. Well, there's a different tradition. There's a different tradition. I'm beginning to work on a new book about George Washington and his farewell address. And I was like, if you're citing the original founding father, I think you're in pretty solid ground because there's been a lot of, frankly, misappropriation of the founding fathers in political debates lately. It's always done to sort of trump the other side, basically to say that I'm on the side of the angels, you're on the side of the devil. I've got, George Washington in my corner and you're left with Lenin. But George Washington's farewell address is an extraordinary document because he wrote it explicitly as a warning to future generations. He's saying, here's what I've learned. I'm giving up power freely, but keep these things in mind. Because, he said, these forces have helped hurt democratic republics in the past. And, of course, the Founding Fathers were very anxious about the success of the American experiment. It still is an experiment, but it explicitly was so then. And Washington warns. He warns about problems of debt. He warns about entangling alliances with foreign powers. He warns about, he said, the importance of religion and maintaining public morality. He talks about the importance of public education, imagining a great university in the nation's capital to help create a civic structure by which people could be educated enough to participate in a democracy responsibly as a check on the mob. But he spent an enormous amount of time warning about the danger of hyperpartisanship. And it's worth reading some of his warnings now, just to create a bedrock for the kind of change that we need to see, to realize we're pushing off something real here. It's not just pie in the sky. Washington warned against hyperpartisans, what he would call faction, which, of course, if you read the Federalist Papers, is the term for the rise of parties at the time, were divisive groups that were aligning against the whole. They served to organize faction, to give it an artificial and extraordinary force, to put in the place of the delegated will of the nation the will of a party, often a small but artful and enterprising minority of the community. The alternate domination of one faction over another, he wrote, sharpened by the spirit of revenge, serves always to distract public councils and enfeeble public administration. It agitates the community with ill-founded jealousies and false alarms, kindling the animosity of one part against the other, fomenting occasionally riot and insurrection. Don't we see those dynamics in our politics today? Professional polarizers in politics and media who agitate the community with ill-founded jealousies and false alarms. The resulting distrust between citizens, born of hyperpartisanship, serving always to distract the public councils and enfeeble the public administration. We are confronting the challenge that Washington warned us about in real time. And so healing these divisions is something we should all take seriously. It is a fundamental civic responsibility. And it won't be solved in a single election. You know, you're hearing a lot of talk right now of, well, just, let the haters hate, let the money flow, we'll have a cleansing election, one side will have a big ideological victory, and this will all be over. We'll solve all our problems. Don't believe it. This is now metastasized into our political culture, and it's going to take time to change our culture. We're going to need to rediscover the capacity to reason together and speak civilly. Now, there's a game plan to do it. It's not that hard. We did it for decades, centuries even, however imperfectly. Define the common ground that exists on any given issue, and then you try to build on it. Thomas Jefferson, out of his divisive election, warned that every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. In the panels we've heard today, especially the mediation, we heard that over and over. People had a similar vision for the future. They had very different ideas about how to get there. But that reset is so important, and it's what's fundamentally lacking, because citizens and elected leaders go into meetings assuming a person of a different political identity is not an opponent, but an enemy. The title of this talk is How to Heal Polarization. And I am an optimist about the country. I'm an optimist because, as Lincoln once said, I'm an optimist because there isn't really a point in being anything else. But let's talk about some of the areas how we can heal this polarization. Let's talk about particularly election reform and congressional reform. Election reform. We heard some folks talk about redistricting reform. It comes around every 10 years, and unfortunately it's going to be another 10 before we start to get it right, although there's signs of progress. Believe it or not, in states like California. They don't get much right politically, but they may have gotten that right this time. Basically, the rigged system of redistricting, and it is rigged, it helps explain why Congress has a 9% approval rate, but a 90% reelection rate. Basically, our politicians pick their people now, rather than politicians picking their people, picking their politicians. So they don't have to worry about general elections. They don't have to worry about winning over the reasonable edge of the opposition. All they have to worry about is winning what is often a closed partisan primary, with, say, an average 10% turnout. Well, an average 10% turnout, closed partisan primary, 5.1% of your party makes a majority. And that is a paradise for activists and ideologues. So it shouldn't surprise us, human beings being self-interested that they are, is that members of Congress in particular aren't thinking about how to reach across the aisle. They're always looking over their shoulder to make sure they haven't offended some aspect of their base. The incentive structure is screwed up. It's an enormous part of why people in Washington act the way they do. Wake up. There we are. There you go. I can do my lounge act, sort of wander around. But open primaries and redistricting reform would go a long way towards healing the harsh but ultimately artificial division in our politics. The other thing, one of the reasons that open primaries I believe matters too is that right now with most certainly congressional seats and state legislative seats in safe districts, decided in these close partisan primaries, independent voters are virtually disenfranchised. Now, it's not just that I'm taking this personally as an independent. It's that independents now make up 40% of the electorate. There are more self-described independents in this country than Democrats or Republicans. And I love mentioning that to people because I always get a confused dog look from someone. They go, really? You mean, yes, there are more independents than Democrats or Republicans in this country. And the number of independents has risen in direct reaction to the polarization of the two parties. It's not a subtle message. But independents are effectively disenfranchised, especially by open primaries. Open up the process, get more people to participate. And studies showed that you have a leavening effect on a democracy. The extremes are less empowered. There's a great new book I recommend by Norm Ornstein and Thomas Mann at AEI and Brookings, and they go through congressional dysfunction and some solutions. And they actually think we should do what Australia does, which is mandate people to vote. I think there are probably profound constitutional questions about that, but I like it. Because certainly turnout rates, not in Wisconsin this last time around, you guys set a pretty good civic example for us, but they're pathetic, particularly in one-party states. New York, my home state, had the lowest turnout in 2008 in the nation. Because even though we had a weird circumstance where 2 senators, a governor, and a president were all on the ballot. And because it was a safe seat, it's basically considered a one-party state now, Democrat, people didn't bother to turn out. I mean, that's a real civic problem. We should also, as we talk about election reform, I'm not going to get too deep in this, but it comes as no surprise to you all that we need to do something about the money in our politics. Let's not be naive about this. Money has always been in politics, but what's happening now is obscene. 2/3 of the money flooding in from out of state, 90% according to some stats being negative ads, which is, by the way, a national number as well. Only 7% of the ads that have been run so far in this election cycle have been positive. I mean, frankly, people are naive to think that Super PAC money is going to go to anything but a negative ad. It allows people to give unlimited sums, and it's not directly connected to the candidates. It's not going to be about cake. It's not going to be a feel-good message about why you should vote for my guy, because there's plausible deniability. And look, we're going to see over this cycle the rise of a super PAC economy, at least $1 billion, maybe $2 billion. And let me tell you, political consultants are so excited. I mean, this is giveaway day at the toy store. You saw what Fred Brown tried to pitch to a gentleman who owns the Chicago Cubs. It became public, but it was an extraordinary document that showed a plan to try to reassociate President Obama with Jeremiah Wright and use language in the pitch like, you thought you elected a metrosexual Abe Lincoln, but instead you elect Eldridge Cleaver. I mean, it was unbelievable. And this is how these folks are actually talking behind closed doors. So dealing with the money in politics is a real issue. Now, with all due respect to the Supreme Court, I don't believe that corporations are people, and I don't believe money is speech. I know this for many ways, in part because they can't get executed and they never have had their heart broken and they don't have children. I guess they have spin-offs. But in all seriousness, I mean, Citizens United, and Jeffrey Toobin has an extraordinary article in the New Yorker folks should read about how Citizens United passed, because it should have been a pretty narrow decision, but it was made much more expansive. I think the end game of people like Stephen Colbert sort of fooling around with super PACs is actually to raise not only awareness but ultimately support for a constitutional amendment. Because, believe me, by the end of this cycle, everyone's going to be sick about it, except the political consultants and the people who own television stations in swing states. They're going to be happy about it. I actually did joke online. I said, on air the other day, I said, I kind of wish I owned a television station in Wisconsin right now. I mean, it's been a pretty good week for them, but just for the average citizen, it's sort of not so positive. The other piece of election reform, though, is congressional reform. And often process stuff isn't sexy, but it's so incredibly important because these are the rules of the game, and they do establish an incentive structure that has been turned completely backwards. I helped form an organization called No Labels in December of the other year with a number of people Democrats, Republicans, Independents, really just trying to focus on how we can bridge divides in politics and focus on problem solving. And it's amazing. You talk to many senators, talk to them in private, they're dying for some kind of organization that will provide them public support to do what they know is the right thing. But it requires breaking with the party line. And this organization, No Labels, has now refocused itself, I think, appropriately. I'm covering the campaign daily, so I can't be involved as much as many people. But they're focused on congressional reform. And it is such an important piece of the puzzle. And right off the top, filibuster reform. This should be a popular cause. You know, right now, we have effectively a tyranny of minority. We can't get anything through. And it wasn't always this way. Remember Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? Right? As kind of a sentimental, patriotic kind of guy. I love Jimmy Stewart and I love Frank Capra films. And of course, the climactic scene in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington is that he takes the floor of the Senate to give an impassioned speech, a filibuster. And that's the way it used to be. You know, Senator felt strongly enough, they'd take to the floor. Congressman Jim Cooper of Tennessee, one of the last Blue Dog Democrats, told me, he said, back in the 60s, at least Strom Thurmond had to risk his bladder to give a filibuster. Now, obviously, there's nothing uglier than Strom Thurmond's filibusters about civil rights, but there was a sense of, okay, you really want to gum things up? Fine, you're going to suffer for your prejudice/political beliefs. And he says, now no senator has skin in the game. They just have a staffer file paperwork. And so what's happened? It's become a routine parliamentary maneuver. The filibuster was utilized roughly once a year between 1920 and 1970. Now it's an average of 70 times a year. And that's just the final thing. I mean, there are ways to block bills going forward, too. We should end the secret holds. Right now, this is the power of no on steroids. One senator can hold up any bill or any appointment indefinitely for no reason. But they don't have to disclose what their reason is. Could be a lobbyist said, you know what, really, I'd really appreciate it if you held up this or that. But it's extraordinary. There have been attempts to reform this. They haven't worked. Right now, I mean, we need, I think, a 90-day limit on how much people in the Senate can sit on any administration appointment. We've seen it was a problem in the Clinton administration. It got worse during the Bush administration. Democrats blocked a lot of Bush appointees, and now it's even worse under Obama. So it's a bipartisan problem. But the president put forward a nominee. They should have a hearing within 90 days. And if you're going to do a hold, it shouldn't be secret. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. This stuff sounds obscure to people, but it's enormously important. If you are frustrated by the dysfunction and the division in Washington, you've got to care about this stuff. Because it is at the heart of the problem. You change the rules, you change the game. And finally, we need lobbying reform. My favorite advocate for this now is Jack Abramoff. I figure if you can get a former felon to tell you how he abused the system, I'm not going to give him he's not a character witness, but I'll take his advice as an informed participant. Lobbying has grown enormously in Washington. The number of lobbyists in D.C. has more than doubled in the last 12 years. More than doubled. And so you talk to fiscal conservative friends and you say, you're upset about the increase in spending? Look at it on a graph. It parallels the growth of lobbyists in Washington. Shouldn't surprise anybody. Lobbyists want money out of government. They want complicated laws that have plenty of loopholes that they can drive a truck through. And a lot of the advocates you see on TV are also lobbyists. Not journalists, not commentators, but a lot of the professional partisan advocates, they get rich off this hyperpartisanship, and they get money from corporations that do their bidding under the auspices of philosophical alliances. I don't think James Madison would have been that naive about what was motivating them. So Abramoff had a book and had two suggestions I thought made pretty good sense. If you're a member of Congress, you should have a lifetime ban on lobbying. Not surprisingly, this is not popular among members of Congress. This is literally right now institutionalized golden parachute. They consider this, in effect, their pension. They get a pension, but this is their pension. I gave up a lot of lucrative years when I could have been in a law practice to serve my people, and I should be able to cash in big time. They'll tell you that in so many words, rarely on the camera, but they'll tell you that. And here's the other thing. If you are a lobbyist or a business that receives federal contracts, you should be banned from giving money to political campaigns. Now, clearly, constitutional questions there too, but I'm sorry, there's no law that says you have to take government money as a contractor or be a lobbyist. You make a decision. Still get your vote, but I'm sorry, indirect ways of rewarding people for doing your bidding should set off all sorts of alarms. This is indistinguishable. Total bridge to the idea of the importance of getting money out of our politics. Look, we need to recognize right now that we are in danger of paralyzing our capacity for self-government. The rising tide of incivility, politics ain't beanbag, I get that. No one's saying that we're all angels. But the rising tide of incivility in our politics, the growing polarization of our politics, it's like that famous study about the frog placed in boiling water. If you throw a frog in a pot of boiling water, when it's boiling, it hops out. You put it swimming around, then you dial up the heat slowly, you got a toasted frog. Well, not toasted, I suppose, broiled or steamed. Point is, it's not good for the frog. And we can gauge the temperature right now. These polls help us do it. The things we see every day help us do it. The fact that Congressman Allen West from Florida, and this is one example out of many, 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 could say that there are roughly 81 communists in Congress and not really get called on it, not get condemned from any member of his own party, because the current attitude is, well, I may not agree with that, but I respect it, Right? We had a senator from Wisconsin not that long ago saying things like that. And it was appropriately a big deal. It took people a while to stand up to it. But significantly, it was a fellow Republican who first called out Joe McCarthy on the floor of the Senate. Margaret Chase Smith, also the first female freely elected to the Senate, stood up and gave a speech called the Declaration of Conscience. And Democrats had been denouncing McCarthy all day, but it wasn't until Margaret Chase really did it that people realized there was a moral issue rather than a partisan issue at work here. We're not seeing enough of that principled behavior. We want to heal this. We all need to take responsibility. Whether you're a member of Congress or just a citizen, important place to start is standing up to extremes on your own side. If we excuse extremist behavior, uncivil behavior, or poisonous political rhetoric by saying, well, I don't want to, he's on my team, I don't agree with it, but they may be crazy, but there are crazies. That's the problem right now. It's fueling this stuff. And then the only way to stop the cycle of incitement is if people in the political parties start taking responsibility for something bigger civically than their own short-term partisan interests. And there's a political benefit in this too. 20 years ago, Bill Clinton had his sister soldier moment where he called out uncivil statements by a member of his own party. And it was very divisive. But it helped reassure people at the time that Bill Clinton maybe could recenter the Democratic Party. Maybe he was independent. So there's a political benefit in these political risks as well. But right now, the status quo pushes the other way to such an extent that even saying that a member of Congress that there's 81 communists in Congress doesn't raise any bells. It barely registers because it's all part of the noise. If there's too much of it, we don't recognize it. And some folks on the left do the same thing to Republicans. I think it was Congressman Cohen from Tennessee threw around a Nazi reference not too long ago. So, again, it is not that there's an equivalence, and no side is on the side of the angels. But we need to start calling this stuff out. And because the temperature has risen so high, so hot, we're not recognizing it right now. Now, we all need to take responsibility for it. It's not just members of Congress. What can we all do civically? I'll tell you, partly standing up, civilly calling it out. At the dinner table, at your friend's house. Right now, part of the problem with moderates, frankly, is that they're moderate. They're busy. They have lives. They are not obsessed with politics every day. And so what's happened? The really dedicated folks, the hyper-partisans, have hijacked our civic dialogue and our political process. This was part of what Jon Stewart did with the Rally to Restore Sanity on the Washington Mall, which I loved. He said, look, most Americans work hard, they play by the rules, they're focused on going to a kid's Little League game. But just because you're not a hard partisan doesn't mean you're any less patriotic. And part of the distortion of our current debates is it's given that impression. So it really is time for us, like Margaret Shea Smith, to sort of straighten our civic backbone and start speaking out again. You vote with your wallet. You vote with your eyes. You know, right now, the business process of partisan media, people are following it because it works, because they're getting eyeballs. Well, if you reward that with your wallet, with your attention, we're going to get more of it. There's civic responsibility even in those little decisions you make every day, as well as in just basic civic conversation. We all ultimately need to be the change we want to see. That is true. And we're going to have to find a way to lead by example. This idea of politics being a high-pitched war doesn't work out too well. I mean, and I think you all in Wisconsin know that better than most folks right now. You know, 10 years ago, I was Rudy Giuliani's speechwriter as a young guy. I was his chief speechwriter and went through 9/11. And formative experience in my life. And part of my takeaway was obvious, that we don't have the luxury to divide ourselves into us against them as Americans. And we did have that unifying moment, that warm courage of national unity. And we squandered it so quickly as a nation. We wasted that. And we can't wait for another terrorist attack, God forbid, or a natural disaster to unite as Americans, to remember fundamental American wisdom, which is that there is more that unites us than divides us. What the polls are showing right now is precisely the opposite. The drumbeat of partisan media and the polarization of the two parties is convincing dedicated partisans who see themselves as true patriots that there is more than divides us than unites us. They've started to think about fellow citizens, neighbors with different political ideas and affiliations as being fundamentally other. That's dangerous for democracy, ultimately. That's why George Washington warned us about this stuff. You know, he wrote, one of the expedients of party is to acquire influence within particular districts, to misrepresent the opinions and aims of the other districts. He said, he said explicitly to his fellow Americans at that time and in the future, you cannot shield yourself too much against these jealousies and heartburnings which spring from these misrepresentations. They tend to render alien to each other those who ought to be bound together by fraternal affection. That's what's happening now, in real time. Our bonds of fraternal affection have strained. They will be strained further in this political cycle, unless more of us start standing up and demanding something different of our political leaders and the folks on television who contribute to this stuff. To call out the professional polarizers who are constantly inflaming these ill-founded jealousies. We're living in a time with real challenges. We need to think big, but our politics have become so small. We're obsessed with these short-term tactical gains, the latest poll. We're not thinking about the good of the nation 5 or 10 years out. Not really. Stunning lack of policy even being talked about at a presidential level. I know what candidates are against, but there's not even a sense of obligation right now to articulate what you're for, what you do. You just run down the other guy. This is a deviation from our best traditions as Americans. We know that, not just George Washington, but within living memory. We've seen that government can work. Divided government does not have to mean dysfunctional government. There can be civility with people with different ideas. Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan could fight all day and then have a drink at night and recognize each other as both good people with different philosophies, but they were not enemies. That tradition is being lost. So we all have to take responsibility right now. We all have to take responsibility to communicate this, because otherwise the screamers on either side will take over, and this cycle of incitement will get worse. And I'm not sure what it will take for this fever to break if we don't take proactive action now. Early. Trying to point out the common ground that exists, defining the common ground and then building on it. You know, election reform, congressional reform, pushing back on partisan media, these can seem preoccupied with process. But they matter. Because if you change the rules of the game, you change the behavior of the players. Right now, it is rooted in a perverse incentive system that is dividing our country, polarizing for profit, political and professional The only problem is that this isn't a game. It's our country, and we should care a lot more. So thank you very much. I'd love to take some questions. Yes, sir.
I want to kind of tie together some of the thoughts that we've had throughout the morning. Now, you're a media guy. You've had media people talk. I'm struck by the comments about millennials.
Mm-hmm.
And we see with the new media that millennials are talking to each other globally. They're interacting with each other completely independent of the governments that try to control them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also struck by the idea that if world governments become ever more dysfunctional, I think basically the American phenomena, which supposedly is the benchmark for democracy, is no longer holding. And a lot of governments have difficulty dealing with world problems. And the millennials, these younger people, are increasingly aware of how dysfunctional the governments are and are cocooning. They're leaving. They're trying to figure out other ways of communicating. So I'm going to give you a gift.
I like gifts. That's great. Thank you. It's so nice of you.
Maybe a book you should consider writing or investigating, because I would like to do this too, but that's beside the point, is the idea of tying these loose ends together. Are global solutions transcending calcified governments? And is the new media, as it's evolving, creating the ability to solve some of these problems? And I guess we go back to mediating on a global scale, because right now America's problems are just endemic of things going on all over the world.
Well, I think you're absolutely right to call in the broader dynamics of millennials and technology. I do want to caution that while we have serious problems and we should not think we're invulnerable from history, I do think that we've started to take some of our civic dialogues and structures for granted. People think that they can be tossed around and played with without causing real damage. Obviously, there's not remotely a comparison between Mubarak and the United States. But we are technology. Harry Truman used to say the only thing new in the world is the history you don't know. Great quote, love it. Wrong about one thing, technology. Technology is the one thing new in the world. And social media is providing an extraordinary ability for young people in particular to talk outside all of these government structures that have calcified, as you've said. And in American politics, I do think the rise of independent voters is partly a reflection of this dynamic. I mean, the two parties are playing politics by industrial age rules. And yet, this rising generation defines itself. They don't even have to buy albums, right? You buy individual songs. Everything is individuated. So the idea that they're supposed to be satisfied with the choice between brand A and brand B in politics, you're on the wrong side of history. And so that dynamic will drive change. One of the reasons I'm very hopeful about things. The danger is, though, as I've said, that some folks are coming to the conclusion that it's a fundamentally dirty business that punishes people trying to do the right thing, and so they'll work around it to change the culture. And I do believe that is dangerous. I mean, we need civic involvement. We need participation in elections. And if the process gets so degraded that people look elsewhere, that is a problem. We should treat the American experiment as an experiment. Each generation has a responsibility to keep it going. So the international trends that are going on, in some ways, are very, very hopeful. As we've seen, I think, with the other shoe dropping in the Arab Spring, they're not always simple. They're not always unidirectional. Just look at what's happening in Syria. Governments can't get away with what they once did. Dictators can't get away with what they once did. That's the good news. I believe at the end of the day, there's much more positive that's going to come out of all this cross-cultural, cross-country, cross-transnational communication. And it will be felt in our politics more. But again, if people just opt out of the political process because they think it's dirty, if they think it's rigged, if they think it ruins good people, that will have a long-term negative effect on our politics, big time. Yes, sir.
In about 40 years, we're going to be a minority-majority country.
So I've heard.
And I'm just wondering, how is that playing on the psyche, especially of the white American male?
It's a good question. So it was fascinating. When I was researching Wingnuts, there was a stat I heard a lot. You know, the census estimates that whites will be a minority in this country by 2050. It was, a source of anxiety. I tried very hard when I wrote Wingnuts to say that I didn't believe that the vast majority of opposition to President Obama was rooted in racism. Certainly not the stupid, brutal old racism of the Bull Connor era. Something much more subtle is going on, and I think it is rooted in anxiety and economics. In Wingnuts, I have a chapter called "The Birth of White Minority Politics." And it's identity politics, not in the sense of white nationalism, but a sense that some folks whose family have been here a long time are seeing immigrants who are educated rise very quickly in their communities, and they feel a constant downward pressure, and it's creating anger and resentment. I mean, demagogues always do well in economic downturns, folks. That's one of the reasons why, the last couple of years have been so crazy. This was true in the 1930s with the rise of, Father Charles Coughlin on the right and Huey Long on the left. So I think there is something there. And I think it can drive some of the conversations. Look, when we look historically, when we look back on the preoccupation with the birther conspiracy, I'll bet you a lot of money that it's not going to be unrelated to the fact that he was our first black president. Right? This idea that somehow he's fundamentally illegitimate. Of course, you can do the math on that easy. You don't need a lot of hindsight. But the one caution is if we fall in the trap then of saying that people who oppose President Obama intensely are racist, if you throw that reflexive card, it doesn't help. It further polarizes the conversation. People will stop listening. They will stop talking. And that's my problem, is that right now, we need to stop this cycle of incitement. There is a civic urgency to it, I believe. So I think we want to be very careful about throwing around that accusation. Yes, ma'am. Next to you and then behind.
A question about the media. You talked about or suggested several congressional reform, lobbying reform. Given our free speech premier principle, do you have any suggestions for partisan media reform?
Look, I'm trying every day. In all seriousness, I do have opinions on it. I do think that philosophically, look, I'm a centrist and independent at a time when that is a rebellious idea because it's very counter to the status quo of the two parties and most media, certainly most opinion writers, most columnists. I believe you have to play offense from the center. I believe that we need to start standing up and speaking out and calling out extremes wherever we see them on either sides, which doesn't mean that there's a moral equivalence, but it does mean that you've got to have moral clarity when you're analyzing what's coloring outside the lines. Right now there are a lot of people who are deeply invested in repolarizing the process. So again, if you're not conservative, you're liberal. If you're far left. Or you're far right if people see anything that they disagree with. I believe that we need to not confuse being nonpartisan with being neutral. I think that's a terrible mistake. I think you can't beat something with nothing. So I think, we do have right now, Fox and MSNBC are both playing partisan scripts. I think at the end of the day, because independence is such a core American identity issue, I think there's an opportunity. I think there's a growing demand for something different. If you look at it demographically, where the millennials are, I know that to be true. But it is a challenge. It is a real challenge. And so I do think part of the answer is planting a flag, standing for something strong, and wading into that debate. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'd much rather, pull a Rodney King and say we can't all get along. But it's important to wade into the arena right now to set a counterexample so people don't think this mushy middle, which has been used to dismiss people who are thoughtful and reasoned and have a sense of perspective, that stereotype is allowed to perpetuate. Yes, sir.
You talked about how to heal polarization. You talked about redistricting, incentive structure, congressional reform, filibuster reform, lobbying reform, and maybe some others. If you were going to make some changes and you know the landscape, where would you start? What would be the best one to attack first?
Election reform, I think the two fundamentals are redistricting and open primaries, redistricting reform and open primaries. Now, every state, American election law, as we know, is federalized and therefore sort of screwy. I mean, it's, so every state's going to be different. Congressional reform, honestly, I think filibuster reform would be the single biggest thing. Filibuster reform would be the single biggest thing. And then, lobbying reform is a more complex bank shot. And Harry Reid recently backed filibuster reform. And I try to do my best to get people fired up about it. Again, it's like, for example, we all pay attention to sex scandals in the media that involve celebrities, but financial scandals that even in the billions and trillions, people's eyes glaze over. Objectively, billion and trillion dollar financial scandals affect many more people and should offend many more people, but we get distracted because there's sex attached to the other thing and celebrities, so it makes us stupid. It does. It does. And so the same thing can happen when you talk about process reforms. But let me tell you, if you look at the dysfunction, if you look at the fact that you need supermajorities to govern right now, which is simply unrealistic and a break from tradition, that's one of the reasons we have the sort of power of no on steroids right now, and it is stopping Republicans who think that this fever will break when the next Republican is elected, whether it's Mitt Romney or someone else in 4 years. I'm telling you, they are sadly mistaken because they've established a precedent in terms of tactics, acting like a parliamentary total opposition, total warfare from day one, and that will be returned. And that's why this problem will get worse and worse. And one final thing, getting to your question as well. What can we do? I said take responsibility. That's a little vague. I mean, it really is start standing up and speaking out on favor of these things. It really is start trying to reward people and networks that are trying to do things a little more honestly and a little less partisan. It really is leading by the power of your example and realizing that you vote with your wallet every day in the little decisions you make. People will follow trends. That's a great thing about democracy. Majority still does rule. Now, they may try to find ways to rig that every which way they can, but people will follow the numbers. And if people all of a sudden feel like citizens, and by people I mean, powerful people in business and media and politics, feel that the numbers are moving in a different direction, they'll see an opportunity there. They'll respond to market demand. Shocking to me that we've got already, 40% of Americans are independent, demanding something different, and it's the largest untapped market in American politics. Because, frankly, people are invested in the status quo. The problem is the status quo is actively hurting our country right now. It really is. And we need to understand it's rooted in the culture. It's being contributed to every day. And we all have a responsibility to change it. And we can do it. I do believe. This is an aberration, but it will not cure itself. I don't know if I have time for one or two more.
I'm just wondering how we can have civility in the presidential election when the stated goal of the Republican leadership isn't to pass legislation, but to get Obama out of office. Right.
Somewhat uncharacteristically, I'm going to say, to be fair to Harry Reid, to Mitch McConnell, look, of course the opposition's goal is to get their own guy elected. That's not novel. What's different is, from day one, threatening to stop the business of the country unless it comes from your playbook. Total opposition. Now, that's driven by the fact that we've had this rhino hunting and dino hunting that's made progressive Republicans and conservatives, Democrats, no longer really a factor in Congress and in the Senate. Because the parties are deeply polarized, it becomes very difficult to get these cross-the-aisle collaborations and cooperation, which has been the hallmark of a functioning democracy. But the fact that these statements are being made increasingly by elected representatives, and we don't appreciate how out of character they are with our best traditions. On the debt ceiling debacle that got us downgraded, Mitch McConnell recently said, he said, well, I never thought it would be a hostage we should shoot, but it is a hostage we can ransom. And I'm not just trying to pick on Mitch McConnell here. The environment has become such that we're not doing the normal reality check. There's not a normal corrective in place. Partly because principled members of their own party wouldn't dare call out someone in the current environment. The most they'll say when asked is, well, I wouldn't have put it that way. Condemnation from the other side is considered a given. So it has virtually no impact on solving the problem. This is the point about the temperature rising right now. We're not recognizing, it's not that politics, again, has always been beanbag. And there have been, study history and you'll get a sense of perspective. This is not 1860. It's not even 1968. But it's bad, and it is proliferating, and we are not appreciating or even covering stuff that normally would have got attention because it's all part of the rising noise. And it's making people mean, and it's polarizing our country, and it is turning Americans against each other in ways that are very different than just the normal course of a democratic, a democracy. One more, and then I've got to go, I think. Yeah.
Deb McKeithen-Gebhardt, I'm just wondering if if the action plan of no labels is your congressional reform and the election reform.
It has a lot there. Again, I don't speak for that group, but I think they do great work. And it's an attempt to marshal sort of the power of social media around something that's simply not polarizing and play to the base. But yes, they do have a congressional plan. It's 10 points, and I think it's got a lot of good stuff in it. And I like the fact that the group is now focused on a specific achievable goal, and I think it is exactly the right thing. What we need to do, think about all the special interests that are out there that are invested in polarizing the process, that are invested in enriching their specific clients. We haven't yet found a way to unify people in social media or otherwise, to aggregate the disaggregated, the people who are frustrated with the status quo and want Washington to work again. Most Americans are non-ideological problem solvers. That's what's so frustrating and heartbreaking about the current state of our debates. This incivility, this anger, this hatred, this assumption of ill will is not just a departure from our best traditions, it is a departure from the American character. And we're not seeing it that way right now. And it's because the extremes are shouting loudest. Good people are quieting up. And we need to change that equation. We need to change that equation to get real change. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to be here.
Thank you so much, John. What a wonderful speech. That hopefully we're all inspired to go and change the world now. That was just absolutely terrific. Well, if I could call my next panel up, where we have a panel of elected and former elected officials who are going to tell us what it's like from their perspective of what's going on now. You can sit in any order, it doesn't matter. I didn't get a chance to say hello. Thank you so much for coming. Good to be here. Any order, it doesn't matter. Yeah, 4 is there. Yeah, because I'll stay up here. That's right. That's fine. Well, we're very fortunate to have 4 very distinguished politicians, 2 of whom are retired and 2 of whom are currently serving. We've entitled this Name-Calling and Personal Attacks on Candidates and Elected Officials, What is the Impact? And back to the topic this morning, I'm going to be asking each of the 4 to talk about the impact of this political discord, incivility, in terms of both running for office and governing. And I will go down to the table to introduce these 4 people, although I know many, many people in this room know them. Senator Timothy Cullen resides in Janesville and represents the people of the 15th Senate District. He has spent half of his career in the public sector and half in the private sector. He began his public service at the age of 26 on the Janesville City Council. He worked on the staff of U.S. Representative Les Aspin before winning a seat in the state Senate. He served in the Senate from 1975 until 1987, including 5 years as majority leader. He served as Secretary of the Department of Health and Social Services and then worked as an executive for Blue Cross Blue Shield for 20 years. You don't look old enough to have done all that, Tim. After retiring from Blue Cross Blue Shield, he once again entered public service as a member of the Janesville School Board. He returned to the Senate in January of 2011 after the longest gap of service of any senator in state history, 24 years. Seated next to Tim is Dale Schultz, who grew up on the near west side of Madison, his father owning and operating a pharmacy and his mother being an attorney. One of Dale's summer jobs was lifeguarding at nearby Olin Turville Park. He's a graduate of UW-Madison, where he played, he put that into quotation marks, and we use that term loosely, for one season on the men's basketball team. He quickly found out he was more suited for rowing and was a member of the UW's 1974 national champion crew team. More importantly, Dale met his wife Rachel while at UW, herself a graduate, along with their 2 daughters. Over his 30 years in the state legislature, Dale has served on virtually every committee and is a past Senate Majority Leader. Currently he serves as the chair, at least of this writing, he indicated, of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Forestry, and Higher Education. Dale and Rachel reside in Richland Center, where Rachel serves as a superintendent of public schools, along with their 2 boys, Boomer and Adi. They also manage their family Century Farm in rural Sauk County, and Dale and Tim will tell us a little bit about some of the work that they've been doing across the state. Next is Barbara Lawton. Barbara became a student of the culture of politics when, as a candidate for state senate in 1996, she was the target of the state's first major independent expenditures. That led to her role as spokesperson of the Justice Heffernan Commission, a citizens panel for a clean elections option. Today, after serving 2 terms as lieutenant governor, Lawton works towards change as a member of the board of directors of Americans for Campaign Reform, the nation's only bipartisan organization working toward public financing of campaigns, and of the board of the Wisconsin Institute for Public Policy and Service. And last and certainly not least is Margaret Farrow, Peg Farrow, who's at the end, is a former state senator and the first female lieutenant governor of Wisconsin. Farrow was appointed to the position when then Lieutenant Governor Scott McCallum was elevated to governor upon the departure of Governor Tommy Thompson to join the administration of George W. Bush in January of 2001. She's the chairman of the board of directors of Wisconsin Eye Public Affairs Network, who is filming today, which produces the Wisconsin equivalent of C-SPAN. In 2010, the Waukesha County Action Network, the advocacy organization Farrow created, combined with the Waukesha County Chamber of Commerce to create the Waukesha County Business Alliance, a countywide chamber of commerce representing over 900 member businesses in southeastern Wisconsin. Farrow currently serves on the board of directors as well as the policy board of the Waukesha County Business Alliance. We're very, very fortunate to have this wonderful panel of rich experience and 4 individuals that have represented both parties. We've got 2 of each party through the years, in years where the Democrats were in power and the years that Republicans were in power, and have governed with great grace. So we are honored to have all 4 of you here to talk to us a little bit about your view on politics and what's happening in terms of elections, and who this is impacting and how it impacts both elected officials in getting elected, in governing, and also any observations that any of you have in terms of what it's doing to impact people thinking about running for office, because all of you have such rich experiences. I'm sure there are many young potential politicians that come see you and say, what do you think? I'm thinking about running for office. And anything you want to share with us on how you're helping guide and mentor others would be helpful. So do you want to start, Tim?
Sure.
Thank you.
Does this one work? No? Good. Well, thank you very much, Justice. I certainly appreciate being here and trying to figure out with the time we have, how do we avoid babbling on and not giving everybody a chance to talk. First of all, if young people ask me if I think they should run, I say yes. I say you might want to first work in a campaign and see if you still like it after you do that. But I always encourage them to do it. I think it's always a wonderful experience, whether you win or lose. I was hoping maybe that I would try to just follow the 3 questions that were in the outline of the for the conference, which is who decides to run, which I think is somewhat the same, somewhat related to why they run, how they run today, and then how do you govern after you run the way you run today. I think, first of all, anybody who's going to run, who does run, should not be of the faint of heart. This is not always a friendly thing for yourself or for your family. I think more and more we're having people run who are energized by either their left-wing views or their right-wing views, or leadership in Madison finds candidates who are energized on either left or right. In my time, the first time there, as leaders, we stayed out of primaries at all risks. I mean, it was just foolhardy to get into a primary. That's changed. Leadership is in primaries now, and Democrats tend to get behind, and the Democratic money, which is more left-wing money, tends to get behind the candidate further to the left, especially in one-party districts, and the Republicans the same. So either they self-recruit themselves with a desire to go there with an agenda on the left or right, or they're recruited because of that. And so the problem starts right there. How do we end up getting the candidates we get? Just sort of going to Madison to do the right thing and work with for a common purpose is not what is motivating most candidates today, and there's no coincidence. That's not where the money is either. The money is left-wing money, right-wing money. There's no major centrist PAC I know which says, give to us, we're going to work in the middle. They probably wouldn't raise much money, although maybe that 40% that John talked about, I would. How they run? Well, how do you run today? Most cases, you run on a lot of money. And also, you find out today that your campaign and your ideas get hijacked by the interest groups who come in with these outside groups, PACs, and whatever all they are. Their microphone's louder than the candidate's own committee, just in sheer dollars. We just went through the recall. There's enormous attention to Governor Walker's $31 million that he raised for his committee. I can assure you when the numbers are in, other groups spent more than 31 on his behalf, and they look at Governor or Mayor Barrett having only raised about $4 million. That'll be a pittance compared to what was spent on his behalf by outside groups. So their message can drown out what the candidate might want to say. On my side, in this last race, we had a group called We Are Wisconsin, I guess it is. They decided it was a good idea in order to get people to vote in 2010 who didn't vote in 2008, that they'd send out this mailing across the state. My wife received one, and it had her name, and she had voted in both elections, and then it had so-called 10 neighbors. And it said Mary Smith voted in 08, not in 2010, and Bob Smith voted in both of them. And then asked my wife to get a hold of the ones who didn't vote in 2010 but voted in 2008. Even though whether we vote or not is a public document, which people familiar with it know that, the people of Wisconsin don't think it's a public document. And that was one of the most outrageous, stupid things I've ever seen anybody do. Besides that, the list of neighbors that my wife is supposed to contact aren't our neighbors. They don't even live I don't know where the streets are. They're nowhere near where I live. But boy, did that infuriate people. So the idea that the candidates actually control these groups really is not true, and there was a perfect example. The other question that you have is then how can they govern once they get there through these routes, which I think our previous speaker, Dale and I were sitting next to each other. We could have pretty much given his speech. I mean, he's got it right on. He's figured it out. I don't think there's anything he said that I thought he was off on. So he's a guy on the outside that's got it figured out, and we hopefully have it figured out from the inside. How do they govern? A famous phrase from an old friend of mine, with difficulty, is how they govern. Today, compromise has shrunk down to just about a 4-letter word. And the previous speaker alluded to it, the safe thing today is simply to govern towards your base, because that means you won't get hammered in a primary next time by somebody on our side, in my case, left of me, or Dale's case, to the right of him. So the safe thing which a lot of people up there want to be safe. They do like that job. They do like getting reelected, is just to govern to your base. And of course, if you figure it out, the math is pretty simple. The moderates in Wisconsin are about 33%, a little lower than the 40 nationally that our previous speaker mentioned. But give each party the other 33 each. It means if you're governing to your base, you're governing against the views of 66% of the people, whichever base you try to govern towards. I just want to say that in terms of compromise and working with the other party, and Dale and I have tried to do it, I think he's been braver than me because he's in the majority, and it's tougher really to take on your leaders in the majority than it is to take on your leaders in the minority. So I've always acknowledged that with Dale, but we're trying to do some things. But I have an idea for the next legislature, and that is that I think they should be required to read Article 1, Section 2, Paragraph 3 of the U.S. Constitution. And the reason why they should read that is you won't recognize it by that name, but you might recognize something called the Three-Fifths Compromise. And we talk about these great founding fathers of ours, these tremendous heroes who have statues and monuments all over. We have a Jefferson Elementary School in Janesville and a Franklin Middle School in Janesville. These great people, in order to get a constitution, cut one of the most crassest deals in American history and put it in the Constitution. And that is the Three-Fifths Compromise. The northern states of the original 13, they only wanted to have free African Americans vote. And interestingly enough, the southern people from the southern states, for probably the only time ever, they wanted to count every slave as a full, each one of them as a person, just like everybody else in the South, like them. And so the issue was over, size of the population, meaning how many seats you got in the House of Representatives, how many electoral college votes you would get. That was so. These great leaders on all these pillars cut a deal which said, well, one side wants to count all the slaves, the other side doesn't want to count them at all. We'll count them as 3/5 of a person. And they cut the deal to call a human being 3/5 of a person, and they put it in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Paragraph 3. And if those great people could cut that crass of a deal in order to get a United States Constitution for our country, couldn't we work out a deal on the size of the aid to public education in Wisconsin, or whether we have a mine or not? So my idea is every legislator before we start the next session has to read about the Three-Fifths Compromise and who made it, and maybe it'll make a difference. It probably won't. Thank you. I look forward to the rest of the comments and maybe some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dale?
Well, let me just begin by sort of retracing Tim's steps. If a young person comes or an older person comes to me and wants to run for office, the very first thing I tell them is you should be prepared to listen twice as much as you speak, and you should begin by listening. I have, in recent years, begun holding office hours with my constituents, and instead of entering into a dialogue with every single person who comes up, which means that the last person is really waiting a long time, I've begun to listen to my constituents and get a good feeling for what they have to say. And we don't put time limits on, but we remind everybody that somebody's going to be last, and let's concentrate on being, good citizens. And while they do that, I take notes, and when it's all over, then I speak. And I think part of the problem I see now is that we have people who want to immediately speak before they've listened very much. And that puts them in a defensive position in a dialogue, which need not be. And I think the other advice I give people is advice that my father gave me a long time ago, which is don't get mad. You don't get mad. Dich nicht, my father would say. And the point here is that, sometimes we have to think about things that are said, and we ought to be slow to anger. And sometimes if you do that, you might begin to realize, well, maybe there's something there that I have to think even deeper about. if you do those things, I think it becomes much easier to compromise and to work with others. And it's my hope that we will begin to see a little more of that in the state legislature, a little less trying to enter into a spirited dialogue immediately, and a little more listening to one another. So those are my opening comments.
Yes, thank you, Janine, for the opportunity and for provoking us in such interesting and profound ways. I want to speak to the impact of the lack of civility in our public realm as both a problem of the presence of too much of one thing and the absence of another, and that is the presence of too much money that defines our political system, and the absence of the value of respect. When the professor this morning talked about a definition of civility, including consideration and tact, I believe that it really must be expanded to embrace the notion of respect, or there's nothing to really govern the behavior and the habits that come from it. And I think that's the point of engagement, where we can get beyond widespread observations of incivility, and the examples we're swimming in them, if we want to get to a way to diagnose how we can effect change. Civility challenges us, the older generation. Sometimes we're paralyzed with a sense of nostalgia for a time that we thought there were healthier, and there were healthier and more respectful exchanges. Our younger generation, as we have heard today, seems to almost be inured to combative relationships and exchanges around, or discourse around them. And the media is part of this. We have to speak about them as well. Sometimes they're overzealous and sometimes insensitive. I know that I heard yesterday from someone who was speaking of, even as our governor in his re-election and the challenger, Mayor Barrett, we're calling for us to find a path to greater civility. There was something in some of the visual images that were repeated in the media of the governor pointing and winking that were somehow not bringing us to believe his words. And I really believe that the visual images are as important as the rhetoric and the words. And sometimes we've seen in editorial ways that the media either overcorrects or sometimes isn't as responsible or as naive. But we come back to how does this have an impact on the individuals and the people who are thinking of running for office. What you know is that you are inviting an almost sadomasochistic level of vulnerability by choosing to run for office. You can be certain that your person and your family will suffer in the public eye, and that there is nothing, no law that will stop people from saying absolute untruths about you in the course of a campaign. And not just your opponent, and generally not as much your opponent as other people who have that moneyed vested interest in the outcome of the campaign. So the impact it has on an individual and family is deeply personal, but it has an impact on the people who know them and support them, who have found that person maybe as their deepest point of engagement with our political system, and they are repulsed and repelled. And they may never come back in any serious way. And there's a ripple effect. It goes out into a community. The extreme partisanship that is part of this whole dynamic is fed by that money as well, because there's a great deal of money to be made on the decisions of public policy, and we know that. And were it not so, lobbyists wouldn't spend so much money to try and influence them or offer so much in contributions to candidates. What the impact this has on our institutions and on the democratic institutions of government that are so critical, and in this 21st century and really in desperate need of being rebooted for entirely different circumstances. That kind of lack of civility and ability to find and establish a common ground that is driven by this influence of money in politics stymies a discovery process and makes it nearly impossible for us to innovate those institutions. Think just, for example, of public education. All of our arguments around public education have been around unions and a variety of issues of how we're paying for them, and forgetting that we are trying to educate the next generation of citizens. So public isn't just about who's buying, it's about you don't have public issues and public conversation without a citizenry, that we're educating a citizenry that has to be able to function in a swiftly changing global economy. And we have a school model that was built after a factory model for manufacturing knowledge. And what we really need are people who have the intellectual agility to navigate the unknown. So we're working in entirely the wrong direction, and the notion of reform has only to do with taxes. So this is where it stymies us at that level, and it creates sort of distraction without end and a cacophony of voices that, by repeating untruths, if we've watched on both sides of the aisle in campaigns and in this last one as well. Oh, I'm sorry. That is not only a distraction from the issues that are most important to us, but a disruption of a balance of power as well. So you have candidates begging for money and a cacophony of voices, and the double dynamic of an increase in paid communications and a whole new industry of political punditry and consultants. And on the other side, you have reduced neutral coverage from the media that don't have to cover it at the same level because there's it's going on in all different ways and it's being paid for. And this sustains our culture of incivility. And it also supports a certain elasticity in our ethical behavior or our understanding of ethics that has come about. So I see the lack of civility as both symptom and habit, and occasionally cause. Our attacks on candidates, and this is another impact, that with all that is now on the internet, it creates sort of a palimpsest. It will never go away. And that's another thing to consider as somebody thinks about the decision to run for office and to put themselves into the public realm. Private sector leaders and public sector leaders alike need to be part of a solution in demanding respect in our exchanges. I've often felt, and I really honestly believe this, that were we to pass a law that mandated, that absolutely required that every exchange under the dome in Madison had to be observant of rules of etiquette, and rules of etiquette simply demand respectful exchanges, that we would have a far more productive legislature and an increase in civility. I hope that we can find a way to use the tools that are emblematic of the change we are experiencing with technology and blogs and that kind of infusion of incivility into our life, and use those same tools to change our course, respecting the fundamental building blocks of democracy. I don't think it's enough to bring people together. I think we actually have to change these rules, and there has to be a political will, but the incentive system today and the reward system is not for civility or finding common ground. So for me, the bottom line is I think we need public funding of campaigns, and the interesting reforms that go beyond that, but that is the very beginning, and without that very beginning, I think we can watch the spiral until, like alcoholics, we think we've hit bottom, and then maybe we'll come to it.
Thank you, Janine. It's really a pleasure to, as you and I talked back in December, I think, about this. It has been in my mind. I mean, I've got a lot of things on my mind, but it's still working, thank you. And as a result, it's really been something that every now and then something would go through my mind about something else. I'd go back to this day, this planned discussion on civility. Okay, it all came to a head last Sunday on a soccer field out in Verona. It dawned on me that there's only two places I can tell you, and maybe you hopefully can tell me of others, where there's an immediate reaction to improper language, something very profane, something what we used to call a swear word. Now, in many places where it never was allowed, it just goes right through and right by and ignored, or maybe a slap on the wrist or something, a figurative slap on the wrist. Okay, I'm watching my grandson in a soccer game, and suddenly the play stopped. A gentleman was handed a red card, and his team lost that position. Not my grandson, thank God. But they were minus a player, and he was immediately penalized for having sworn on the field. Then I was thinking of the NBA, where another grandson has me following the Miami Heat because of Dwayne Wade. Everything in his bedroom is number 3. And I'm thinking, we're talking about our young people who ultimately become candidates, who ultimately become office holders, who don't have models, role models, heroes anymore. This kid has a hero, and I just hope Dwayne keeps deserving it. But the point is, I saw a fella have to stand off to the side on the NBA floor while his opponent shot some free throws unopposed because he swore. An instant reaction. Where else does it happen? And my only point in giving you kind of this very strong example, I hope, where do we expect good conduct? Barbara, I'm so glad you mentioned etiquette. I thought if I said something like that, they'd say, oh my God, she's the oldest one in the room. You know, old-fashioned. And I probably am. No, I probably am. I admit it. And as Dale knows, I'm rather candid about things like that. And Tim, you too, because I'm older than you. But anyway, oh yeah. But anyway, the point is, I've watched the ebb and flow. I have watched the ebb and flow in local government, in state government, sure, in federal government only from afar and through all the media issues that we've heard tossed around very ably already today. And then you come back to how do we continue? Someone this morning, I was just trying to find in my notes because I'm not sure I'll identify the person who said it correctly. Someone this morning said they were trying to fill in the blanks for the civics classes they used to have. This all started for me, my love, my passion for good government, for people being participants in good government, started in 6th grade civics, and it hasn't let up. And I have tried to follow it through every course I could take at my high school in Racine, from every course I could take at the institution that just begins east of this building on this property. I remember taking a course from Father Friedel, who died at the end of that semester, unfortunately, in applied ethics, where I had to write a paper on prudence in the modern man. Let me tell you, that's all that's in this gray matter. How are we to be appropriate in our actions toward others? So, all right, now we're asked this question, who is going to be left running for office? Who do we counsel, as Dale said earlier, running for office? I remember telling someone who's now an appeals court judge after college, yeah, go to law school. And after that, yeah, run for office. And he did. And he did. And he served valiantly in the legislature, and he's now an appeals court judge. I mean, I'm so proud of the path he followed. But the point is, I think people should begin closest to home, to begin to toughen their hide, to begin to understand their constituents. Gregory from Racine this morning, God bless him, he nailed so many points that are so important, and how vulnerable you are. You're playing live. In Madison, you're playing in, well, videotape. You know, God bless Wisconsin Eye. You're playing live if you watch, and now it's on 363 on Time Warner again, thank heavens. Tim, because Tim was on our board for a while until he decided to get off to run for re-election. God bless him for trying and for doing that. But the point is, you've got to begin somewhere to understand serving people. And if you don't understand you're serving people, then don't bother running for office, because you're not going to do it for the right reason. And I feel so strongly that is a way to temper. I had 5 years of appointed offices of boards in my community. I had 11 years of local service on our village board and as the village president. I was ready for Madison, I thought. I had dealt with every kind of issue, and Howard Belvin remembers the sewer issue that we were part of. And that's where I first got to meet him and so respect his ability at mediation. That was a real hard nut to deal with, though, wasn't it, Howard? But the point is, I was ready, I thought. I mean, we had had issue after issue we had to deal with in Elm Grove that was so vital and important, and those taxpayers were on our neck following everything. I had a sense of responsibility, I thought. And then I went to Madison. And guess what? I was sequestered in this room called a caucus. And I was with a caucus. And the only place I'd see the ones in that caucus were in the hallways or in the committee rooms or on the floor. It's a whole different life. In local government, you are on merit 85, 95% of the time, whether it's the school board or the county board or the city council or the village board or the town board. And you're looking at each issue. And on one issue, you'll have 3 yeses and 2 nos. On the next issue, you'll have 4 yeses and 1 no, but they'll be different than the original combination because they're on merit on the issues. And then you get to the partisan world. Well, my point is you have to be adjusted for that, but it's a great evolving to that from the first level. And then when it's on partisan, you suddenly have a letter after your name. And that kind of tells you where in a way to sit. And getting in the middle is very dangerous. We have had an independent in the legislature who I absolutely admire. Rob Ziegelbauer, independent now in the last several years. Rob and I worked on an awful lot of legislation together when I was there. He is, and now on county board also, head of the county exec up there in Manitowoc? Yeah, Manitowoc County. I always get Sheboygan and Manitowoc twisted at this point for other reasons. But the point is, there are ways to deal with that partisan level that still makes things workable. Dale and I got to know each other when we sat side by side because I knew who he was, but we hadn't really served that much together. And I'm now in the Senate coming through 3 years in the Assembly. He had many more years service by that time than I did. And we sat next to each other in joint finance when the House was split, the houses were split. And Joe Leon and Barb Linton were the co-chairs of joint finance, 1993. We started late because of special elections. The budget started late. Everybody said, you'll never be through by July 1st. And here we were, 8 and 8, split right down the middle. Not that wonderful odd number anywhere to determine things, split evenly. And at the end of that session of the budget, we finished on time. There were 100 and I guess about 40 amendments to the original budget. 14 votes came down to party line votes. All the rest were bipartisan. It was a moment of Wisconsin history that I think we're all proud of, and things moved forward. The point is, that's what I evolved through. Fast forward to 2010. I had decided, who runs for office? I had decided not to after being strongly encouraged to run for the U.S. Senate in 2004. That was after I had left office. Always wondered how I'd get off the stage, and I found out. I always said the ticket lost rather than individual losses. But the point is, I looked at what was happening already in politics and thought, no, 27 years of elective office, I have done it, I hope, ethically. I have done it serving what I felt was important about things, done it with respect for my colleagues on either side of the aisle. But I didn't want to step into the maelstrom that had then become partisan statewide elections. By then I had grandchildren. By then John and I had many friends who knew us, but I didn't know if they'd know me at the end of the session of the end of a campaign period, because I knew what tricks are pulled. I knew what you go through. And at that point in my life, I wasn't ready to do it. Am I saying no one else should? No, no, no. I'm saying just have a little more, I don't know, fight left in you than I felt I had at that point. To be on the front line. I'm still on the back line. Don't think I'm not there. But not to be on the front line. And the point I'm trying to make, I guess, with this kind of personal anecdote is people who are willing to run for office should be sought out. If you see quality people. People who are willing to run for office should be supported. There is nothing lonelier, and I think every one of us at this table will say, there is nothing lonelier than getting home at 10 o'clock after some sort of a voter candidate forum, and you're not sure if you did it quite right, and the next thing you know, you've got a breakfast where you're going to be confronted again, and you're thinking, is there anyone I can debrief with? Is there anyone that can pull me back to remember the focus on issues? Every candidate I have ever tried to help, I've said, I'm a night person. I'm up, and it's still true, up till midnight or 1 o'clock. Call me anytime. It is very lonely unless that person is supported. It is very hard. Who are we going to get to run for office? We're going to get concerned, dedicated people who believe in this country, this state, their community in a way that calls them to that service. And I truly believe what we have to do is then support them, not call names. And I can't say enough about the 3 presentations on mediation. If we don't confront the issues face to face with each other, we'll never solve them. I mean, because the name calling can't happen face to face. Sadly, for the first time in my life, I had pneumonia last February. I have to keep straight. A year ago, February, when everything hit the fan in Madison. I have 5 sons, and one of them chose to follow my footsteps. Never thought there'd be one, and he was in his freshman year, his freshman term, and still is in the freshman term, even though it seems like 3,000 years since it started, to me at least, not to him. He's all full of fire and working hard. The morning he went into the assembly, after the Senate had voted, and he had to go into the assembly, and they told him not to come into the building till it was secure. I'm laying in bed, deathly ill with pneumonia, thinking, why did I think it was a good idea a year ago that he was going to run for this office? I didn't think he was going to be in physical harm's way, and he was. But the point is, that whole group of 132 legislators at varying degrees of focus survived it. And I had encouraged him to run, and I have gotten to know all his colleagues quite well who I didn't know before. We have good soldiers, and I don't mean to use a militant word, and quite frankly, I'm very upset that the word civil war was brought into this governor's race. This isn't a military time. This is a patriot's time. This is a citizen patriot's time. So who is going to run in this atmosphere? Believers in our way of government, believers who can help develop a thick enough skin by having the support around them to say, I'm doing what's right for the right reasons. All the money issues are nasty. All the outside pressure groups are nasty. McCain-Feingold created the 527s that are the super PAC. That's where they came from. That's why we didn't hear about them before. It's one of the few pieces of that federal legislation that wasn't ruled unconstitutional. I'm upset about things like that. I'm upset about money in elections. But I sat next to a conservative member of parliament years ago when they were coming to Wisconsin in droves from everywhere trying to figure out about welfare reform because we had done it. And I'm sitting next to the conservative member of parliament. Labor was in charge at the time. The Democrats were in charge in our house, but somehow they got us next to each other at this dinner. And we had a marvelous conversation. And at one point, this gentleman turned to me and said, Senator, why do you people spend so much on your elections? And I said, I almost wanted to say, well, you see, we had freed ourselves from somebody that started out in your country, and as a result, he created this Declaration of Independence, this Constitution, this Bill of Rights, but I didn't go into all that. I just said we did have a Bill of Rights that gave us a freedom of speech that was controlling how much we could or couldn't say, and it said it's all open. And he said, I said, what do you do? And he said, in my district, for my House of Commons seat, he said, I can spend enough to print a black and white brochure and deliver it. Period. He had to meet his people and hand them out. And he couldn't believe what we did. I would love, and Dale knows this because I was hawking this bill when I was in the Senate yet, I would love to have someone have the courage to move forward with a bill that would challenge our courts, and I have great respect for our courts. I truly do. But somebody has to say, there is still freedom of speech if you let candidates talk as much as they want, and we're good at it. Go anywhere to meet, and we're good at that. But you can't spend a cent until, fill in the blanks, 6 months before the election, 3 months before the election, and everybody's treated the same, so we're not limiting your speech. You're all under the same bubble of this rule, this law, this whatever it becomes. We've got to bring some rationality back to this, and I don't know how else we're going to. So that's my concern. And I want those candidates to keep coming forward. I want people to still be every bit as well informed. And one thing that's good, the good that has come out of these 18 months, I believe, in our state, is more people are paying attention to our government and understanding how it works and what it takes to make it work right. Thanks.
I do have more questions, but I think I'd like to open up the audience for a few minutes because I'm sure there are people here who have questions of our illustrious panel, and if you don't have questions, then I'll ask them. But any questions? Yes.
In regard to the civility or lack of civility which is going on in current politics, what do you think would be the effect if two candidates were being examined by a reporter or what have you on television, and they were asked to answer the same question to both of them? What do you most admire about your opponent? And what do you think was your opponent's most significant accomplishment as an elected official?
If they were in office, yeah.
The candidates would basically brush it off with some non-entity answer, because if they said something substantively wonderful about the other person, it would be in the other person's ad on TV within 24 hours. That's sort of the problem with that kind of thing. And they come to the debates completely prepared to answer both those questions.
Yes.
Don't you think that that's at the heart of the ideological difference today between the Republican and Democratic Party, really? I mean, that they have such a very different, and depending on where you sit on the spectrum, sometimes extremely different points of view about the role of government, going to, what's his name, Grover, who would like to shrink it and drown it, and other people who think that it has a much more robust role in terms of having a healthy economy. So the public is certainly going to be confused when the people who represent them are unclear in articulating it and fighting it out.
Other reactions to the question?
Well, as I listened to that, I couldn't help but think of a conversation I had a week ago with a German scholar who's studying at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and was here watching and paying great interest to how our democracy is evolving, and shared with me that, on the continent, democracy is evolving there too. His point was, in Germany, scholars are concerned because the two political parties are melding together and working together, and choice has disappeared. And they always looked at us as a model of stability, and he was trying to figure out why it is that we were breaking apart, and why people were concerned about choice. But this got me to thinking some more, and I guess what I came up with was that we oftentimes don't really understand our government and how it's supposed to operate. Well, we are both democracies, both systems. A parliamentary democracy has a legislative branch that is a part of the executive branch. The executive is drawn from that legislative body. In this country, we have three separate but equal branches of government, and we get our stability, I believe, or I believe our founding fathers believed, from inter- and intra-party debate. And what we were trying to do in this country, which is causing so much angst, is some people have gotten confused and want the efficiency of a parliamentary system and don't value debate and insist on handing down policies, and people feel like they're being force-fed. And I think that fundamentally is about, do we understand our government and its role in our society and how it may differ from other governments around the planet. And recently, within the last week, had an opportunity to address a number of officials who came from Kenya, where they are shifting from a parliamentary-style democracy to one more akin to ours. And I think it's a good point you make, and it's a question that I think we could consume a lot of beer over.
I think the answer is, I think the public has a very clear understanding of what the role of government is. It's just that so many of them have very different, they each have their own understanding. I mean, Barbara kind of made it clear, some people have a clear understanding that the role of government is to defend the shores and deliver the mail, period. And others have a view that government should solve most of society's problems. And so the public, I think they know what the role of government is. They just have different views of what it is. And this mention was made of the Tom Barrett's use of the term Civil War, and I realized I thought it was kind of accurate. I can tell you of 3-second time in my life last summer. This is after all the turmoil had begun and after we'd gone to Illinois and all that stuff. I'm in the Janesville Labor Day Parade, and I'm walking down Milwaukee Street last September, and the people over on this side of the street, they're cheering for me. You're yelling out, "You're our hero, thank you, we love you." Stuff that I never heard in 100 previous parades in all my life. I would get some polite claps and a couple of these, but never, "You're the greatest, we love you." And so I get through waving to those guys, and I turn to this side of the street to wave. There's a guy standing there waving to me, but he's not using all his fingers. This is in a span of 3 seconds. Now, I can tell you, I am neither a hero nor a bum, but when I go around my district, I am treated as one or the other. So I don't know. It may not raise to the level of the 1861 to 1865 conflict, but boy, that's way different than I've ever seen or felt.
I think the one point I'd like to follow on Tim's, he's speaking what we all have experienced. If anybody wants to see that kind of an issue where you were called a bum or a hero, it was the Milwaukee, the Brewer Stadium. That was a very interesting time in this state when that was decided, especially in this part of the state, I should say. And it's really an interesting situation to know how people are going to react to you, especially in parades. But what I think you have to do, and again in counseling candidates and then office holders hopefully, is you've got to tell them one thing, and that is be consistent. I mean, I have many people who disagreed with some of my root beliefs. I'm pro-life, really disagreed with me. But they knew what I was, and I wasn't going to jump around or change my position for some shallow reason to get their vote. If they wanted everything else that I had to offer and they couldn't find anyone who could trump me on everything, they'd still settle with me. But they could count on me. They knew where I was on almost all the issues, and I listened to them. As Dale says, if you don't listen to them, you're in trouble. So I think what we have to do again in looking at potential candidates to weather the storms they're having to weather right now is to give them counsel, and one of the counsels is to know they know where Tim is on 90% of the things, and the 10% that come in and out are one of those things, as does Dale, or he wouldn't have served as long as he has.
I'm going to ask one last question of each of the panelists, and Peggy may have already just answered it, but if you were to give advice to a young, newly elected either assembly person or a senator of your party, we've got both parties here, who's off to Madison, and it was elected during a very, very partisan race, what piece of advice would you give them in hopes that they would rise to the occasion and do some of the things that we've already talked about? And maybe do you want to start, Tim, just what, if you had one piece of advice for them, what would it be after they've been elected and they're going to Madison?
It wouldn't be much that I would say that they would probably care about. But if I could say one thing to them, I would say that you're coming here with your integrity, and that's the only thing that's going to matter that you leave with. And so if you can leave here, when you finally leave here and you look in the mirror, you probably did okay.
I would counsel that they should learn the process first so that they can figure out how to be effective, and they should do it with a constant sense of humor, because that conquers an awful lot of ill in our society when you can smile and laugh about life.
I guess along the same lines as Senator Cullen, that all you have is your good name, and don't give it up and don't put a price tag on it.
I guess I would counsel them to be ready to leave. And by that I mean don't sell your soul. If you're told we're going to get a candidate against you in the primary next time because you're not going to vote the way we want, tell them to go try. And if you lose, then go home with your head held high. It shouldn't become your life's work and the need for your life existence. So be ready to lose when you step into that arena. But I agree with Dale. You've got to learn the process, and if the process falters, the product falters. It's been said here before today, and I mentioned to someone that's been my belief because I learned it. You only will have the good product if the process is respected, and it's a good one to respect. That's the kind of basis of it.
Join me in thanking our two
Good to see you, Barbara.
I saw that. Well, thank you for coming. It was great. It was very good. Thank you.
there for you. We're sharing a microphone. Okay. That's fine. I'm just going to steal it if you don't mind. Get these.
Of course.
We're now going to do our final panel, and as I told you this morning, as we look at the restorative justice lens, we've been talking a lot today about the impact, who's been impacted, and what the harm is, and also hopefully processes and ideas to move forward. And restorative justice processes always end on a hopeful note in terms of moving forward in a healing way, in a way that's going to help repair the harm. And what better way than to have a panel of young people who are involved in our political processes, are either recent grads or grads of Marquette University. And we'll talk a little bit with the help of Mike Goucher about their perspectives in terms of government and governance and civility. They really are our hope for the future, and we thought it was important that we give them voice this afternoon now, and be able to give us some hope. I will make some concluding remarks, but I think that ultimately, as we listen to them, we're all called upon to say, what can I do when I leave today? How do I approach my neighbors? How do I approach others? How do I talk about politics? And, I think John Avalon sort of, hammered that home as well, is that ultimately each person can send out good ripples by the fact of how you talk to others about these issues. And every time we talk about them and us, we're only reinforcing that image that we're not all together, that we're not all Americans, and that we care about our systems. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Mike Goucher to begin, and then I think we both have some questions of them, but I'll let you start.
Thanks, Janine, and thanks again for everybody sticking around, because I think this will be a very interesting panel discussion. We're joined today by 4 Marquette University students who have 2 microphones between them. So, so we're going to ask you to share. I think we're going to add a third one to the mix. Here's the mic stand for this one. There you go. And if you want to share one of these microphones, that would be great. Let me introduce the 4 students to you, and then we're going to have them each tell you just a little bit about themselves so you can understand where they are at this point in their lives. The 4 students we have with us today are James Fenley, Bill Nehart, Katie Miller, and Wade Balcones. And I'm going to let them begin this by taking, a minute or so to tell us about who they are, what year in school they are, and their connection to public service. So Katie's down on the far end. Katie, why don't you start there, and then we'll come down this way.
Sure. My name is Katie, and I'm going to be a senior at Marquette in the fall. I'm currently studying political science and biology here at Marquette, and have become very interested in the intersection of medicine and public policy. So for me, I found that through the idea of public health and health policy, which, as most of you know, is kind of a hot topic at the moment. So all 4 of us spent time at Marquette's Les Assen Center in Washington. So I was there last spring of 2011, and had the opportunity to work in a Senate office, which was absolutely incredible. And coming back since then, I've had the opportunity to work on a few different political campaigns and see a little more on the ground experience as well.
That's great. Bill?
I'm Bill Neidhart. I'm going into my senior year at Marquette University. Kind of started out politically with interning on a senatorial campaign out here in 2010. Then I went to the Aspen Center, and I got to work for Senator Dick Durbin for about 9 months, which was great. And then I finally came back out here, and I actually ran for office. I'm the VP of our student government. And even in that election, I was labeled a Marxist, or I had tweets against me that really were inflammatory, and that was an election that had a total of about 3,000 votes. So yeah, let that sink in. But yeah, that kind of sparked my interest, and yeah, I've been going ever since.
I'm James Fenley. I have no experience like that with actually running for office, but I just got back from Les Assen Center exactly a month ago today. I was working for Congressman Tom Petri from Fond du Lac. I love the experience, and I'm really looking forward to going back. That's about me.
Wade?
Hi, my name's Wade. I guess my interest in public service started my junior year of high school. I ran for student on the board, which is a great system. If you want to get involved with your school boards, you should encourage that. And I actually lost by 6 votes. I'm bitter to this day. And from there, I got involved during the presidential election, even though I couldn't vote, which I still regret. From there, I was asked to work on a state assembly position for a person from our school board was running. We lost there, and then I moved on to I did the Kletchka internship, which, if you don't know anything about, they place you in a government office somewhere within Milwaukee, and I started off in Mayor Barrett's office, and I left for Les Aspin this last fall, and when I returned, they offered me a head internship there, so I've still been in Mayor Barrett's office, and I'll be graduating this December, a semester early, and we'll be moving on to other things.
We said that this panel would talk about whether the next generation is optimistic. And we'll get to that in a moment. But the first question is, I listened to Bill tell that story. And you heard John Avlon earlier talk about some of the challenges in politics today. And we all know about the last 18 months in this state. Why do you want a life in public service? I don't mean that as a put down, it's just a question. Why do you want a life in public service? And let me go down the other way this time. We'll start at this end with Wade.
Well, I guess growing up, my family was split exactly down the middle. And I have my mother and my eldest brother are both registered Republicans. My father and I are both registered Democrats, and my brother is an independent. And
great family dinners, I'll bet. Yeah.
He's the middle brother, and this is what it actually comes down to, is family dinners. I grew up in a family that you came home every day and you had dinner at 6 o'clock, and there was nothing else in the world that was more important than coming home for dinner. So we would come home for dinner, and we would sit for an hour, and we would sit and we would talk, and those conversations would always spill over into the living room, and we would continue talking, and we always had an open discourse about politics, and it was always... I grew up where my dad would take me every Christmas or every Thanksgiving, and not only would we celebrate our own holidays, but we did community service somewhere. We would ring the bell every Christmas. We ring the bell for the Salvation Army. And they really instilled this notion that even though, you see those people far away in D.C. and you see those people in Madison, that you can still, on a level, everyday basis, you can help somebody, and you can get involved in some way, and you can change someone's lives. And yes, I think it's a lot of naivety with having this discussion and hearing these people that have great, swaths of experience that say that, you have to have a thick skin. Well, I guess, we haven't been there yet. We haven't done it. Maybe we're being naive. Maybe we really think we still can change the world. But I would much rather, go into it thinking that I can really make a difference and change the world than go into it and think that I've already lost the battle. There's no point to even try.
You're not a slacktivist, as we heard about earlier.
No.
Okay, that's good to know. Let's pass it down to James.
Yeah, my family politically is completely different than his. I grew up in a 100% conservative household, and no splits. My sister's very Republican, so is my dad. That's the news they watch, always Fox News, always the radio, and the car is always that way. But they were the exact same way as a family. Every day, it was actually 6:30 for us, we would come home and have dinner all throughout high school. So sports events, we made it all work. And that was like one thing that really, even though they were a lot different than I was, I'm in the middle. Still the political discourse, like the talk, just everything was really nice, and it helped me, I guess, frame this. I remember when I was in 2000, staying up with my dad and watching the election, the presidential election that year. And that was like the first time I was just being fascinated with elections. And that's really, I'm a little different. I don't think I can go in and change the world. Maybe that's me being a little naive, not as naive, or I don't know how to say it. But I still think we can do a lot of things, and there's room for compromise, which is one of the reasons, though from all the speakers we heard today, it's tough to find compromise, and it's tough to be, especially at the national level. You watch any of the national elections, Olympia Snowe resigned. She was one of the few moderates. It doesn't seem like there's room for compromise in the middle ground, but I think I don't know. I've talked to enough people, and I think I can find it. I'm naive like that.
Bill, why public service?
I must not like myself very much. I complained about a couple tweets being sent about me, and, that weren't nice. I've never had a multi-million-dollar campaign tell millions and millions of people why I'm such a bad guy. So that's obviously something completely different. But I think when you heard John Avalon earlier, list just tactic after tactic of how we could, reform a system that has worked in the past, reform a system that has created one of the greatest democracies, civilization has ever seen. It's worth our time. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And, we might have grown up in a time where you're either a Bill O'Reilly or a Keith Olbermann. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that we have to buy into that. And I think that's something that we all kind of hold really firmly. And one of the great things about the Aspen Center is that you're stuck in a room that should hold one person but holds four. And it just so happens that, three of them could be the exact opposite party that you are. And there's no way you're going to survive if you honestly think that the person, sitting right across from me has no idea what they're talking about, is a bad guy because they have a different philosophy. It all comes back down to that respect. Someone was talking earlier about hitting rock bottom. It's going to happen soon because I shouldn't be able to, be 21 years old and see this and go, no, that's not right. I'm just a young guy, but, we all have that exact same feeling. So that's definitely something that's not uncommon.
Katie, you touched on your interests. So why would public service be the best expression of those interests for you?
Yeah, I'm originally from Marshfield, Wisconsin, home of one of the bigger clinics in the nation, which is really interesting being in the middle of the state. And I've just seen this idea of, for whatever reason, they've been a big leader in like electronic medical records 10, 15, 20 years before anyone else were doing collaboration, cooperation, talking amongst each other. So a clinic in Weston knows the same thing that they do in Marshfield and all this stuff. And then I started college and I learned more about health policy and the way insurance works, and I said, well, that doesn't make sense. Like, your insurer is being terrible to you. Like, that never happened to me. That never happened in this system that I grew up in. And so I originally was interested in medicine and stuff like that, and began to see the appeal of appealing to a much wider mass. So the idea with, instead of just treating the problem, but preventing it in the first place. And I think that transfers very well to the idea of public service as well. And I think that if you asked why we're interested in doing this, and perhaps, again, there's the young naivety, but if we have skills or we see a problem or a way we contribute, I don't see a way that we can justify not doing so. And I think that that's almost a very Jesuit ideal, is you're performing service for others and helping them in a way that you are able to. And I don't know, I just...
Here's the question, though. Are the four of you the exception in your generation? You still see hope, you see optimism, you see a political process that's not broken. But how about your classmates? Do they feel the same way, or are the four of you a little different than they are? Anybody can jump in?
Well, I think this probably harks back for all of us for the West Aspen Center, but I left for that semester, and I'm from La Crosse, Wisconsin area, and my small community is relatively conservative, and I left with my own very ingrained, very cookie cutter, democratic, liberal ideas. We're gonna get rid of gasoline tomorrow, and we're gonna save the planet, and it's all gonna work out. And I left for D.C., and exactly what he said. I got put in a room with a Marine who came from a Catholic boarding school, very, very conservative. And my friend who actually worked out, we lived together, total moderate, no idea what's really what side he's going on, willing to walk down that fine line and not get pulled any direction. And every single night we would go outside and we would just sit and talk. And it's exactly what he said, that you just can't, if you're going to live with these people, you got to talk to them. And I think that experience allowed all of us to really engage that notion that the person across from the aisle is still a human being. They still wake up, they still have a family, they still earn a living. They're still a human being that have the same concerns. So I can't expect them to think that I am this evil person sent to infiltrate America and destroy it, just as much as I can't think that of them. And I do think that maybe that's the slight exception. A lot of my friends are willing to engage and change, but I think that conversation, that experience to have to deal with other people, with other issues on the other side of the line, and you just remember all the time that they're human beings as well. I fear that we might have lost that might be something that people can look at that other person and say, no, you're just a agent of evil here to destroy what we think is great. And I think we might have lost that. And I don't know if we're the exception. I guess maybe we are. I hope we're not.
I think it might point to a more institutional thing, because we were forced to talk to each other. We were forced to learn to get along. Congress does not do that. There are 2 senators who have a bipartisan lunch. That's it. There's 2 of them. The rest of the sides are all having their party lunches. They're the lunch every day for their senators. It's the Democrats are eating in this room, the Republicans are eating in this room, and then Senator Kirk and his partner decided to try to host one, and no one showed up. No one showed up. And I think it really does point back, and that was another point that John Avalon did, point out, is that it really just starts with this, having to talk to someone. And if you don't do that, if you have never talked to the opposite side besides, fake posturing in front of a booth, it doesn't mean anything. That's not true interaction. I think that's the difference.
James, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I was going to add on to his point, just saying, they're good. They have my thing with Les Aspen Center and my experiences with my roommates who are completely different sides. One's a hardline Democrat, one's a hardline Republican. Was that we all learned why that person has that feeling, has that belief. And I think that means a lot. You have to understand. If you can understand why they think that, then maybe you can open up. You don't have to change your own mind, because you got to that, if you thought about it enough, you got to your own thinking a certain way. And also, going on your point, Congress, people, I guess one thing I kind of realized in D.C. is congressmen don't stay there that long. They fly in on Tuesday and they leave on Thursday. And we all want our congressmen to be back in our district worrying about our causes. But part of me also wants them to be there on the weekend, mingling or at least talking or debating with other people. I think that that's something that's missing right now, and that they could maybe help bridge a gap between this, divide. I don't know.
Katie, I want to go down to you and frame it just a little differently and talk to you about other people on campus, other students. Are they engaged, or are they just sort of, doesn't affect me, that what they're talking about is not part of my life? And frankly, I'm not very optimistic about their ability to deal with our nation's challenges.
Right. I would say that most people on campus would label the 4 of us as political junkies, and other people not necessarily the case as well. But I think that doesn't mean that people don't care. I think that 2008, obviously, we saw this giant resurgence of the youth voting, and I think none of us were able to vote that year. We weren't old enough. But those sentiments are still around, and if anything was accomplished on Tuesday's election, it was that voter turnout. As much as people were very upset about the money that was spent, about the giant hassle, about a big loss on one side, about a decisive win on the other, those numbers are incredible. And I think that that's not to be lost. And I think if you talk to anyone on Marquette's campus, I can't really speak to the other ones, such a majority had an opinion one way or the other. And I do think that people became so strong in their opinion, it was a problem. I saw a poll, I think it was Charles Franklin's, that was about the number of people percentage of people who had stopped talking to someone else who disagreed with them about politics. And I think that's a real problem when I can't even ask someone, okay, why do you believe the way you do, without getting so angry that we have to end the conversation. But I think that the youth very much are getting a little discouraged by the intense polarization, but it doesn't mean they don't have an opinion. I don't know.
If anybody wants to say anything, go ahead. I'm going to turn it over to Janine here. We're just getting warmed up, and I figure calling for the left-hander.
You are all a great example. I tell you, you do give us all hope. But one of my questions involves running for office, and we've alluded to it several times today in terms of some of the personal attacks and even the concern for family. When I was looking and preparing for today, you look at, for example, some of the attacks on the First Lady, on Michelle Obama, and everything from her body shape to other things. I pulled this off the internet yesterday. Feminist compares Ann Romney to Hitler and Stalin. And then we read that the Governor Walker's son is getting some, they're worried about his security and they're worried about his son, and that there are attacks out there on the governor's family in terms of the internet and things. I'm wondering whether any of you think about that in terms of running for office versus working for candidates, and whether you think that that's going to discourage people from running for office. And in that vein, I don't know if any of you want to address this. I know that there's been a fair amount written about the declining number of women who are running for political office, both at the state legislature, the local level, and Washington. And I don't know if that's because they're more protective of their children, and they don't want to, or there are other reasons. So, any thoughts you have about people who may run for office, whether it's you or others, and what those concerns may be in light of what's going on nationally and locally? Who wants to start?
I mean, I would say at the end of the day, running for office is a really vulnerable position. I had some conversations with Bill before his election, and he said something he can do. I'm really good at campaigning for other people, but I don't know how I can go up to someone and tell them to like me. And I said, I'll do it. I'll tell people why they should like you. And it hurts to lose. You mentioned you didn't lose the ticket lost. It's hard to say that I put all this work into something and it didn't pan out. Very much so. So I think that's part of it. I think personally, I'm 20 years old and I haven't put a lot of thought into a spouse or children, so that's not really a thought for me yet, but I can't.
Parents could get it too, You drag your parents with you, Other thoughts about running for office versus working for somebody running for office, and concerns about family?
Well, actually, the polarization that you brought up is part of the reason why my career path that I at least hope will work out is not to, initially run for office. And I think that a lot of it has to do with the fact that I would much rather gain the experience behind the scenes and get a good knowledge base and be prepared. In fact, I tell people when they ask me, so you're going to run? I'm going to say, not until I get mad enough. That's when I'll finally run. And I think it has a lot to do with the polarization, because I do fear that. The thing about the families, and I have even run into people our own age, if you use the son of Scott Walker, for example, that they make comments about Michelle Obama or Scott Walker's kids. And I just feel like I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know who ever thought that was an appropriate thing to do. I don't know. You read about elections back in the day, and they were evil, but they never attacked the families. It was always other candidates. I mean, they would call people cross-dressers, but they would never say that their wife was anything. And I just don't, I'm disturbed by that. I don't know how we prevent something from like that taking place, but that is another reason why I would see myself more behind the scenes, more getting a good bearings, hopefully watching the political climate in the U.S. settle back down. But the last comment you said about a lower level of women running for, I think that's a really interesting notion. I think people lose when you think about representative government. If you took the census data that we came up with and you analyze it to our congressmen and our senators, we are not represented. I mean, why are there not 50% of women in Congress? Why are there such small minorities in Congress? I mean, that is not true representation. So it's very disturbing to find out that the levels of women that are participating are even lower. And I think it does have a lot with, social climates and the belief that where women should be in society. But I think that's something that's important to maintain, is that we talked about how somebody should be recruited, was mentioned, and that the people that have the ability to run should be sought out. But I think also it's important that if we're going to represent ourselves, then we should really do it. We should really represent ourselves as closely as possible to the populations we have, the beliefs we have. But then always remember that if you won by 55%, 45% of people don't like you. So you need to always remember that.
Anything else?
I don't have much else to say that they haven't said, but I also, like you, would like to work behind the scenes. I don't see myself being representative, and mostly because I don't like being scrutinized. I don't like being said I'm wrong. I don't want half the country to hate me, or half the people that I'm working for to dislike what I'm doing, even though I might be helping everyone. That's just unappealing to me. And I also think, after going to D.C., that you can do a lot as a staff member. There's a lot of things behind the scenes that people don't know that go on. A lot of research. Even me as an intern, I did a lot of research. I typed up a lot of things. I helped write, speeches and stuff. And I think there's ways to help and even to influence, the representative that doesn't, have to be shown in the 24-hour news cycle now. That's just me.
I just wanted to speak to your point about women.
Yeah.
And you're right. I would love to see more women in office, but I think change takes time. We've seen a serious candidate for vice president, we've seen a serious female candidate for president, and soon we'll eventually see a successful female candidate for vice president. For president, yeah. But I think it just starts with someone, with there being a first a first person to do it. Wisconsin's had a female lieutenant governor for over 10 years. If you looked at Secretary of State at the national level as well, it's happening. And Congress could be much more diverse, but it's not. And I think it continues to be, and it just takes time. But someone point out, asking people to run or seeing that leadership in different sectors, and diversity comes in so many different forms, but seeing it and seeking it out and encouraging those people to run, I think is a very key part of that.
Let me ask you one last question, and then we'll open it up for the audience. Because we're trying to end on sort of a promising note. What was the best thing you saw or experienced while in Washington or working in the political field? Something that was promising in terms of whether it was dialogue or respect or interaction between individuals of different parties, or what was the best experience that you had?
Why do we have to think hard about this?
I don't know. There were so many. You just need to sort it out.
That's it. There's so many, examples of bipartisanship. I think whether you're interning on a campaign or working on the Hill for months at a time, it becomes grueling. Not only does half of the state's population not like who you're working for, but good luck actually getting anything done. But then, so you get very negative. You get caught up in a loop. But then every now and then, and I had the pleasure of working for Dick Durbin, who really is just fantastic when it comes to civil rights, and that's one of my passions: civil rights, civil liberties for not only Americans but people throughout the world. And it would take moments for when he would, on an empty floor, and the only person he was talking to were the 3 people who were accidentally watching C-SPAN. But he would give an impassioned speech, whether it was about the DREAM Act, whether it was about atrocities in Sudan. The fact that, one man who, came from East St. Louis, who suddenly finds himself having an office in the Capitol, the fact that he's still there and really making this pitch, not just for Medicare or for, I think this business should get this regulation, but this human being needs to be helped out. And he would hold up a picture of one singular, a girl from Texas who was going to be deported, even though she had graduated cum laude from University of Texas. And that one girl was Dick Durbin's just fuel for that day, and she became my fuel for that day. And it was part of the thing where we link back to, this is a people-driven business. This is all for helping out, and if we keep that in mind, that helps you get through it all, I think.
Other important moments?
Well, firstly, the biggest positive I came out of D.C., I know we talked about this before, was just talking to other people. I didn't know there's as many people, people as interested as I was, and that were able to talk with me. So my house, my 18 people that I lived with, that was my favorite part. But when you go to, and just being able to just talk about everything. We talked about pro-life, we talked about gay marriage. We talked about every issue you can imagine, how to fix the economy, jobs, what's the role of government. I know you guys talked about that before. That just how there's at least room for compromise with our generation is positive. And then also, in working in the House, I worked for Tom Petri, who I'd classify as a moderate Republican. And one of my favorite moments that made me at least happy about D.C. was, I'm not a big fan of political parties, and he got a call from John Boehner when they're introducing Bill H.R. 7, which is transportation, telling him not to introduce an amendment, which had to deal with bike paths to schools. And Mr. Petri pretty much just hung up the phone and said, I don't care. I mean, to tell the Speaker of the House, I'm not going to do what you're going to tell me to do is nice. I like to hear that. To be honest, though, I don't want to have one person controlling a party. And I want to hear other voices. We have 435 members of the House for a reason. And I think that was one of my favorite moments, even though it was kind of a little odd, small moment.
That's good.
I think for me, what was most inspiring about my semester in D.C. was the staffers were incredible to me. It was so cool, to meet the senator and to see him about once a week, but they say that D.C. is run by people between the ages of 25 and 35. It's very true, maybe even a little bit younger. And you have these people who, yes, there's a few of them who are aspiring to eventually run for office or looking to move up. But for every 1 or 2 of those, there's 5 or 6 who are making nothing, working so many hours a day, living in a house with like 6 people, still eating ramen at the age of 25, because they love it and because they are serving their country, and that they are the ones who are writing the legislation that is then getting passed, and they're the ones who are striving tirelessly again and again for something that they believe in, and that absolutely gave me hope, and that was really, really cool to see.
I was just going to say, harking back to the sitting at the house and being able to communicate with these other people, we actually suspended the word respect at our house, because after living with each other for a week and realizing that human element, we decided that we didn't want every person to start their conversation with, "I respect your opinion, but here is mine," because we were hearing it way too much. And so that really inspired me to meet these people that had just as passionate views as I did, that for once I honestly felt like I could talk to somebody across the aisle and they were listening to what I had to say. And then I walked away and I was like, I completely understand how you formed your opinions, how you came to what you believe in. And I think we all came back to Marquette's campus, and I've noticed that at least the people from my class went out to their friend groups and they tried to establish that same civility, that same ability to have those conversations, whether it was about sports or it was going to be about politics or whatever it was, just to be able to sit there. And I don't think any of them had to suspend respect yet, but I'm hoping that they get to that point. I'm hoping that they don't have to say it anymore. It's just implied, and everyone knows that that's just how you have a conversation.
Questions from the audience or observations? Yes.
Hold on. Margaret Farrell made an interesting comment that grabbed my attention, where she mentioned that in the 6th grade, she had a civics class. And I think a lot of people my age had that experience, in especially high school. And so my question to you, do you feel that your generation is being educated as far as what is government? Have you had civics classes? What's going on in that scene? I'm removed from it for a couple generations, 3 generations. But what's going on as far as preparing your generation to have the understanding to be able to take on the issues that we're dealing with today?
I had one public issues class in high school. Took that my sophomore year. That was the only class really in my high school that had that. I'm from a very small high school. I graduated with 68 kids, town of 2,000 people. And I was really interested in government. So because my school didn't offer it, I actually made a class of my own. I made a AP government class so I could take the AP test and learn more about government. I don't think we're being prepared enough. If I had to answer just bluntly, I think that's something that's being overlooked that is of more the same level of importance as all the other major core classes. I'd say 2 semesters in high school would be great. I know some kids won't be that interested, but at least if they have a background, a foundation of what to learn, I think that's key. And as of now, I don't think we have it.
But the rest of you?
I'm going to disagree slightly, in all due respect. I do think, maybe our public education system isn't preparing us as much anymore. I know mine, did a really good job. I'm confident in the school system I came from. But I do think that with this current media setup, with new media, for every Sean Hannity or Rachel Maddow, however, which way you think is just pure evil. There's also a young journalist who's really delving into the details. You can follow on Twitter. I can see what my congressman is doing, and that to me is the greatest education. Twitter, which I am completely addicted to, lets me see facts just roll in. I was on it while John Avalon was tweeting. I was tweeting what he was saying, and people were responding to me saying, like, wow, what great input. We can get into our little filter bubble that John Avalon was talking about, where we only hear what we want to hear. But there's also a greater volume of sources that you can turn to. I know my life's been changed because I read Ezra Klein every day, and he just loves his numbers and really delving into whether it's the health care bill or filibuster reform. There's no reason for me at the age of 19 to know percentages of welfare recipients in different districts throughout Pennsylvania, but for some reason I did, and that's because of the new media. So I think it's changing, it's different, but there are ways in which our youth can learn more faster.
There was a question in the back here. Yes. Go ahead.
Actually, the main quarrel in forming this panel today was that we couldn't find a Republican who was going to be on campus this summer. And James was the one.
Yeah.
That was the point, is that it would look bad if all four of us had worked for Democrats. I think that that's quite honestly a representation of which students graduated from the program, were willing to participate today, and happened to be on campus this summer.
We asked the question.
Yeah.
The question
In
was
fact,
asked.
one of our panelists had to go home for a death in the family, but he was African. He is African American. He is very vocal on campus in terms of politics. But I think it is a good point.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Other questions? I'll let you have the last question, Lieutenant Governor.
The only reason I'm saying that is you respect the institution who invited you to come here today by the way you look and are acting, and you respected this body of people who were here trying to learn more, to add more to the public discourse. And I just think you've got to be recognized for it. Don't lose it, please.
Thank you. Well, and I would like you to join me in thanking these young people. You know, I think it really is inspirational to see our next generation here. And I also think they not only represent this generation well, but they represent Marquette well, the career personalis and the care about transforming the world and serving others. And you were just terrific. So thank you very much for your participation. I just have a couple of closing remarks. We will be this will be available on the web, the whole conference, for people that were not here that might want to watch it, and it'll probably where's Christine? Maybe a week or so, I think, or a week or 2 weeks. Well, it'll be available, and as I indicated, Wisconsin Eye has also filmed it. I want to there are a number of people I just need to thank. Many of you communicated with Christine Walensky-Vogel, who runs the building and the programs and did so much work on this, along with my administrative assistant. I don't know if they're in here, but Yolanda Terrell-Zider, who works so very, very hard, and Carol Dufek, who works on the building and part of it. The three of them really led the planning committee and planned a lot. And as you know, a lot of work goes into what looks like a simple day for those of us who get to sit here, and I get to enjoy the accolades, but they work very, very hard. Along with, I want to thank Bill and Gloria Cott. Gloria's here, and Liebenkott, the law firm. They paid for lunch for all of us today, so we're very, very grateful to them. And the planning committee and so many people, including the dean, that supported this program. You'll be getting a notice in the near future. Our discussion next year is whether the death penalty is restorative to family members of homicide victims. And there's actually a colleague of mine from the University of Texas who has done a whole study that's going to be published in the Marquette Law Review later this year on that topic. It's going to be the first study actually looking at that issue as opposed to people in all their opinions. And we're going to sponsor a day looking at that issue on what the death penalty does or does not do to help family members heal from a homicide in their families. So I want to thank you all for spending the day with us. I hope you're inspired and fired up to go change the world, and that we will find our path and journey to healing in our political life. Thank you so very much.